Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Starlight Web by Yasmine Galenorn. Narrated by Cassandra Campbell. Chapter 1. I leaned in my car window to crank the stereo, then returned to the sidewalk, staring at the house. Warren Zevon was on the radio singing Lawyers, Guns, and Money. The lawyers I had for all the good they did me. Fortunately for Ellison, I wasn't carrying a gun. But the money part? Not quite so flush, especially after Ellison took me to the cleaners. As I stood in the driveway, I paused, jamming my thumbs in the pockets of my jeans. 18 freaking years I'd spent with my scumbag of an ex-husband. For 18 years, I'd done things his way. Followed his traditions instead of mine, kept my mouth shut while he made one mistake after another because I didn't want to field yet another argument. I'd decorated the house to his tastes. I'd worn polite, prim clothing because he couldn't stand for anything to be too weird or garish. I'd played the good little wife and muted my magic when I was around his friends, who were oh so disdainful of anybody born outside of a human suit. I had put my life on hold to work for his dream, and I'd made his dream happen. I'd done everything he asked. And what was the end result? The end result was that I was now standing outside my house for the last time. I had been dumped for a 20-year-old bimbo. I'd been blacklisted from any job in publishing in the area, and I had been built out of both the magazine that I had started almost single-handedly and the house I'd helped to buy. Sure, I had been awarded half our known assets, but I knew that we had accumulated far more money. Ellison had just managed to squirrel it away from the judge's eye, a judge who should have recused himself from our divorce proceedings because he was Ellison's good buddy. But he hadn't, and I'd gotten screwed without even an orgasm to seal the deal. Fuck you, Ellison Riley, and your uptight prig of a mother, too. I flipped the house the bird, but that didn't feel like enough of a parting statement. Then it hit me. I knew what to do. I marched back inside and dug through the closets until I found his tuxedo, the one he had worn when we got married, the $1,000 stand-in for a honeymoon. I'm sorry, January, but I can't afford a honeymoon. Even though I promised you one, I had to buy my tux. We'll take one later. Only later had never come. I added my wedding dress, a modest white sheath dress because I had stuck to the budget we had originally set for our wedding, and carried both the tux and dress outside. My next act was to toss the $1,000 tux into the fire pit, then drop my wedding dress on top of it. After they were firmly inside, I poured lighter fluid over the whole shebang. I stepped back, then lit a match and flicked it into the pile of clothing. Whoosh! The flames roared up into the cloudy sky, filling the air with the acrid stench of dry-cleaning chemicals. The flames weren't bright enough to attract undue attention, and Ellison was out with his floozy, so he wouldn't find the charred remains until tomorrow. I thought about dancing around the fire, but I wasn't in a celebrating mood, and it wasn't a full moon, and I still didn't feel like I had payback, at least not enough. I wanted to say goodbye on a big note, one he couldn't ignore. A snowflake landed on my cheek, and I glanced at the sky. It was only the first week of December, and already the weather had taken a turn toward winter. We didn't always have snow in Seattle, but this year it looked like we were about to break the odds. Ellison was out for the evening with Anna, 1N, his trophy bride-to-be. He'd spent a year trying to gaslight me that he wasn't having an affair with her, but I could sense her residue energy on him every time he came home late. Finally, I called Ari and asked her to cast a spell, asking that the affair be brought into the open if it was really happening. I was too close to the situation and didn't trust my magic not to backfire. The next day, I came home to find his head between Anna's legs, and boom, that took care of that. I looked around for one last way to signal my departure. I really didn't want to destroy the house. I had loved that house. But then I caught sight of his convertible, and I knew how to sign my goodbye note. He had bought a $55,000 car that we could barely afford, while I was still driving a 15-year-old Subaru that was in the shop more often than it was out. "Can you get any more midlife crisis?" I said, shaking my head. A convertible in Seattle made as much sense as a bikini in the Antarctic. But men who thought with their penises usually made idiotic decisions. Dashing back in the house, I found the spare car key he kept in his desk. Back outside, I opened the car door, fit the key in the ignition, and rolled down the window just wide enough to fit the hose. One more trip back to the side yard, and I found the hose and dragged it around to the driveway. I stuck it through the crack, then returned to the faucet. "Okay, January, think," I said aloud. "Do you really want to do this? Is he even worth the effort?" But my heart answered for me. He had used me to build something wonderful, then cut me out of it as thoroughly as he had cut out my heart. The pain of losing him? I was over that. But I wasn't over the anger that he had taken everything away from me and then blacklisted me with all his buddies in the publishing industry. I had lost my marriage, my career, the magazine, all in one fell swoop. I turned the faucet on, turning it all the way. The water began to fill the car. Feeling a grim sense of satisfaction, I stood back, my hands on my hips. Okay, this is closure. Goodbye, Ellison. We're done. I tossed his car key and my house key into the flames still flickering in the fire pit, then turned away. The movers were gone, hours ago. The last of my suitcases were in the back of my Subaru. I settled into the driver's seat, fastened my seatbelt, and turned the ignition. "Come on, Cookie," I whispered to my car. "Let's get a move on." Smiling for the first time in weeks, I turned up the music as the track switched over to the talking heads and rolled out of the driveway with "Burning Down the House" echoing in my ears. Moonshadow Bay was a town on the coast of Washington, about 10 miles south of Bellingham. With a population of around 5,000, it also happened to be the town I was born in. And though I had lost my parents to a car crash 5 months ago, the town was filled with happy memories, and even though they wouldn't be there to greet me, my aunt was waiting for me, and that was enough to make me smile. As I drove through the quiet streets, a life that had felt a world away when I was in Seattle came rushing back. Some of the shops had changed, but the town square was still set up for get-togethers and meetings, and the city central building, which housed the police station, courthouse, jail, town hall, the main fire station, public works department, and the library, still stood in the center of town as stoic as ever, with the clock in the tower that was always and forever 10 minutes slow, watching over the center of Moonshadow Bay. The snow had already cloaked the town. Moonshadow Bay was close to the Canadian border, and the town was on the lower end of Bellingham Bay, overlooking the Salish Sea. The storms came in past the islands. The farther north I got from Seattle, the heavier the snow had become. I had been driving for almost 2 hours, given the slippery roads. The weather added 30 minutes to the usual time, as well as me slowing down to 35 on some parts of the freeway. I wasn't afraid of driving, but I wasn't stupid either. And when the snow was falling so heavily it was hard to see through, I took my time. As I pulled into town, I began to breathe easier. I was finally here, almost home. As I passed the city limits sign, I felt something shift, and the anger I had still been carrying seemed to fall away. Welcome home. the town whispered. "We've missed you." Moonshadow Bay was beautiful, with more parks and woodland areas than it had buildings. The centralized downtown district was fairly dense and compact, and from that inner core, the residential area sprawled out, feathering through the trees and the streams that flowed down to the Salish Sea. While it didn't have all the amenities of a large city, Bellingham was close enough to make up for that. The streets were coated with a light dusting of snow, and everywhere fairy lights shone, sparkling as they wove around the trees and lamp posts and shop windows. Every store seemed decorated and ready for the holidays. And I suddenly felt the tension draining away, out of my shoulders. There was magic in the air. I could smell it as sure as I could smell the snow. It crackled, darting like shifting sparks, and it, too, whispered, "Welcome home. Moonshadow Bay is where you belong." And it truly was, in a way. My great-grandfather, Brian Fletcher, and his wife Colleen had come over from England. The family powers had descended through her. We were Famtrads, a family of witches. And even though I didn't know a great deal about Colleen's heritage, other than she had been born in Ireland, I knew that the magic came down through her, through the women in my family. My mother and my grandmother had been witch women, too. And so was my Aunt Taryn, who was a few years younger than my mother had been. And all of them had passed on their knowledge to me. And what had I done? Turned away from it because Ellison was too spooked by other kin. I passed through the main strip, watching the pedestrians strolling along the sidewalks. The stores were open late due to the holidays, and while the streets had been plowed, they were still slippery. I eased along, making sure not to slam on the brakes. As I left the town square and turned the corner on Maple Street, my eyes grew misty. I was only a few blocks away from my house. My parents had left me the house I'd grown up in, but I hadn't been home since they had died, and then I had been so distracted by my grief that I had barely noticed my surroundings. But now, the realization that I was coming home and my mother and father wouldn't be around to greet me ever again hit hard. It didn't matter whether you were 14 or 40, losing your parents cut a deep hole. One more turn and I was on Fern Street, and there, up ahead on the left, was a beautiful 2-story farmhouse with a wide front porch that was supported by intricately carved newel posts. The driveway was clear except for one truck, which I recognized as my aunt's. Taryn had driven an old beater for years now, and how the thing held together I didn't know. It ran on a whisper of magic, for sure. I parked next to the truck, then turned off the ignition and sat in the silence for a moment, taking it all in. The house came with a half-acre of land, so the yard was wide and private, surrounded by trees on all sides. Fern Street was a dead-end road, ending at one of the many pathways leading into Mystic Wood State Park. I lived right up against the park. I finally opened the door and hauled myself out of the car, wincing as I stretched. Even though I worked out on my exercise bike every day and did yoga, the years were beginning to tap on my shoulder, reminding me that I wasn't anywhere near the shape I wanted to be in. But given that I had held down a full-time job and cleaned the house and took care of everything so Ellison wouldn't complain, I decided to cut myself some slack. I slung my purse over my shoulder and clattered up the front stairs. As I reached for the bell, the door opened, and there she was, Aunt Taryn. "Thank heaven you're here. It's setting in to blow up a gale out there," she said. "The movers made it here, and I did my best to direct them where to put the boxes." My aunt had a smile a mile wide for me. She held out her arms, and then it hit me. Her eyes. They were the same as my mother's eyes. The same depth, the same love, the same color even. And in that moment, the dam broke, and I leaned into her embrace, bursting into tears for the first time since my parents' funeral. 20 minutes later, I was snuggled under a throw, curled on the sofa with a peppermint schnapps mocha and a plate of cookies. They were oatmeal raisin, with just the right amount of cinnamon. "So you're back to stay," my aunt said. She was sitting in the rocking chair. My parents had updated the house shortly before they died, with new paint throughout, a new kitchen, and a new master bath. It felt like home, and yet oddly different. The living room had a new sofa in it, and I had to admit it was comfortable, but it felt out of place. I let out a sigh. "Yeah, I'm back to stay." I paused, then said, "I guess that chapter of my life is over." "Was it bad, the divorce?" Taryn sipped her mocha. "I don't know if I spiked this enough." "It's got plenty of kick to it," I said, rolling up to a sitting position. "The divorce, well, it wasn't good. I know I should have ended it years ago, but I was comfortable." I thought about it for a moment. No, not comfortable. I was in a rut. I had no clue what to do if I left, and back then I didn't want to think about the fight we'd have dividing the magazine. I guess Allison took care of that for me. "Tell me what happened with that." Aunt Taryn folded her legs under her in the chair. She was tall and sturdy, and she had hair down to her butt. It had been salt and pepper when I last saw her, but now it was black, streaked with electric blue, and it looked amazing. She was wearing jeans, a rainbow pride top, and her throwback granny glasses. Taryn had never married, and she had never told me why. "I did something everybody always warns you not to do." I signed a document, a notarized one at that, without reading it. We were in a hurry. Allison assured me that what I was signing were articles of incorporation, but the notary was actually a friend of Allison's who was helping him. The articles of incorporation turned out to be a prenup. They got my signature, but actually managed to change the date, predating it to before our wedding. I gave Allison full control over the magazine, as well as giving him full ownership of the house. But I can't prove anything. I groaned, bringing my knees up to lean against them. I feel like such a fool. I trusted him, and he screwed me over so bad my lawyer couldn't untangle it. We told the judge what happened, but it was useless. It was my word against Allison's, and he has some powerful friends in the Seattle law community, including that judge. So he basically conned me out of the magazine I started and any interest in the house. I winced, glancing at her. Taryn could be mighty blunt, but I really needed some TLC now, not a lecture. She stared at me for a moment. Then the next, she was by my side, scooching me toward the center of the sofa. She slid in behind me and began to rub my shoulders. Sighing, she said, "You know, sometimes the con artists of the world catch us by surprise. Allison was good at hiding his true nature, although I never liked him very much. He was such a pompous ass. I'm not going to scold you about this, but..." That "but" hung in the air, and I dreaded hearing what was attached to it. "But what?" I finally asked. "The thing I can't excuse is the fact that you spent 18 years sublimating yourself for a man who wasn't worth a fraction of what you bring to the table. How the hell did everything we taught you go sliding out the window?" She slid her arms around my shoulders, hugging me from behind. "What happened, child?" I shrugged, scooting to the side and turning around. I couldn't face her. I don't know, to be honest. At first, I fought. I fought to celebrate my holidays. I fought to practice our traditions. I argued about the clothes he wanted me to wear. I made excuses for his rudeness, especially around other kin. Basically, I tried to hold my own, but after a while he wore me down. Why didn't you leave him? Again, I had no good answer. I don't know. You'd think I would have, right? But somewhere along the way, I guess I lost my confidence. I glanced over my shoulder at her. I gave up. When someone tells you you're stupid time after time, you begin to believe it. Taryn gave me a hug. Well, that ends now. That ends tonight. I ducked my head, smiling. I've missed you, and I've missed you too. But I knew that you weren't ready to see me, child. I remind you too much of your mama. She stroked my hair, pulling it back. As wavy as it ever was. I laughed. We're always going to envy each other's hair. Taryn had straight hair down to her ass. Mine was dark brown and wavy. Not corkscrew curly, but long and wavy and just rough enough to never take a good shine. And yours is as smooth and silky as ever. I love the blue, by the way. I sighed, then said, You're right, though. I wasn't ready to face their deaths yet. But I guess now I have to. It feels good to be back in Moonshadow Bay, though. I'll see Ari a lot more. Allison didn't like her, and he almost broke up our friendship. You two were always thick as thieves, Taryn said. All right, I'd better get on home. Ree and Rue are probably hungry. My aunt had 2 hound dogs. They were as old as the hills, or at least as old as most dogs get, and they showed no sign of slowing down. But her familiar was a great horned owl that lived out in the trees near her house. They had a deep connection that crossed the species barrier. I walked her to the door, and she gave me a hug, then handed me a key. She had taken care of the house after my parents died. Here, you'll want this back. I shook my head, folding her fingers over the key. No, you keep it, just in case. I pressed my lips together, thinking of my mother and father. You never know what's going to happen. Too true, love, she said, hugging me. That's why you have a key to my house, too, for the same reason. As she headed down the sidewalk to her car, it occurred to me that I was really, truly starting over. For the first time in 18 years, I was embarking on a new stage in my life. I walked out on the porch, watching the snow fall. It drifted down, the flakes larger, like thick wisps of cotton candy. There was a softness to the night, and all around the neighborhood, lights twinkled on the windows around the houses. I glanced over at the house next door, only to see a sold sign on the front lawn. When I was little, the Hart family had lived there, and I'd played with Sally Hart, though we weren't best friends. Now it looked like her parents were off to greener pastures. Slowly descending the steps, I walked out toward the front of the yard. The street lights cast a muted glow in the winter night, and I closed my eyes as I crossed my arms, jamming my hands deep beneath my armpits to keep warm. My breath hung in the air, vaporous, like a miniature cloud. It was cold, but I just wanted to let the peace that came with the snowfall encompass me. Hello? The voice came from over my shoulder, but when I jerked around, I couldn't see anybody there. It was a woman's voice, clear and familiar, though, and I was sure that I had heard it. I glanced around, suddenly realizing I was going to be alone in the house. While Ellison hadn't been much comfort, at least he'd been a warm body. Can you hear me? The voice echoed again. this time from the other side. I whirled around, but still, there was no one in sight. Holding my breath, I turned and ran back up the sidewalk and took the steps 2 at a time. Once inside, I slammed the door behind me. I didn't have the energy to deal with ghosts tonight, and since there hadn't been any stranger lurking in the bushes, that was all I could assume the woman's voice had been. There were certainly enough of them hanging around. Shaking, I locked the door. Tomorrow I would dig out my mother's herbs and make a protection charm. But for tonight, I decided to sleep on the sofa. In the kitchen, I found the biggest, meanest-looking knife my mother had owned. Clutching the hilt, I returned to the living room. I placed the knife on the coffee table within easy reach, and then, exhausted, I curled up under the Afghan on the sofa and promptly fell into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 2. Morning brought with it a clearer head and a calmer nature. I woke to a rapping on the door and trudged over, rubbing my eyes. Not only had I forgotten to take off my makeup, I had also forgotten to undress, so my jeans and shirt were wrinkled, and I felt a strong need for a shower. I still smelled like soot and lighter fluid. I opened the door to find Ari standing there. She squealed when she saw me. "You're here! I'm so glad!" She planted a kiss on my cheek as she stood back. "You look like how a rough morning feels after a hard night," she said. Ari was always blunt, and I could count on her to be straight with me. She blew on her hands. "Let me in! It's cold out here." Suddenly aware that I was blocking the door, I quickly moved aside. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean— Oh, never mind. You woke me up, and I'm pre-caffeine, pre-food, pre-brushing my teeth." Ari giggled. She could always find the humor in just about everything, and walked me back to the living room. "You need a shower. You smell like a campfire. What happened? Did you stop to make s'mores on the way up here?" I snorted. "No. I decided to torch Ellison's wedding tux, my wedding dress, and the key to his convertible, which, I might add, may have a bad case of—" My cell phone rang at that moment, and I glanced at it. Sure enough, it was Ellison. "Oh, joy. He must have found the convertible," I said, letting the call go to voicemail. "January? What did you do to his car?" Ari's eyes twinkled. "I know you. You didn't just leave quietly." I grinned. "I may have opened the window, and a hose may have found its way into said window, and the water may have gotten turned on." I grinned. I had to leave the bastard some parting gift. After all, he stole my magazine, blacklisted me, and had the nerve to get engaged to his bimbo before we were even divorced. Ari let out a snort. "You didn't disappoint me, lady. All right, go get your ass in the shower. I'll poke around in the kitchen and see if there's any coffee." "Instead of that, can we just go out for breakfast? After I shower, of course." Even I couldn't stand my own stench at that point. "Sure." She plunked herself down in the rocking chair. "Go wash up and change." I hurried to the bathroom, carrying my suitcase with me. I had plenty of other clothes, but I had packed a suitcase specifically for the first few days until I had unpacked and gotten myself situated. I showered, basking in the warmth of the water, then dried off and changed into a pair of jeans and a V-neck hunter green cashmere sweater. Sitting at my mother's vanity, I brushed my hair. It was naturally wavy and down to my lower back. I kept it a deep mahogany, sometimes veering into burgundy, thanks to a dye bottle. I applied my makeup. I always went for the old glamour girl pin-up look with cat wings and burgundy lipstick. Finally, I gathered the mass of waves back into a ponytail and tied my hair back using a green scarf. Standing back, I took a long look at myself. I washed up pretty good, even though Ellison had been bitching about my weight for years. I was curvy, an hourglass shape. At 5'9", I was a firm size 14. He had wanted me to get down to a size 2 maximum, preferably a size 0. That was never going to happen. I slid on a pair of black boots and zipped them up. They were platform, but with a non-skid sole. Ellison had hated them because he said they looked goth, and that I was too old for that shit. Ellison had said a lot of nasty things to me, come to think of it. I hurried downstairs. "Ready?" I asked, entering the living room. Ari was standing in the center of the room, frowning. "You have a ghost?" "What?" I asked, "Do you have a ghost?" "I heard somebody talking a moment ago." I frowned. "I'm not sure. I thought I heard a woman talking when I was standing out in the front yard last night, so maybe?" "What did they say?" Ari scrunched up her face. "I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. I couldn't make it out. It was just like murmuring, you know?" "Well, I'm not going to sweat it right now. Let's go get breakfast. Then will you help me unpack? Aunt Taryn's coming over this afternoon to help." Ari loved my aunt. Taryn had kept us stocked in weed and me in birth control when we were teenagers, because as liberal and magical as my mother had been, those weren't easy things to ask for. Now, of course, pot was legal and I could get my own birth control, but it was still a good memory to have. "She is? Good. I haven't seen her since the funeral. Well, we've run into each other in the grocery store, but—" Ari paused, then said, "Are you going to be all right living here now that your parents are—" "I believe the word you're searching for is dead," I said. She grimaced. "Yeah, but I wasn't sure how blunt to be." "It's all right. You don't have to tiptoe around the subject. I miss them, but I'll be okay. And yes, I'll be fine. I've always loved this house. And while it's going to be tough going through their things, I have to do it sometime. I might as well start when I'm unpacking my own things." We headed out to Ari's car. She had a big old SUV that had seen better days, but the vehicle was as sturdy as a tank, and it would probably run until she drove it into the ground. As we headed toward the town center, I thought again about the voice. If I had a ghost, maybe it was my mother come back to watch over me. We decided to eat at Lucky's. The joint looked a lot like it had when I last visited, though it was a far cry from the basic diner it had been when I was little and my father brought me here for milkshakes. The decor now sported a shamrock theme, which almost tipped on the side of kitschy, and the basic blue walls had been changed out for yellow and green. I ordered a waffle, 2 sides of bacon, and a triple peppermint mocha with plenty of whipped cream. Ari ordered the blueberry pancakes and a gingerbread latte. "So, what's changed around here that I should know of?" I glanced around. There wasn't anybody in the diner I recognized. But given Moonshadow Bay had a population of about 5,000 people, that wasn't odd. Ari leaned back in her seat, staring out of the window. The snow was beginning to fall again. Not much, to be honest. "Oh, some new shops have gone in. There's a new magic shop in town called the Broom and Besom, and the owners are pretty hardcore aquanistas." Aquanistas focused their magic on the element of water, and just like the force they worked with, they could be pretty harsh at times. People like to think of water as gentle, but really, water was one of the strongest forces. It could burrow through earth, quench fire, and crowd out air to drown people. "Okay, I'll have to drop in there after I see what my mother kept in stock. It's time to get back to my magic. now that Mr. Asshole isn't here to bitch about it. I hadn't exactly stopped practicing my magic, but I had needed to be discreet about it, hiding most of what I did from him. What else is new? Well, a few people moved away, but new ones came to take their place. Mostly, people tend to stay put once they arrive in Moonshadow Bay. The gull catcher broke his leg last month and he's in the hospital. I bet he's freaking unhappy as hell, I said. The gull catcher was a seagull shifter who spent a lot of his time on the beach staring at the waves as if in a trance. He was a veteran who had PTSD, and he was mostly harmless, though he was definitely on the eccentric side. He made a living doing odd jobs around the town. Ari paused, then after the waitress brought our mochas, asked, "What are you going to do now?" I thought for a moment, then shrugged. Find a job. Ellison made it impossible for me to work in Seattle. You know how firmly he entrenched himself in the art and publishing community in Seattle. When we split, he spread a bunch of rumors about me and basically turned all his friends against me. They sided with him because he managed to keep control of the magazine and could make or break them with bad reviews. And he just fits the literary artiste vibe that runs through the upper crust there. He wouldn't have that magazine without you, Ari said. I know. I shook my head. I'll never forgive him for that. Ellison and I had started the magazine together, wanting to focus on the Seattle art scene. I had done all the hefty lifting, had come up with most of the ideas and the design, but somehow Ellison emerged as the creative genius. I'd been willing to take the back seat because I loved what we were doing. But when I found out in the divorce proceedings that he had screwed me out of the magazine, I'd lost it and screamed at the judge, which didn't help my case. The same with the house. My lawyer managed to get me 50% of all our liquid assets, but Ellison had owned the house before we met, and though I thought he had put me on the title, I had never checked. He had added that little gem to the prenup, too. I came away with enough to live on for a couple years if I was thrifty, but I wanted to keep that in the bank. At least my parents' house is paid for, and I only have to pay property taxes and upkeep on it, I muttered. So, is the Moonshadow Bay Monitor still in business? Yeah, it is. But Fairweather and his son Idle are barely making rent. I doubt they're hiring. Ari frowned. I know of a job that's open, but I'm not sure what you'll think about it, she said. What is it? Is it in my field? I perked up, stabbing into my waffle after I drowned it in syrup. I loved waffles and syrup and everything maple. Ari cleared her throat. She was wearing her Cheshire Cat grin of hers, so I knew whatever she was about to suggest would be questionable. So, I just happened to know the manager of a website about the paranormal. The website actually belongs to a larger network of similar sites. The one based here in Moonshadow Bay is called Conjure Ink. They're looking for investigative writers. She grinned, waiting for my response. I groaned. You mean like the Star or the Inquirer? Tabloid fodder? My stomach sank. I couldn't go that low. Not necessarily. I'm not sure what their slant is, but I do know that Tad's looking for someone who has both psychic abilities and can write. You should call him. I have his number. She handed me a slip of paper on which she had written Tad Gelpart's phone number and email address, as well as the URL of the website. Tad's a good guy, a little nerdy, but he truly loves his work, and I think the people who work for him are happy. I fingered the paper, then slipped it into my purse. I really didn't want to work retail, and my training and degree were focused on the direction of writing. All right, I'll call him. You're sure that old Fairweather doesn't need anybody? Honey, that ship has sailed. His son, Idle, can barely keep the paper afloat. Nobody reads print anymore. Sooner than later, the Moonshadow Bay Monitor will have to join the digital revolution or be left behind. Ari motioned to the waiter for another latte. I went back to my waffle, thinking about Conjure Ink. How bad could it be? That afternoon, it took my aunt, Ari, and me 4 hours to sort through the house. I knew what I wanted to keep for the most part, so it wasn't as difficult as I thought it might be. I kept all the family pictures, of course. I didn't have children and there was nobody to pass them down to, but I had other relatives who might want them. I kept the furniture. Most of it was in good condition, thanks to my mother's loving care, and it would save me having to buy new. I wanted to expend as little as possible on this move, but I cleared out the sheets and towels and some of the dishes, namely the goblets and mugs. I wanted something new that fit my lifestyle. Ellison had kept everything he could lay his greedy hands on, and most of it was more stuffy than I cared for anyway, so I had quit arguing and just insisted he pay me for what he wanted to keep. I could claim community property on anything we had bought during those 18 years of marriage. Finally, by 6 o'clock, we stood back, looking around. I felt a sense of satisfaction. The house was already clean, thanks to my aunt, but now it felt slightly different. My books were on the shelves. My clothes were in the closet and dresser of the room that had been my parents'. And that in itself felt weird. Clearing their things out, finding my father's condoms and my mother's vibrators had been daunting, even though I knew they were highly sexual. But finding all their secret stashes, including the cannabis that my mom had hidden in her jewelry box, felt like I was prying where I shouldn't be. I sat on the bed when we were done, staring at the baggie in my hand. My mother never could quite reconcile herself to the fact that pot's now legal here. She and my father had been hippies, and they had grown up to be environmentally conscious baby boomers, the ones who shopped at the farmer's market and Trader Joe's and Whole Foods. They frequented the local butcher and bought fair trade coffee, and they had volunteered at the animal shelters and baked cookies for local charity drives. They had cared about the world in a way that I had had to push aside during the years I lived with Ellison. Your parents were good people, my aunt said. They did what they could to make the world a better place. I miss your mother more than I can say. I glanced up at her. Is there anything of hers that you'd like to have? Just name it. You and she were tight. Maybe her guitar. It's yours. I don't play it, and it would just hang there on the wall. We were called those Carnes girls in school. We led a march on Town Hall, and you should have seen your Grandpa William's face when we were escorted home by the police. Of course, we had been up to our tricks, and we conjured up a dancing demon to illustrate the horrors of war, so I guess the cops had good reason to frown on our protest. Taryn started to laugh, shaking her head. We really mucked things up that time. That demon did over $1,000 of damage to the town square before your mother and I managed to send him back to wherever he came, and your grandparents made us work off the cost of the damages as best we could. Taryn snorted. But we sure got reprimanded. Not for using our magic, of course, but for misusing it. Neither one of us knew what the hell we were doing. I let out a sigh. Ellison basically hated anything to do with my magical powers. To him, it was just all too freaky. He tried to cover up the fact that I came from Moonshadow Bay, like it was a red light district or something. At first, I pushed him on it, And I even tried to include him in the otherkin community. I took him down to Pike Place Market to meet the shifters who own Leathers Are Fun, but he made such an ass of himself that I gave up. The elite artistes apparently don't like admitting other races or talents exist. I shook my head. What the hell was I thinking, staying with him? I feel like I've lived in a cocoon for the past 18 years, and I didn't even know it. You know what they say about frogs in hot water, Ari said, wrinkling her nose. Actually, that's a fallacy, I said. Makes for a good metaphor, but the frogs are smarter than I am. They just hop back out when it gets too hot. You're smarter than a frog, Ari said, but I waved her away, laughing. Hey, it happened. Gaslighting, the abuse cycle, whether emotional or physical, it can happen to the smartest people. I know that. It's okay. I'm out of there now. Well, if we're done, I need to go home, shower, and dress, Taryn said, standing up. Her knees popped and she grimaced. Sometimes getting older sucks, but I'll take it over the alternative. Anyway, I have a date tonight, so I'll talk to you tomorrow. Date? You're dating? I had never once heard my aunt talk about dating. She had never seemed interested in relationships. She grinned. Yes, I'm dating. But don't hold your breath. You aren't getting an uncle any time soon. Have you ever wanted to get married? Ari asked. Taryn shook her head. No, I knew early on I'm not cut out for commitment. I'm set in my ways and I like my independence. But it's nice to have company now and then. And it helps that he's very adept in the bedroom. As I blushed, she waved off my look. You know perfectly well that all the women in our family are sexual. I have to say, I'm so surprised you stayed with Ellison so long. The man seems so self-absorbed. I can't imagine he'd notice an elephant in the room, let alone pay attention to a clitoris. Well, you have me there, I said, blushing. Oh, good gods, why did I stay so long? I guess, well, he didn't hit me, and while he was a jackass, we did have a lot in common. Yes, both Ellison and you loved Ellison. But you're here now. After a peck on my cheek, Taryn headed to the door. She paused, glancing over her shoulder. The house has stood empty for too long. You should do some warding. Ari started to say something, and I knew she was going to tell Taryn about the voices, so I jumped in before she could voice anything. I will, I promise. See you later. As my aunt left, Ari turned to me with an inquisitive look. Why didn't you tell her? I don't want her to worry. She'd cancel her date, drag her bundle of supplies over here, and insist on a midnight ritual, which I really don't feel like holding right now. I'll take care of things tomorrow. I see your point, but she might be able to shed some light on the subject. She might even know who the ghost is. Ari shrugged. I don't even know if it is a ghost, I said. Then let's hold a séance to find out. Ari jumped up. I know where your mother kept her crystal ball, and it's still there. I found it when I was putting away your stuff in the library today. I snorted. My first day home, and you want to have a séance? Are you nuts? I haven't held a séance since I was 22. So what? I have. You're not the only witch around here, she said, laughing. I can lead a séance. I sighed. One thing about Ari. She was a pit bull in a size 2 body. She might look willowy and petite, but her red Euro bob fit her nature, and when she decided she wanted to do something, nobody could stop her. That was one of the things I loved about her and always had. Fine. We'll hold a séance. Although I'm not sure. I paused as the doorbell rang. Who could that be? I wonder if my aunt forgot anything. I headed to the door. But when I opened it, I saw that it wasn't my aunt. Instead, I found myself staring at a man who was a little taller than me. He had curly light brown hair down to his shoulders. There was a small scar on his cheek that looked long-healed. And he had the most beguiling green eyes I had ever seen. I found it hard to look away, actually. "Hi, I'm your new neighbor. I bought the house next door. My name's Killian O'Connell, and I wonder if I could borrow a cup of salt?" he said with an impish smile. At that moment, all I could do was stare. There was something about him that took my breath away, and I could barely find my tongue to answer. Chapter 3. I blinked, staring at the glass cup he held out. It was a measuring cup, all right, but a cup of salt? Sugar, I could have believed, even in this day and age, but salt? Confused and a little flustered, I motioned him in. "Salt. You need salt?" I stammered, forcing myself to stop staring at him. "Yes, I would like to borrow a cup of salt. I'm sorry, but you didn't tell me your name," he added. I raised my eyebrows. "Of course, I forgot. I'm sorry, I've had a long day. My name is January Jaxson, and this is my best friend, Ari." Killian paused, and the smile abruptly slid off his face. "Oh, you're—" He stopped. "I'm sorry for your loss. My real estate agent told me that the couple who owned this house—" Again, he looked tongue-tied. His hesitation gave me time to compose myself. "Yes, I'm Trevor and Althea's daughter. My parents died in a car crash about 5 months ago. I've decided to move back to Moonshadow Bay, and I just arrived today. Please, come inside. I'll see if there's any salt in the kitchen." I had spent so many years of playing the gracious hostess that, given the breathing space, I was able to hide my distress. I had spent many an evening soothing ruffled egos with scotch and bourbon. I could do it with my eyes closed when I wasn't taken by surprise. The artsy crowd liked their booze. I led him into the living room. Thanks to Ari and my aunt, the boxes were gone, collapsed and out in the garage, and the house looked tidy and neat. Killian glanced around. "This is a nice house. You have a great yard. I love how we live right up against the park." He sat down when I motioned to the sofa. "This is a wonderful neighborhood. When I was little, I spent more time playing in the woods than I did in my yard. I used to run wild out there, even though my mother tried to put a stop to it. The mystic wood is full of shadow as well as light. But Ari and I never let that stop us. We were out there constantly during the summer." Ari flashed me a bright smile. "We were at that. I'm so glad you're back. Why don't I make us all some hot cocoa? While I'm at it, I'll see if you have any salt around." She turned to Killian. "January just moved back today, so I'm not sure what we'll find in the pantry, but I know my way around the house." "Oh, don't bother," he started to say, but Ari shook her head. "No, you sit here and talk. Moving's hard enough, and since both of you have been at it today, I'm happy to help." She darted into the kitchen as I slowly sat down opposite Killian. He was a striking man, now that I'd had time to get a better look at him. His hair was almost corkscrew curly and the color of honey, but his eyes, they captivated me. The color of spring leaves, they glittered like gems, and the crow lines at the edges of his eyes told me he had a few years on him. His features were angular, almost chiseled. He was sturdy, muscled, and firm, and my imagination lingered. thinking about what his chest and abs must look like beneath the sweater he was wearing. Over the sweater, he wore a black leather jacket, and I noticed that he was wearing a pair of motorcycle boots. All in all, my new neighbor was smoking hot. "Is everything all right?" he asked. It occurred to me that I had been studying his looks for a good minute or two without speaking. Again, I blushed. "I'm sorry. I was just spacing out. I've had a long day, and it's the end of a very long few months. I'm not at my best right now." He leaned back, crossing one leg over his other knee as he gave me a nod. "I get it. I'm sorry I bothered you tonight, truly. You look tired." Crap. I wasn't sure how to take that, except it had never been a compliment. "I am," I muttered. "I just got home last night, and I've spent all day unpacking. My aunt and Ari helped me, but you know how it is. Even when you want to move, it takes a toll on you." "And you didn't want to move?" I paused, trying to think of a good way to answer that. "I was ready to, by the time I left." I wasn't about to regurgitate the mess with Ellison or the months-long acrimonious divorce. Let's just say it wasn't my idea to begin with, but now I'm glad to be back in town. "So where are you from?" He shrugged. "I'm coming in from California. I'm a veterinarian, and I worked in Southern California until the fires destroyed the town. My house burned down, my business burned to the ground, and I lost everything. A client once mentioned Moonshadow Bay, and the name stuck in my mind. I decided rather than rebuild, because with the way things are, the area will just burn again, I'd take a look up and down the coast for a place to live. I visited several towns in Oregon and Washington, but once I arrived in Moonshadow Bay, I knew this was the place for me. And it seems that one of the vets in town is retiring, so I bought out his business." He ran out of breath just as Ari returned. A cup of salt along with mugs of hot cocoa and a package of candy cane Oreos on a tray. "Here we go. Oreos for the hungry and footsore, and hot cocoa, fresh made." She set the tray down on the coffee table and handed us each a mug. I recognized them from my mother's holiday spode collection. "You found her holiday dishes," I murmured. "I remembered how much you loved them. Every Yule you'd beg her to make us hot chocolate, and she would, using these, along with homemade cookies." Ari handed me a saucer with several Oreos on it. I teared up, staring at the mug, my heart still sore. My mother had worked all her life, but she had always managed to make time for special occasions. The china had been passed down to her from my grandmother, and now it was mine. As the hot cocoa hit my tongue, I turned to Killian, feeling slightly teary-eyed. "I'm sorry about your house and your business. That must have been terrifying." To Ari, I added, "Killian's a vet, a veterinarian. He lost his business and home to the California wildfires." Killian stared into his cocoa. "Thank you. It was difficult. It's hard to be uprooted from everything you know. It's hard to lose everything you worked for." "I understand that all too well." I paused, then turned to Ari. "So you found the salt?" She nodded, glancing at Killian. "Do you mind telling us what you're doing with the salt? Are you brining a chicken or something?" He laughed. "No, I just needed to cleanse the space, and while I could go out and hopefully find an all-night grocery, I'm too tired. So I thought I'd come over, introduce myself, and see if you had some. My mother taught me to always cleanse a house before you move in, but I didn't have the opportunity, and there is some pretty murky energy there. I've got distilled water, but I didn't have the salt. I'm going to make a spray and just douse the corners of the house until I can hire someone in to do a proper warding." I perked up. If you need any help, just ask. But it has to be tomorrow because I'm too tired tonight. I'm from a femme trade lineage. So is Ari. Well, I thank you for that. And I'll probably take you up on it if I can't dislodge the psychic grunge myself. He stood, setting his cup down. Thank you for the cocoa and cookies and being so welcoming, but I'll leave you to your evening. I imagine you're as tired as I am. As he headed for the door, I followed, feeling oddly reluctant to see him go. If you need anything, just ask, I said, opening the door. As he stepped into the chill night, he ducked his head. Sleep well, he said, glancing back at me. I'll talk to you soon. I watched him go, finding myself thinking just how nice he seemed. And he was a veterinarian, which meant he loved animals. You like him, Ari said when I returned to the living room. He seems nice, I said. So what about the seance? You still want to hold it? I wanted to get out of talking about him, but Ari wasn't taking the bait. We can do that later. But January, you like him. I can tell. I always knew when you liked a boy back in high school. She snickered. I blushed. I sounded like an idiot. You did not. You were delightfully quirky. Well, he's a looker, all right, if you go for that type. I myself prefer boobs and— I know what you prefer, I said, laughing. Speaking of preferences, are you dating anybody right now? She shrugged, curling her legs beneath her on the sofa. Yeah, kind of. What's on TV? Or is the cable on yet? Yeah, I had all the utilities turned on last week before I got here, so I wouldn't have to deal with that after moving in. I flipped on the giant flat screen my father had bought the year before and flipped through the channels till I found the guide. What about the Great British Baking Show? They have a holiday special on. As I flipped to the channel, I added, What do you mean you're kind of dating? I didn't think you did casual. I usually don't, but this time I am, Ari said. But I could hear something behind her words that told me she wasn't happy with it. What's going on? I picked up my cocoa and dipped a cookie in it. Nothing, just nothing, Ari said. I don't feel like talking about it right now, okay? Can we just watch the show and enjoy the evening? I relented, but I knew Ari enough to know that there was something going on she didn't want to go into about. Okay. I paused before turning up the volume. Do you have work tomorrow? I'm afraid so, she said. I managed to get today off, but I need to be there tomorrow. Ari was a self-employed hairdresser. She had a salon in her house and had quite a number of clients. She was good, very good, and was usually booked solid for several weeks in advance. As we watched the show, I began to relax a little. Outside, the snow began to fall again, and the world outside the big bay window looked luminous and beautiful. I glanced at my phone. Ellison had tried to call me 4 times today, and there were a dozen texts from him, all screaming about his precious convertible and how he was going to sue me. I stared at the jarring words on the screen. For the first time in months, I felt really truly happy. I quietly blocked his calls and erased his texts, and went back to watching the show. The next morning, I decided that it was time to fill the fridge, reacquaint myself with the town, and as much as I was reluctant to, I would contact Conjure Ink and ask about the job. I dressed with care. If they asked me in for an interview right away, I wanted to look good. I decided on black jeans, a royal blue tank with silver trim below the bust line, and a black lace overshirt shirt. I threaded a silver belt through my belt loops. Then, after zipping up my ankle boots that had chunky heels so I wouldn't slip in the snow, I brushed my hair back, holding the cascade of waves in place with a bright blue headband. I finished with my makeup. I loved the glamour girl look, and I could pull off the heavy black eyeliner and a deep purple lip lacquer. One thing about the extra weight I carried, it tended to smooth out some of the little lines that had begun to appear. I was a month away from turning 41, and I was determined to enjoy this decade, given my 20s and 30s had been increasingly unpleasant. Heading downstairs, I made sure my reading glasses were in my purse before I went hunting for coffee and food. Moonshadow Bay was close to sea level, but I lived up on a hill, and I noticed as I drove down into the main part of town that I had considerably more snow than the lower-lying houses. I found an espresso stand, Jitterbug Jolt, and ordered a triple-shot peppermint mocha with extra whipped cream. If Ellison had been around, I would have done without the whipped cream and asked for sugar-free. But he wasn't, so I didn't. The freedom of being out from under his scrutiny hit me full force as I prepared to head into the supermarket. No more kale, no more low-fat dressing and sugar-free healthy muffins, no more bean sprouts and lean chicken breast. I could buy whatever the hell I wanted and not have him watching every mouthful of food that I put between my lips. All that the enforced dieting had done was make me miserable. Calories in, calories out, my ass. Laughing, I grabbed a card and headed inside. As I began to peruse the aisles, I heard someone calling my name. January? January Jaxson? Is that you? I turned to see Millie O'Connor, one of my high school buddies. I hadn't seen her in about a decade, when I was on a trip home during the holidays and we ran across each other in the local Baymart shopping mall. Millie, hey, how are you? I wheeled my cart out of the center of the aisle. What's up? Well, I'm now the chief of police, she said, grinning. She had been a detective on the force last time we had run across one another. Congrats. I was genuinely happy for her. Millie had always been one of those girls who never took guff from anybody and never let bullying go on if she could step in. I've moved back to town, I said, just the day before yesterday. Her smile slid away. I'm so sorry about your folks. I heard about the accident. I would have come to the funeral, but I was out on a case that day and couldn't get away. She ducked her head. Your parents were a fixture in the community. It won't be the same without them. But I'm glad to hear you moved back. Is your husband with you? I could tell she was trying to diplomatically ask if I was still married. No, I said, shaking my head. I left him back in Seattle with his soon-to-be trophy wife. I wasn't good enough arm candy. He also bilked me out of my half of the magazine and the house, so if I sound a little bitter, well, I am, I snorted. Anyway, I am truly happy to be back, and trust me, I'm never, ever getting married again. She laughed. You say that now, but I bet somebody will make you sit up and take notice. I'm glad that you're free of him, though, and I'm sorry he was such an asshole. She glanced at her cart. I'd love to stick around and chat, but I need to get the ice cream home before it melts and then head into work. Luckily, it's a slow day, crime-wise. We exchanged contact info and headed in our respective directions. The house was pretty much empty except for the cocoa and cookies that Ari had brought over, so I filled the cart with staples, meats, dairy, and produce. By the time I was ready to check out, the cart was overflowing with so much food that the checker grimaced when she saw me. I tried not to laugh as I unloaded the groceries onto the conveyor belt and placed 12 reusable bags on top. I just moved back to town, I said. "I'm afraid I bought out the store." At that, she laughed. "We'll get through it," she said, motioning to one of the few bag boys left in the world of supermarkets. He began bagging my groceries, making sure the bags weren't too heavy. Even though I had brought 12 bags with me, he still needed to use 4 paper ones. I ran my credit card through. One of the first things I had done the day after I found Ellison with his head between his girlfriend's legs was to take my name off our credit cards and apply for my own. At least that had been successful. My lawyer had argued in court that since a lot of what Ellison had charged had ended up going to his mistress, he should bear the brunt of paying them back. I had effectively stuck him with $50,000 worth of debt and walked away with a clean credit report. While it hadn't made up for losing the magazine or the house, it provided some solace. After shopping, I decided to take the groceries home before doing anything else. My parents had recently upgraded the kitchen. It had dark espresso cabinets and white quartz counters and a double wall oven. The ceiling was white and the walls were a pale blue. The entire room felt crisp and clean. The window over the sink overlooked the backyard, and from there I could see Mystic Wood State Park just beyond the back fence. The yard spread out to the left and right and was a good half-acre wide. The grass was currently covered with about an inch of snow. I had long finished my mocha, so I made myself a sandwich for brunch and wandered out to the back porch. A wide screen door leading to the backyard was in the center of the enclosed porch, and to my right, a bistro table and 4 chairs sat protected from the elements. While the snow and rain could get through the screens, they deflected a lot of the moisture. The temperature had to be only in the upper 30s, so I decided that eating my breakfast out there wasn't an option. But I took a moment to look over the yard. I had repeatedly snuck into the park, sometimes with Ari and sometimes alone, but almost always against my parents' wishes. There was so much magic residing in that forest that I could barely breathe at times. It was intoxicating. I hadn't been there since my teen years, though. The desire to run off and tromp through the snow hit me, but I had things to do still, so I whispered, "I'll be there as soon as I can." The forest seemed to hear me, and the wind gusted, shaking the trees. I headed inside, giving the yard itself one last look. The roses were overgrown, and some of the trees needed trimming. Winter was a good time to take care of pruning, so I made a note to call a lawn care service because I had no clue what to do. I wasn't a green witch, that was for sure. My magic took other forms. I looked around the kitchen and sighed. If I didn't call Conjure Ink, somebody else might get the job, and I needed to work until I could brush up on my magic. I had dreams of following in my mother's footsteps and setting out my shingle. My mother had hired out as a card reader, ghostbuster, and spellcaster, and I knew that if I could level up my skills, I could take over her clientele, if they hadn't already moved on to someone else. But in the meantime, I needed to find work so that I could keep my savings account intact. I pulled out the piece of paper that Ari had given me and sat down at the table, punching in the number. 3 rings later, someone picked up. "Gelpart," came the brusque answer. I blinked, unsure of how to respond. "Hello, who is this?" He sounded rushed and irritated. "Right, I'm sorry. I'm January Jaxson, and I'm calling about the job with Conjure Ink. Ari Wheeler told me about it. Is it still available?" There was a pause before he cleared his throat, and in a more calmer tone said, "Yes, actually, it is. When can you come in for an interview?" I hadn't expected such a quick response. "Today, if you like." "Fine. 1280 Martin Street. 3 o'clock. Bring your resume. I'll see you then, January." And click. I stared at my phone. If I didn't need the job, I'd think twice. But then again, I knew a lot of publishing professionals, and most of them were just as brusque. Tad Gelpart might run an odd-sounding paranormal investigations site, but that didn't mean he wasn't pressed for time. What the hell, I thought. It can't hurt to check it out. A glance at the clock told me I had enough time to go shopping before the interview. I was unpacked, but I had gotten rid of all my mother's old sheets and linens. Grabbing my keys and purse, I sorted through my briefcase, in which I had packed all my important documents, like my birth certificate, passport, deed to the house, and other legal necessities. I should get a fireproof safe, I said, mostly to myself. I finally found the copies of the resume that I had printed out before I had left Allison's house, and tucking them into a file folder in my tote bag, I headed out for the car. It was time to go shopping. Chapter 4. The town square was bustling. Most of the shops in Moonshadow Bay were in the downtown area, though there were a few tiny strip malls on the outskirts of town. But Bed and Body Unlimited was off of Main Street on Glacier Avenue. Bellingham and Moonshadow Bay weren't that far from Mount Baker National Park, which housed Mount Baker, one of the most active of the volcanoes that made up the Cascade Mountain Range. The range split the state in two, with western Washington temperate and wet, lush and green year-round. The eastern side of the state was dry and scorched during the summer and cold and icy during the winter. Eastern Washington was far bigger than western Washington, but it had a much sparser population, and the only thing the two sides of the state had in common was their name. Over on the east side of the mountains, conservatives ruled over orchards and farms, while here, on the west side, liberals and high-tech moguls ran the landscape and the economy. But the Cascades were the real star. The mountains towered over the land, breaking apart the terrain with craggy peaks jutting their way into the sky. The only way over them were the high mountain passes. The Cascades claimed 5 active volcanoes, along with a number of dormant and extinct ones. Mount Rainier, who guarded Seattle with her stately form, was the best known and the most dangerous, given 100,000 people lived in her shadow. Then there was Mount St. Helens, who had let loose in 1980 with a massive eruption that destroyed over 1,000 feet off the top and killed 60. But up north, near Bellingham, we were focused on Mount Baker. Still very much alive, the last known eruption was thought to have been in 1884. But the 19th century had seen close to 20 eruptions. The land was alive, and here in Moonshadow Bay, we were well aware of that life. Most of us paid attention to the ebb and flow of energy that worked its way around the area. I found a place to park. There was a parking lot across from the block of stores that offered plenty of parking and easy access, and headed over to buy new sheets and towels. Once in the store, I ended up buying far more. I decided I wanted plum and dusky blue sheet sets, and I found a new comforter that was a paisley pattern in vibrant blue, green, and white. I tossed extra throw pillows into the cart and then moved on to the kitchen aisles. I couldn't remember if my mother had just the right size of whisks I liked. I loved to bake, well, she had made most of our treats from boxed mixes, so I chose a set of 4 graduated sizes, then moved on to the crystal, where I chose new goblets and drinkware. I also decided that I needed new skillets, and then I picked up an air fryer. By the time I left the store, pushing the cart across to my car, my credit card had taken a $1,000 hit. I packed the bags into the back of my Subaru and glanced at my watch. It was 11. I was debating whether to stop in at Ruby's, a small Italian restaurant nearby, when I heard someone calling my name. "January!" I turned around to see Killian 3 cars over from mine. He waved, and I motioned him over. I noticed he was wearing hiking boots, which worked well on snow and ice. The snow was beginning to turn to slush as the temperatures rose above freezing, but they were due to plunge back down into the 20s tonight, which meant everything would melt just enough to create a solid sheet of ice for tomorrow. "Hey," I said as he approached. "What are you doing?" "Same thing as you are, apparently. Shopping for new bedding. Everything I owned was burned to a crisp, and I'm not joking. All my family pictures, everything I had accumulated, all gone," he said, a melancholy look washing across his face. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't realize you had truly lost everything." I paused, frowning. There was more to his grief than losing possessions. "You lost more than that, didn't you?" He nodded. "I lost my dog. I couldn't get in to save her. It still chokes me up thinking about it. The only comfort I have is the firemen said the smoke took her before the flames reached her. She wasn't young. She was 14, and I doted on her." "What was her name?" I asked. I had wanted a pet for years, but Ellison had argued against it so vehemently that I decided he couldn't be trusted around a pet anyway. "Sasha. She was a German shepherd. I wish to hell I had followed my instincts and taken her to work with me that morning. The fire hit my house before it hit my practice. I could have saved her, gotten her out with me." I bit my lip, feeling bad that I'd brought up such a sad memory. "You want to grab a cup of coffee?" I asked. "Ruby's is a good place to eat, and I was about to stop for lunch. My treat, to welcome you to Moonshadow Bay." Killian tilted his head, his long curls sweeping to the side as he did so. His eyes softened and he smiled. "Thank you. I'd love to. In fact, I wouldn't mind some lunch, too. I ate breakfast at 6 this morning and could use a good bite. But I insist on paying." I felt my cheeks color just a little as he offered his arm, but I managed to push down my feelings of awkwardness as we headed into the restaurant. In the back of my mind, Ari's teasing rang loud and clear. Yeah, maybe I did like him, just a little. Killian scarfed down his spaghetti as though he hadn't eaten in days. I was just as hungry, but I suddenly felt self-conscious. I twirled the spaghetti around and around on my fork. He noticed. "What's wrong? Is something off with your food?" I blinked. I had done the same thing with Ellison because he was always harping on my weight, and he only noticed if I actually ate anything. "No, it's fine. I'm just—" "You can't be full already. You've barely eaten a bite." He frowned, looking puzzled. I bit my lip, unsure of how to answer. But it felt foreign to eat around a man. Finally, I decided that it wouldn't matter anyway. He was my neighbor. I forked a mouthful of the noodles and meat sauce into my mouth, immediately spilling some on my shirt. My boobs acted as a catch tray, as usual, catching the brunt of the sauce. I couldn't see my stomach or my feet when I looked down. A G-cup pretty much makes sure of that. It also ensured that I pretty much wore only shirts and dresses one day before having to wash them. I scrambled to wipe the sauce off my top, then reached in my purse for a stride pen, soap in a pen to take off stains. "Damn it," I said, trying to clean off my bust in the most delicate way possible. "I'm not usually such a klutz." "You're not a klutz at all. Spaghetti is a messy food. and I personally think they should cut the noodles up and serve it with a spoon. But you're right, the food here is fantastic." He enthusiastically finished off his meal and motioned to the waitress. The lunch was all you can eat. "More spaghetti and garlic bread, please." I finished tidying up and went back to my meal. He was right. The food was so good that I decided to forget about being self-conscious. I was hungry and I was going to eat. After a few minutes, Killian asked, "How bad was it? Your marriage?" I froze, darting a glance his way. "How did you know?" "I know the signs. My sister was in a bad marriage, and it really messed with her head. It took her a long time to regain her sense of self. He didn't want you to eat, right?" I hesitated, then nodded. "Right. I was in a thinner phase when we got married, and Ellison was really unhappy that I gained any weight. But I had been sick when we met. I had had mono and had lost about 40 pounds from my normal weight. Ellison assumed that was my normal look. I managed to keep it off for a while, and we got married. Then I started to gain it back. My body isn't comfortable at a low weight. He started needling me about it, so I stopped eating very much. At least while he was around. You ate when he couldn't watch you, right? My sister did the same thing." "Right. And he couldn't understand why I didn't lose weight since I barely ate anything in front of him. We worked together, so I had to slip away from him in order to get a decent meal. And I just avoided dinner mostly and snacked later. It was easier to let him think that I was lazy rather than argue for my right to eat." Killian shook his head. "I don't understand men who act like that. Was he controlling in other ways?" I nodded. "Yes. And I kept my mouth shut to keep the peace. Oh, he never hit me. But I spent 18 years under his constant criticism. I guess I didn't realize that the emotional abuse was creeping up on me. It's easy to excuse behaviors when they're passive-aggressive, and when your partner gaslights you. I hadn't intended on diving into the dark corners of my marriage, but since he asked, I decided to answer honestly. What finally made you leave? Ellison cheated on me for a year. Magic finally brought out the truth. At my request, Ari had cast a spell to find out if he was having an affair, and sure enough, 2 days later I walked in on him going down on his girlfriend. When we divorced, he managed to steal my half of the magazine we started, and he conned me out of the house. Trust me, I'm not stupid. He was just smart and sleazy, and I guess I never expected him to go that far. I trusted him when I shouldn't have. I had probably just shunted Killian fully into the friend zone without meaning to. No man wanted to hear griping against the ex, especially right up front. But I liked Killian. If he ended up being a good friend, I'd be happy with that. Yeah, just keep telling yourself that, a little voice inside whispered. I glanced at my watch. We had spent 90 minutes over lunch. It was going on 12:30. I'd better go. I have a job interview at 3, and I want to get my purchases home so that I don't have to worry about leaving them in the car, though there isn't a great deal of crime around Moonshadow Bay. I paused. When will you be opening the new clinic? He leaned back, watching me. I'll be looking at the offices I took over this afternoon and examining how much work I need to do to renovate. I'd like to have my office up and running by the new year. If I find a pet, which I am thinking of, I'll definitely bring her or him to you. I started to pull out my wallet, but he protested. "No, please. I want to pay. I enjoyed lunch, and I enjoyed the company even more," he said, reaching out to shake my hand. Again, I felt flustered, since I had been the one to ask him to lunch. But then I decided that if he wanted to pay, I'd be gracious and not object. "Thank you. I had fun too. I'll see you around," I said, standing. "I think I'll stay and have more coffee. Good luck on your interview." He waved as I started for the door. "Wait, what are you interviewing for?" he called. I glanced over my shoulder. "It's for a paranormal investigator job at a place called Conjure Ink," I said, then waved and pushed open the door. Conjure Ink was headquartered in an office complex on the outskirts of town, surprisingly close to my house. It was also buttressed against Mystic Wood State Park. The building also housed a computer company and an office supply store, and the complex boasted several restaurants as well. Conjure Ink was on the far end to the left, only steps away from the park. I pushed open the door, peeking inside. There was a receptionist's desk in front of another door. Otherwise, the waiting area was sparse. A few chairs, a table, and some magazines about UFOs and Bigfoot. The receptionist's desk had a sign on it that read, "Ring bell and please wait." I rang the bell and took a seat, smoothing my hair and making sure I had my tote with the file folder containing my resume. I had also brought a few articles I had written in case Tad wanted to see them. I leaned back, waiting. A few minutes later, I readjusted myself, wondering if this was all a joke. But just as I was getting ready to leave, the door behind the desk opened and a young man, or he looked young to me, peeked out. "Are you here about the job?" he asked. I nodded. "Yes," I said, standing. I towered over the guy, who couldn't be more than 5'4", and a sinking feeling told me I should probably just turn around and leave. "I'm Tad Gelpard, and you are—" "January Jaxson." I held out my hand and he took it, giving me a surprisingly strong squeeze. "Is the job still open?" "Oh, yes," Tad said. "We've been looking for the right person for weeks. If you'll follow me, please." He led me behind the desk and through the door. We entered in a large room that had a bank of computer towers against one wall. A balding, bulky man who looked to be around 35 was manning that. A woman in her 20s or 30s was hunched over a separate computer, frowning at the monitor screen in front of her. Both were in jeans and sweaters, and I was relieved that I didn't feel overdressed. "Guys, meet January Jaxson. She's here to interview for the job," Tad said. He pointed to a large metal desk in the corner. "Take a seat. Just grab a chair from over there." I did as he asked, sitting down in front of the totally functional, totally unattractive metal desk. It looked like they had gotten their equipment from a second-hand office supplies store, and it occurred to me that this might be a volunteer job. I have to ask, is this a paying gig? I don't mean to sound snarky, but I can't afford to volunteer right now. Given the looks of the office, I had the feeling they were running on a shoestring. Oh, the computers looked like they had cost a fortune, but everything else had that air of, can we get it for free about it? "Oh, it pays. Don't worry about that," Tad said. He smiled, and it totally altered the way he looked, making him appear much more approachable. His glasses, a throwback to John Lennon's round granny glasses, and the polo shirt and jeans, gave him the look of a first-class geek, but in a cute sort of way. His hair was tousled and blonde, and he reminded me of a kid straight out of college. "We pour most of our money into our payroll, our investigations, and our supplies and tech that we need. So the office is sparse, but it's functional, and that's what matters. So, what do you know about Conjure Ink? He asked. I frowned. I had taken a quick look at the website on my laptop, but hadn't had the chance to study it in depth. I'm going to be honest with you. I just moved back to Moonshadow Bay after years of living in Seattle, just moved back yesterday. My friend heard about this job, and she seemed to think I'd be a good fit. Her name is Ari Wheeler. Right, Ari. Well, I trust her instincts. So, writing's your specialty? Tad asked. I nodded. I majored in journalism in college, and I built the Seattle Monitor of Art and Literature from the ground up. I actually founded it, but my ex-husband gained custody during the divorce proceedings. I scowled. If you call him, however, he'll insist he did all the work, but it's not true. Acrimonious parting, eh? Tad asked. I nodded. I wouldn't mention it except that the magazine was my baby. I put all the work into it for the first year or two, and then he joined in and managed to squeeze me out of it. I spent over a dozen years building the circulation and writing most of the articles. At least he can't go back and change my bylines, unless he digitalizes everything. I reached in my tote bag and pulled out the file folder. Here are my resume and clips of some of my best articles. I handed the folder to him. He flipped through it, taking his time. After about 10 minutes, he closed the folder and set it on the desk. I believe you. You can really write. What are your connections to the paranormal? I'm a femtrad witch. My great-grandfather was one of the founders of Moonshadow Bay, I said. My own powers passed down matrilineally from my great-grandmother. That's why I returned here to live. He looked pleased. Good. The fact that you're both a witch and you can write solves two problems with one stone, so to speak. I need someone who works magic as well as someone who can write. You see, there are two sides to Conjure Ink. The website is run as... Think of it as an online encyclopedia of paranormal happenings from all over the western coast of Washington. However, to fund the research, we also hire out to clients who are looking for someone to take care of paranormal creepy-crawlies and to investigate and at times clear hauntings. We're seldom at a loss for clients, and we make more than enough to fund the research aspects of the company. I myself don't take a salary. I'm independently wealthy, and this is a passion of mine. So I funded the business at the start, and I pour all money back into the business, other than paying your salaries. I blinked. So this was more than a desk job. What's the job entail? Hank watches for reports that come in from around the area. We have a weekly meeting where we discuss whether there's enough evidence to investigate the cases Hank finds, and then we go from there. When we are hired on by clients, we proceed like an investigation, check out the background of the story, then do walkthroughs, try to find what's causing the problem unless it's already known, and then deal with it. All of us are investigators, though sometimes we'll take turns if the job isn't big enough for everyone to go out on. Besides Hank and me, there's Caitlin, she's over at the desk right now, and Wren, who's on vacation. So we cover all of Western Washington? Yes, including the peninsula. We're one of a number of clearinghouses for paranormal information. A library of sorts. Since Conjure Ink covers Western Washington, you could end up traveling to Seattle or down to Vancouver or out to Mount Rainier. There are other groups scattered all over the states that do the same kind of thing, and we're all interconnected. The job sounded more interesting by the minute. What about expenses, like if I have to stay the night or something? You pay for them, we reimburse you. Keep all receipts. While our office may look Spartan, the fact is Conjure Ink takes in a lot of money and all employees receive a living wage. Salary here starts at $1,500 a week with a 6-month probation period, then it bumps up to $1,800 a week. We pay for 50% of your health insurance. After 6 months, you get 1 week off the first year, 2 weeks for the second year, and if you are with us 3 years, you'll have 3 weeks off a year from then on. 2 sick days a month. On days you're not investigating, there's always data entry and other work to do. Tad rattled off the stats on his fingers. I looked around. The work sounded interesting, and it paid enough for me to live comfortably without dipping into my reserves. All right, I'm interested. Good. I think you'll fit. I may be human, but I have a sixth sense about people. Can you start tomorrow? We have a stack of cases in reserve. Tad grinned and held out his hand. Welcome aboard. I guess I'm in. As I shook his hand, I wondered just what I was getting myself into. But it was better than dishing up French fries and burgers. After I agreed to take the job, Tad introduced me to Caitlin and Hank. Caitlin not only kept the hardware going, but she also did preliminary research and helped out on investigations. Welcome aboard. Good to have you here, she said, shaking my hand perfunctorily before turning back to the computer she was taking apart. Tad, we need a new sound card, and I'm concerned about one of the hard drives. I'll perform a diagnostic and let you know, and while I'm at it, I'm going to verify that we've backed up all the data on the drive to the server. Good. Let me know what we need, and I'll write up a purchase authorization. Tad tapped Hank, who was still glued to the bank of computers. He had 6 monitors going, and I wondered how he was able to focus on all of them. Hank, meet January, our new investigator. Hank glanced up from the screens and gave me a faint wave of the hand. Yo, was all he said before turning back to his work. I stared at him a moment. What else does Hank do? Hank monitors the reports that come in, and he keeps in touch with a number of the other companies. We're part of an umbrella organization I started that offers membership to around 10 other sites. It's called Urban Legends, Inc., but we have no say over the other companies who belong to it, although we all share information. I frowned. Conjure Ink is a pretty complex company, isn't it? I was beginning to get the feeling it was far larger and more far-reaching than I had first thought. Yep, we actually have ties with the government. Now that they've opened up about UFOs, we're digging into those reports because a number of the sightings were located in the Pacific Northwest, Hank explained. Urban Legends runs a database that we all contribute to and we all have access to. Tad motioned to the empty desk in the corner. You'll work there. I'll have a key made for you today. The key opens the front door and then the door to this office. Ren usually mans the front desk, by the way. You'll need to learn the security code. We have tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment here, and while we back up all our info to both the main server and to a backup database, we really don't want to have to replace $50,000 worth of tech. So we keep a tight watch on the place. I will be running a background check, but from what you told me, I doubt if there will be a problem. I grinned. Depending on how petty my ex is, you might find a report that I torched his tuxedo and did a number on his convertible before I left. Given that he bilked me out of the company, well, I felt it was a fitting parting gift. Tad snorted. I'm not worried about domestic disputes, so no worries there. He glanced at the clock. I have a meeting coming up. Be here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Wear comfortable clothes. I plan to have you out in the field by early afternoon. As I left, I couldn't help but smile. The job still sounded a bit odd, but I was excited. I had loved the magazine, but this was something new. From what Tad had said, I didn't expect to be bored, and I hadn't expected decent perks like vacation time and insurance. Also, from what I had seen of them, I liked Tad, Caitlin, and Hank. Leaving the building, I glanced back at the modest sign on the door that read, Conjure Ink. Yeah, I could probably get used to working here. Chapter 5. By the time I got home, it was 5. I stood inside my door, suddenly realizing I had no clue what to do. I hadn't formed a routine yet. I wasn't acclimated to being back in Moonshadow Bay, and everything still seemed alien. I wasn't hungry, given I had stopped on the way home to buy a caramel latte and a brownie to celebrate, and we had unpacked all my things, except for what I had bought today. I'm not used to an empty house, I said to myself, my voice echoing in the foyer. Even though I had come to loathe the sight of Ellison, having somebody else in the house made everything feel different. I pulled out my phone and called Ari. Hey, what are you up to? Just getting off work. How was your day? I could hear her teeth chattering. Are you outside? Trudging to my car. It's going to snow again. I got the job. Conjure Ink hired me. I start tomorrow. I wanted to celebrate something. It had been a long time since I'd had reason to celebrate. Come over for dinner? Congrats. And sure, I'll come over. I have to make one stop, though. What are we having? I haven't a clue. I bought food this morning, but I have no idea what I want. I'll bring dinner and wine. See you in about half an hour. As she hung up, it occurred to me that I needed to reacquaint myself with old friends. I couldn't just lean on Ari all the time. While I had met Millie at the store, there were other people I knew from growing up, people who had never left, and I remembered some of them fondly. While I waited for Ari, I put the new sheets in the washer. Then I busied myself washing the new goblets and kitchen gadgets and tucking them away. Finally, I made a pot of coffee in case Ari wanted some, and pulled a couple shots of decaf for myself, adding milk, chocolate syrup, and peppermint syrup. Peppermint mocha, the perfect holiday drink. Speaking of festive, I carried my mocha over to the trapezoid bench seat below the wide bay window. The cushion was a black and white gingham, and the 3-sided bay window looked over the front lawn out into the street. The rest of the houses on Fern Street were aglow with the wash of lights and decorations. I should decorate, I murmured to myself. Ellison always wanted tasteful displays. I used to needle him about being like Fraser Crane, with his snobbish view of what the holidays should look like. I celebrated solstice, but he insisted on Christmas, although he was about as religious as a pumpkin. So I performed my rituals alone. But when it came to the decorations, he wanted pure white lights, gold and silver ornaments, an understated tree with a few ivory ribbons. Absolutely nothing flamboyant or colorful. The only outside decorations he had agreed to were a couple of wreaths. That's changing this year, I whispered to myself, watching as the snow began to fall, captured by the street lamps. The cheerful houses up and down the street glowed in the snowfall, their multicolored lights and displays offering warmth in the winter night. Sipping my mocha, I felt a sudden sense of peace surround me, and leaned my head against the window pane. Ari showed up a few minutes later with a bucket of chicken in one hand, bags containing mashed potatoes, gravy, and biscuits, and more, and a dozen roses. These are for getting the job, she said, shoving the bouquet of white and red roses into my arms. I also have brownies and wine. We fixed ourselves a couple of plates and settled onto the sofa with chicken, potatoes, and gravy and wine. I had found a vase for the roses, and they sat prominently on top of the entertainment hutch that my parents had bought when I was 11. "Tell me about the job," Ari said. I told her, leaving nothing out. "I start tomorrow. It sounds fascinating." "Well, I can hardly wait to hear what you're going to be investigating. I have to say, it sounds like a dream job to me." She paused. "Hey, I doubt if you heard the news, but do you remember Arabella Jones?" I frowned, thinking back. "Wasn't she in our graduating class?" "Yeah, she was. She was found dead this morning. I just talked to her the other day." Ari shrugged, but I could see the worry in her eyes. "What happened? She was too young for a stroke or a heart attack, wasn't she?" "That's the thing," Ari said, staring at her drumstick. "They have no clue what killed her. She was just found dead out in the snow, near the old asylum." I shivered. What the hell? What was she doing out there? Moonshadow Bay had its darker aspects, and the Stellar View Institution for the Criminally Insane had been one of them. Located on the outskirts of Moonshadow Bay, Stellar View was the brainchild of George Leland, a psychologist who later ended up in jail. The institution was more of an asylum, specializing in housing the criminally insane in Western Washington. Opened in 1940, the asylum unfortunately ended up doing more harm than good, and its license was revoked in 1967. I didn't know all the details, but there were rumors that some of the inmates who had died there, and there were a good handful, still haunted the area. I knew there was something about a December curse attached to the empty asylum building, but I had no real recollection what it was. I have no clue, nor does her husband. He said she went out for ice cream, but she never came home. They found her body this morning. She was lying in the snow, but there were no signs of foul play, no signs of anything. There might be more on the news tonight. Do you mind if I turn on the television? I found the remote and turned on the TV. There was a local news and weather channel, and it constantly ran the weather with updates on the news coming every half hour. "We have 10 minutes till the next update," I said. "I met Millie O'Connor in the store today." "She's Millie Tupton now. She married Jake Tupton. She's the chief of police now, you know." Ari bit into another piece of chicken. "She's a good cop. I trust her. We had a sketchy chief of police until the last election. It turned out he was accepting bribes from several members of the Moonshadow Mafia." I rolled my eyes. "Are the rumors about that group still running fast and loose?" "Yeah, but turns out they weren't rumors." "You're kidding." "Nope. Remember old Rainier Johnson? You know, he owns the bank. He is actually a founding member, and the old chief of police, Chief Roberts, was accepting bribes from him to look the other way on a number of issues. I don't know if any of the issues were actually serious, but a lot of Johnson's family members got out of speeding tickets, DUIs, and the like. There was a recall. Millie, who was a detective at the time, ran for the office and won." I finished my wine. Well, it seems that Moonshadow Bay has its fair share of soap opera and high drama. Laughing, I poured myself another glass. "What happened to Roberts?" "He was convicted of accepting bribes and ended up being sentenced to 10 years in prison." Ari glanced at the television and turned up the sound. "Shh, the news is on." The announcer on the station looked familiar, too, and I could have sworn I had met her, but I couldn't remember where. "Dana Wilby here for KC12 News at the top and bottom of every hour. Today, Arabella Jones was found dead near the old Stellarview Asylum in Moonshadow Bay. Police have no leads as to what caused her death. As of this afternoon, Chief Millie Tupton said that police are still searching for answers and that there are no clues to the cause of death. An autopsy is being performed to rule out foul play. I turned to Ari. That's creepy. You don't just find people dead in the snow for no reason. If she had frozen to death, they would have been able to tell, right? Her family must be devastated. Unless her husband did it. They always check out the spouse first. Ari wiped her fingers and dabbed the napkin against the side of her lips. What do you want to do tonight? I want to buy a tree and decorations, I said. I want to get my life here going. Now that I have a job, I need to set up a new routine and settle in. The move is so new that I feel adrift. I also want to reconnect with some of our friends, so I don't wear out my welcome with you. Like you could ever do that. But hey, the Winter Carnival is coming up Saturday, and the Winter Cotillion is on the 19th, a week from Saturday, and the sunrise solstice ceremony takes place at sunrise on Monday the 21st. It starts at midnight, so if you're game to pull an all-nighter, I'm up for it. She smiled. You know all the old gang will be there, at least those who are still around. I marked off the dates on my calendar. I doubt if I'll go to the cotillion. I don't have anyone to go with, and I can't possibly scare up a date by then. I paused, thinking it was likely I wouldn't be scaring up a date any time soon. Why don't you ask that hunky new neighbor of yours? Ari grinned. He's new in town, and he'd probably like to get in on a few of the activities. I couldn't, I said, mortified. I had lunch with him today, and I made a fool of myself. Do tell. Ari tucked her feet beneath her on the sofa. What did you find out? What I found out is that I'd say nice, but he's not that bland. He's interesting, and he's had a rough time lately. I told her about the fires and how he had lost everything. He also lost his dog, I said, staring at the floor. That made me sadder than just about anything else. He likes you. He wouldn't have spent an hour and a half at lunch with you if he didn't. He was just being polite. As I said, I kind of made a fool of myself. I told her about the incident with the spaghetti. I sat there like an idiot, afraid to eat in front of him. A dark look crossed Ari's face. I want to pound Ellison into the ground. I wish you'd let me cast a hex on him. The lights flickered, and I gave her a long look. Don't cast any spells without telling me first. Seriously, I don't want you getting any backlash. I won't, but at the very least, that prick deserves limp dick syndrome. Please let me cast a bounce-back spell on him. Ari stretched, yawning. She was so petite that it was hard to believe she was a black belt in karate. I took care of that with the car. Kind of. That reminds me. I pulled out my phone and peeked at the blocked messages. Sure enough, Ellison had left 43 texts. Everyone typed in caps, everyone screaming about what a cunt I was, how he would never forgive me, how I was ungrateful. I snickered as I showed them to Ari. Think he's still pissed about the convertible? With your background, he's lucky you didn't shove the hose down his throat. Your family never was reticent about payback. She giggled. My family knows the power of skillfully aimed revenge, I said with an evil grin. He won't go to the cops, though. He's too afraid of my magic. Okay, up on your feet, woman. If you want to go tree shopping, let's get a move on. The lots are open late, and so are the stores. We'll also shop for decorations. Ari carried our plates to the kitchen, and I followed with the leftovers, tucking them into the fridge. "How many glasses of wine have you had?" I asked. "Only half a glass. When you said you wanted to go tree shopping, I limited myself. You've had 2, so I'll drive." She held up her keys. "My SUV awaits, Cinderella." "Thanks, Prince Charming," I said, giving her a hug. "Hey," she said, "what are friends for?" The tree lot by the main fountain in the town square was open for business, but the selection was already sparse. The fountain ran for most of the year, but had been turned off with the first sign of freezing weather. I stared at the trees, trying to decide what I wanted. Ari pointed to a massive blue spruce that must have been close to 8 feet tall. "What about that? It's got that frosted look from the bluish needles." She shook one of the branches. "They still seem firmly attached." "You know, I think I'm actually going to go with an artificial tree. It won't be a fire hazard and won't be as messy, and I can keep it up longer." I had always had a fear of fire, though I wasn't sure where it came from. My mother had said it was past life trauma, and she was probably right. Ever since childhood, I'd always worried about leaving on the stove, or that I'd forget to stamp out the last of bonfire embers. "What? You don't want sap all over your nice hardwood floors?" But Ari was grinning at me. "All right, let's go over to Maxwell's." 10 minutes later, at the department store, I found the perfect tree. It was 8 feet tall, which would fit in my cathedral-ceilinged living room, and it looked lightly flocked, but shaking the branches showed that I wouldn't have white dust all over the floor. I asked the nearest sales clerk to find a boxed one, and to take it to the cashier while I bought decorations. He politely agreed, though he looked rushed, and I wished I could give him a tip. "What kind of decorations do you want?" Ari asked. I stared at the aisles of shining balls and tinsel and garland. My parents had beautiful decorations, but this year I wanted something that was mine alone. I wasn't ready yet to bring out the family heirlooms, the ornaments I had known and loved as a child. I get a fresh start, don't I? I think I want blue and silver and ivory. I'm going to need a buttload of them for that size of tree. I found a couple patterns I liked: dusky blue velveteen dangles and creamy ivory balls, and glittered silver balls with cobalt blue trim that shimmered under the lights. I managed to find several boxes of crystal ornaments with delicate ceramic roses piped onto them. As we pushed through the aisles, I added cobalt and silver tinsel garland and strands of multicolored LED lights for the outside. The tree was pre-lit with multicolored fairy lights, though I made certain they were incandescent. LED lights were fine outside, but inside they hurt my eyes. I added 2 wreaths that would match my ornament choices, one for the door and one for inside, and then I went hog wild on the snow globe and the Santa aisles. I found the perfect holly king, dressed in a long blue robe with all the forest animals around him. "I love this." I handed him to the cart, which was in grave danger of spilling over the side. "I want outdoor decorations, too." "I'll get 2 more carts. Wait here," Ari said, heading back toward the front of the store. I stared at the display, feeling like a kid in a candy shop. It had been so long since I'd been able to pick out what I wanted without getting bitched at when I got home that I had a mad urge to buy everything in sight. "Slow down," I whispered to myself. "Buy what you want, but make sure you're not just buying in retaliation." Taking a deep breath, I let it out slowly. As I looked around, feeling calmer, I sorted through the decorations that appealed to me and replaced the ones that I had just tossed into my cart. By the time Ari returned with the other carts, I had enough to fill them up. "That's good for now," I said, smiling at her. "I think I know what I'm doing tomorrow after work." "Why not tonight? We can at least put the tree up. We'll put on a movie and spend a couple hours decorating, and you'll feel right at home." "I adore you," I said, blowing her a kiss. "I know," she laughed. "I'm adorable." At home, we put on an affair to remember and began setting up the tree. It worked well in the corner my mother had always kept free for the holidays, and as we sorted out the ornaments and lights, I needled Ari to come clean. "You told me you were kind of seeing someone? What did you mean, kind of, and who is she?" Ari blushed. "Fine, I'll tell you, but don't laugh." I frowned. "Why would I laugh?" "Because. Just wait and you'll know why I said that. Do you remember Megan Lopez?" I stared at her, almost dropping the delicate ornament I was holding. "Mean Meg? You have to be kidding. I told you, all right. But I couldn't help but laugh. Mean Meg, or Megan Lopez, had been one of the biggest bullies in high school. She was head cheerleader, and she was a shifter, a bear shifter from the North Cascades Bear Clan. They weren't known for being all that nice, but then again, bears. Megan's changed. I'll say. Back in the day, she was dating Jim Franks on the football team. Franks was a puma shifter, and the two had fit together like eggs and bacon. Or at least I thought they had. I mean, she's nicer now. Well, that's two incredible things for the day. The White Queen from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland would be proud of you. So when did she come out? The day before their 16th wedding anniversary. I thought you knew, Ari said. How could I? I shook my head. Once I left Moonshadow Bay, I didn't keep tabs on most of the people here except you and a couple others. Weren't Jim and Megan engaged in high school? She nodded. Yeah, she actually turned into a pretty decent person after you left for college. But I guess she was never happy. You know the bear clans. They're even more conservative than the wolves, and they aren't all that thrilled about same-sex relationships. With her father being leader of the clan, she had a reputation to keep up. Finally, though, she lost it. The day before their anniversary, she had a meltdown in the middle of the town square, told Jim that she was leaving him, threw her wedding ring in the fountain, and filed for divorce. 2 months later, she showed up at one of the WA Rainbow Pride Group's events and announced she was out of the closet. The WA Rainbow Pride was an LGBTQ group of other kin, including those born to magic, shifters, and other sorts of preternatural kinfolk. They joined in with the regular pride groups during the marches, but they were especially good for dealing with the challenges faced by those in the community. Wow, I said, shaking my head. Megan was the last one of our class I would have pegged as coming out. So when did you start dating her? 3 months ago. I had just broken up with Sharon. Ari and Sharon had been together for 3 years, but their relationship was turbulent and ran hot-cold. That was just rough. When she had told me they broke up, I was secretly relieved that she'd be out of the drama. Megan and I went for coffee after a meeting one evening, and we really hit it off. We started going out. We're nowhere near thinking about love or anything serious, but we have a lot of fun together. I don't know what, if anything, will come of it, but she's good for me, I think. Ari gave a little shrug. If you had told me in high school that I'd end up dating the head cheerleader, I would have laughed you out of town. I snorted. Ari had known she was gay from the time she was born. I hadn't thought twice about it when we became friends. I wasn't averse to the idea of a relationship with a woman, but it wasn't my first inclination. On the Kinsey scale, I was probably 75% hetero, 25% bi-curious. I had never been involved with another woman, but I hadn't ruled it out. I'm happy that you've found someone, even if she's a kind of girlfriend. But Megan, I still can't get over that. What did her family say when she came out? They weren't happy, I'll tell you that, Ari answered, handing me another box of ornaments. You're going to need twice as many ornaments as we've got for this tree, you know. Yeah, I can see that. Next year, I'll add those my parents owned. I'll pick up a few more this weekend as well, but this is a good start. I paused, turning to gaze out the window. It was snowing again, very lightly, and the reflection of the tree lights gave the room a warm, fuzzy glow. I closed my eyes for a moment, missing my mother. We miss you, too, a voice whispered, and I jumped. Did you hear that? Ari nodded. Yes, it sounded like my mother. I paused and walked out into the center of the room. Is anybody here? A light breeze gusted past me, a puff of air softly shifting my hair. Don't fret. I think my mom's here, I said. At that moment, the lights flickered, then burned steady again. I leaned against the wall, staring at the tree. In that one moment, I went from feeling out of place to feeling like I belonged here. As everything slowly settled, I couldn't help but smile. Even though my parents had crossed over the veil, they were still here to let me know they were glad I had come home again. Chapter 6. The next morning, I woke with a smile on my face. My first day of work was ahead of me. The house was decorated. I had a beautiful tree to come home to, and I finally felt like I was settling in. I slipped on a robe and loosely tied it. I slept in the nude. And after slipping my feet into a pair of fluffy slippers, I headed down to the kitchen to fix breakfast. I had no sooner than entered the room when I noticed a movement in the backyard. A dog was racing around. A very large dog that looked suspiciously like a wolf. What the hell? I set down the espresso filter, cinched my robe tighter, and headed out the kitchen door onto the enclosed back porch, then opened the screen door and cautiously navigated down the snow-covered steps. Hey, Pooch, you, doggy, what are you doing in my yard? I frowned, wondering where the dog had come from. He was gorgeous, and now that I got closer, I saw that he was indeed a gray wolf. I froze. Was he wild? Was he somebody's pet? The wolf was bouncing around after something in the snow, and I saw that he was chasing a mouse. Feeling suddenly protective, I yelled again and waded through the ankle-deep snow toward them. The wolf stopped in his tracks, staring at me. You leave that little mouse alone. You don't look hungry. And he didn't. He looked like he was just playing with the mouse. Back off, Buster. I was so focused that I hadn't noticed that I was shivering. The next moment, the wolf cocked his head, staring at me for a moment. Uh-oh, I hoped he wasn't going to head my way next. Nice doggy, good doggy, just please get out of my yard, Fluffy. The wolf let out an odd noise, then bounded back toward the fence, toward Killian's lawn. He took the fence in one leap and vanished behind the wooden planks that formed the 4-foot-high barrier. The mouse gazed up at me, wriggling its nose, then burrowed its way back into the snow and headed toward the tree line. A little bewildered over what had just gone down and incredibly cold, I turned and headed back inside. My slippers were soaked, and as I closed the door behind me, I glanced down. The ties on my robe had come loose, and it was hanging wide open. The wolf and mouse had gotten a glimpse of me in all my naked, jiggling glory, jiggling thanks to my boobs and thighs. And while I was fairly proportioned for my size and had an hourglass figure, there was plenty of me to go around. "Well, I hope the critters enjoyed seeing my hoo-ha," I muttered. But the scene kept playing out in my head, and I couldn't help but feel that somehow there was something odd about the wolf. He felt familiar, as though I'd seen him before. But my thoughts were cut short as I caught sight of the clock. Oh, hell, I'll be late. I had to get dressed and out the door if I was going to make it to work on time. I dashed upstairs and quickly changed into jeans and a warm tank top, over which I threw a lace overshirt. I buckled a silver belt around my waist and pulled on knee-high leather boots with non-skid soles, and then brushed my hair back into a thick ponytail. My hair was so long and full that if I didn't pull it back into a ponytail, it would be falling into my face all day long. I grabbed my purse, made sure I had my wallet, phone, and keys, and headed out front to my car. I was about to unlock the door when I heard a "Hello" from Killian's driveway. I turned to see him leaning against his car, snow shovel in hand. "Hey," I said, waving. "Morning," he said. He was grinning, a light dancing in his eyes, and it struck me once again how handsome he was. "You want me to shovel your walk? I'm about to do mine, and I don't mind." I glanced back at the walkway to my house. It was a mess. "Thanks. That would be wonderful." I paused, remembering what Ari had said about the winter cotillion. While I wasn't ready to ask him to do that, I said, "Hey, Killian, the winter carnival's going on this weekend. Most of the town shows up. Would you like—" I froze, suddenly tongue-tied. I'd been married for 18 years, and even though I was glad to be free of Ellison, I had no clue of how to actually ask a man out. But Killian saved me from my shyness. "I'd love to go with you, if that's what you were asking," he said, again flashing me the dancing smile. "Wonderful, thanks." "Where are you off to so early?" He straightened his shoulders, shaking the snow out of his hair. "I got that job I interviewed for. I'm headed into my first day of work. Thanks again, about the carnival, and shoveling my walk, I mean. I'll see you later." I scrambled into my car, stopping only a moment to text Ari that I had asked Killian to the carnival and that he had said yes. Feeling like 40 going on 14, I eased into the street and headed for Conjure Ink. I stopped for coffee and a sausage muffin and still managed to arrive at work at 8 sharp, only to find the others already there. "Am I late?" I asked as I walked in. "No," Tad said. "Hank and I were here early, talking to a new client. We're taking on a case, though I'm not sure what we'll be able to do about this one. Caitlin arrived just before you did. I'll be sending you out to do some field work as soon as she finishes her preliminary research. But for the moment, why don't you get yourself situated at your desk?" He pointed to 2 other doors. "That's the supply closet and archives room. The other's the bathroom. Feel free to stock your desk from the supplies. Also, Caitlin will get you set up on your computer with a password and access codes. If you'll excuse me, I need to make a few calls." Abruptly, he headed back to his desk. Caitlin and Hank were discussing something. I felt left out, even though I knew it was just one of those awkward beginnings to any situation where you come in as the outsider and weren't sure what to do. I took off my coat and hung it on the coat rack, then glanced in the desk drawers. Completely empty. I headed toward the supply closet, only to find I had mixed up the doors and I was staring into the bathroom. I noticed a shower in there, as well as 5 lockers. There were names on 4 of them: Tad, Wren, Hank, and Caitlin. I assumed the 5th was mine. Backing out, I turned to the other door and found myself in a room almost as large as the main office. The room was filled with shelving, and the shelves were filled with lidded boxes. There were several spare computers on the shelves, and 3 big cabinets labeled supplies in big black letters. I opened the first and began loading up my arms with notebooks and pens and tape and whatever else I could find that looked useful. I headed back to my desk, feeling as though I had just successfully plundered a treasure chest. Like all writers, I had a thing about office supplies. I was just starting to put things away when Caitlin shouted and jumped out of her chair. "I've found another one," she said, turning around, her eyes wide. "Another what?" I asked, dumping the supplies on my desk. Tad moved forward, frowning. "You mean for this year?" Caitlin nodded. "Yeah, last week, Old Man also found dead on the grounds. He was one of the regular drifters around town. Cops chalked it up to hypothermia, which, yes, it could be, but otherwise the autopsy showed absolutely nothing wrong with him. He was known to frequent the shelters when the weather was too rough, so what the hell was he doing out in the middle of the woods falling asleep under a tree?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, frowning. Tad motioned for everyone to gather around the table in the corner. "Here's the case we're working on. Yesterday, a real estate developer called us, and we met with them this morning. They are looking to buy a plot of land outside the edge of town. They want to turn the old asylum there into a new housing development. However, a woman was found dead on the grounds last evening. The autopsy can't pinpoint a cause of death. There was nothing on the tox screen. No sign of blunt force or anything like that. She was just dead." "I heard on the news last night. I knew her in high school. Arabella Jones," I said. "So they decided she didn't die of hypothermia?" "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you knew who she was," Tad said. "And no. Of course, she was frozen by the time they found her body, but the ME said that wasn't what killed her." I hadn't talked to her in years, but still, it was a shock to hear. Could she have gotten lost? It didn't seem likely. Although the forested areas around the town were magical, especially the Mystic Wood, there were odd happenings in the forests around the city all the time, and sometimes it seemed like the paths through the woods shifted and changed at will. "No, that's doubtful. She was found less than 200 yards from a street. Her car was found parked near the entrance to the building. The gate leading into the grounds was open. It's usually kept locked. The lock didn't look broken, and nobody knows who has the key. We're talking about the Stellarview Institution for the Criminally Insane." Tad paused. I vaguely remembered mentions of it from my childhood. I don't know much about the history of that place. I barely remembered it existed, I said. "Right, well, here's a brief background. The institution opened in the 1940s, but by the 1950s, rumors were circulating that inmates were being brutalized and underfed. While these were hardcore criminals, they were also so mentally ill that it would be dangerous for them and others to house them among the general penitentiary population. However, it came to light that the owners of the institution dabbled in dark magic." "Oh, lovely," I said. "The most I remember was my mother telling me to stay away from it. By the time I was born, I think it had closed." "Oh, I'm sure it was closed. While the building still stands, the institution has been out of commission since the early 1960s. But at one point, it was home to an inmate named Cy Schooner," Caitlin said. "Cy was a seriously deranged killer. He had basically staged a home invasion and taken a family hostage. They lived out on Camden Road with no neighbors for a mile or so. Anyway, the family wasn't all that friendly, and they didn't come into town often. They stuck to themselves, the mother, father, and 3 kids. "I don't think this has a happy ending, does it?" I asked. Hank snorted. "Not so much. One December, Cy was skulking around and he invaded their home at night. Before the father could fight back, Cy shot him point blank. He also shot the mother. Then he tied them to chairs in the kitchen. The kids woke up and he forced them to sit at the table, and he tied them to the chairs, then proceeded to make breakfast for everybody, including the dead parents. He made the kids sit there and eat." I shivered. No wonder I never heard about this. My parents would never have told me that story. What happened? The next few days, Cy made the kids eat regular meals with him and the corpses of the parents. He only untied the kids for bathroom breaks. He never assaulted the kids, but he propped their parents up on the sofa, and he tied the kids up near there and made them watch TV with him, and forced them to play board games with him. He made them call him Uncle Cy, and pretended that they were all one big, albeit partially dead, family. Hank sorted through some papers near his desk and pulled out several glossy black and white photos, pushing them toward me. I blinked. The photos were horrifying. They showed 2 very dead adults who were starting to decompose, propped up on the sofa. My stomach churned. Please tell me the kids got away. Unfortunately not, Caitlin said, joining us. They tried to escape. Over the next couple of days, it's thought that they hatched a desperate plan. Cy's recollection could be false, but what he told police was that the little girl pretended to be sick, and the older son begged Cy to untie him so he could help her. Cy did, and the boy tried to attack him. Brave kid, I said, worrying my lip. He was, but Cy was just too strong. The 12-year-old had no chance. Enraged that his brothers and sister would betray him, Cy tied the kids up by their parents and shot them. He made the mistake of doing so just as the mailman was bringing a couple packages to the door. The mailman drove off, flagging down the nearest police car he could find. He knew gunshots when he heard them. I closed my eyes. So they found Cy with the family? Yeah, and he had completely lost it by then. They took him into custody. All the time he was crying, insisting that his father had killed everyone. When the cops looked into his background, they found out that Cy's father had clubbed Cy's mother to death. Cy was 11 when he witnessed the murder, which took place on Christmas morning. The father got the death penalty, but that morning forever warped the kid's mind. Hank shook his head, showing me a mugshot of Cy. The man looked haunted, like he was living in a different world. He looks... The man had demons torturing his memories, but they weren't the demons that you summoned in. No, these demons were all created by his memories. Yeah. Back then, they didn't think a lot about PTSD outside of military cases. Cy was taken in by an aunt and uncle who lived in Seattle, but they didn't want him, and he ran off when he was 15. He fell into heavy drug and alcohol addiction, but then he returned to Moonshadow Bay. He set out to create a new family for himself. And of course it didn't work. So they committed him to the asylum instead of putting him in jail? I asked, torn. On the one hand, it was obvious he had a predilection for violence. On the other, if they had helped him when he was young, he might have lived to an old, easy age. Tad nodded. Right, and he died in that asylum. On Christmas morning the next year, Cy Schooner was dead. The administrator reported it as a suicide. Nobody paid much attention when inmates died. Back then, mental illness wasn't understood and treated like the condition it is. "How did he die?" I asked. Tad consulted his screen, scrolling through information. The doctor on call recorded it as death by hanging, self-inflicted. However, the gravediggers who buried him got a look at the body when the lid to the coffin came loose. The diggers reported that his body had gashes all over it, as though he had been cut with a sharp knife. The cops ignored the report. Since the asylum wasn't officially within the boundaries of Moonshadow Bay, they sent the report to Bellingham, where it was probably tossed in the round file. Tad frowned. The next year, the feds came in and closed the asylum. The owners fled. They just disappeared. So we have a shady institution, a bunch of criminally insane inmates, some of whom died under mysterious circumstances. What else? I asked. Where did the other inmates go? They were transferred to other institutions, but here's the kicker, Caitlin said. Every December since then, the legend says that Cy Schooner returns to take people through the veil to be part of his family. He kills them but leaves no marks, and there's no sign of foul play. The one thing all his supposed victims have in common is that their bodies are found on the property that used to belong to the asylum. I shuddered. Whether Cy is haunting the land or not, it's going to take a powerful witch to cleanse that land. I forgot to ask you yesterday, what's your specialty? Tad asked. I shrugged. Witch of all trades, I guess. My aunt specializes in herbal magic. My mother was skilled in making potions and reading the cards. I'm good with protection and cleansing magic, along with scrying. I'm actually planning on reopening my mother's card-reading business on the side. She also created charms for people. It won't interfere with my work here. Actually, that could come in handy, Tad said. That was one thing I was hoping for, that whoever we hired would be good at paranormal extermination, so to speak. It would be nice to have someone in-house to take over that job. But you're right. The magic that would be needed to cleanse the old asylum is more than I think anybody in town could muster. Caitlin cleared her throat. By the way, Tad really didn't give us thorough introductions yesterday. I'm Caitlin Tyriel, Bobcat Shifter, she said, holding out her hand with a big grin. I grinned. Nice to meet you. Hank pulled up a chair next to mine. I'm Hank Warren. I'm a specialist in bilocation, in spatial displacement. I can travel out of body onto the astral realm, and I'm really good at blocking psychic attacks. I'm also an expert in martial arts. Tad grinned. As I told you yesterday, I'm about as human as they come, but I was a child prodigy. I graduated from college when I was 13, had my doctorate in psychology and parapsychology by the time I was 16. You said someone else is on vacation? I asked. Wren. Wren has a connection with birds. She can commune with them. She has a falcon for a familiar, and she can see through the bird's eyes. Tad slapped the file folder on the table. So this is my first case? I asked, staring at the mass of notes and pictures. Welcome aboard, Tad said. We need to examine the asylum and the land it's on, and then talk to the developer about how safe it is to begin building there. I frowned. So we have Arabella, found dead with no apparent causes, and a homeless man, also dead with no apparent cause. What are our goals? Find out if something paranormal was involved, specifically the ghost of Cy Schooner. If it was, we need to ascertain whether we can do psychic cleanup on the area. The developer wants to move on this, so we need to jump right in, Tad said. Since you're now our frontline investigator, you'll go out first and scope out the area. I suppose we should also research ways in which to lay him to rest, I said. Yeah, except we should probably figure out exactly what we're dealing with first, Hank countered. We could be dealing with something bigger than just a ghost. Some places are haunted just by their nature, and the Mystic Wood, which buttresses most of Moonshadow Bay, is filled with oddball things and paranormal beasties. Tad yawned and stretched. However, we have to approach this objectively. For all we know, it's all a scare story, and these people's deaths are coincidence. We don't want to go in just assuming it's paranormal in nature. Can someone get me a list of all the suspected victims over the years? When did they start keeping records? I asked, turning back to my desk, my mind churning. I was already captivated by the story, in a gruesome sort of way, and was champing at the bit to look into it. I can do that, Caitlin said. It will take me a while, so why don't you fill out your paperwork while I start researching? I'll also get you a list of any names that were associated with the asylum, if I can find anybody still alive from then. There were, I believe, a couple nurses and maybe a doctor from Moonshadow Bay who worked there. Tad handed me a bundle of intake papers for me to fill out. I began to sort through the forms, still thinking about the case. While ghosts could, and sometimes did, kill, generally they weren't usually so violent. However, given dark magicians had owned the asylum, there was no telling what sort of mayhem they'd been up to. They could have empowered this ghost, or perhaps they stirred up something that had already been tied to the land. Turning back to Caitlin, I asked, "Is there anything special about the history of the land? Anything physical? Like, was there any sort of nuclear power plant there? Which I doubt, but you know what I'm talking about. Or anything on a paranormal level? Was it by chance an old Indian burial ground?" She laughed. "I know what you're talking about. Let me look into that, too." Tad smiled. "I told you she'd be right for the job, guys. She's already thinking like an investigator." "I don't watch the dead files for nothing," I said, grinning. As I went back to filling out the paperwork that would officially net me a paycheck, my thoughts were picking over the pieces of what we knew, and I found myself dwelling on the family who had lost their lives to the disturbed yearnings of Cy Schooner. Chapter 7. An hour later, Caitlin had a list of 3 names for me, a doctor and 2 nurses who had worked at the asylum during its heyday. She also had the name of someone I could talk to about the history of the land. There had been several buildings there before the Stellarview Institution bought the place. "I made an appointment for you at 3 p.m. with Charles Crichton, who can give you a more detailed history of the area. He's a member of the Moonshadow Bay Historical Society, and you'll find his office in the Garrison Library." She emailed me the information as well as printing it out for me. "You'll find all their addresses and phone numbers there. I'll leave it to you to call them, because I wasn't sure who you wanted to visit first." I accepted the list, scanning it quickly. "I'll call after lunch. I don't want to just drop in on them." I glanced at the clock. It was 11:45. My desk was organized, Hank had assigned me a laptop and got me signed into the system, and I had finished the intake paperwork. My stomach rumbled. I was hungry. "What do you guys do about lunch?" I asked, realizing I hadn't brought anything. Hank motioned to the door. "There's a sub shop and a pizza place a few shops down the strip mall. There's also a fish and chips stand across the parking lot. One of us usually just makes a lunch run for everybody. We trade off. In fact, it's my turn today, so give me your order. I'll phone it in and pick up everybody's orders in about 20 minutes. "Oh, what about fish and chips?" Caitlin said, clapping her hands. "It's cold out there, and I could use some chowder." "Fine by me. What about you, Tad? January? Hank asked. Tad and I both nodded. We placed our orders with Hank, and he went to phone them in. I glanced over the paperwork one last time to make sure everything was accurate. The job offered insurance, which I didn't expect, so it was a nice bonus. Tad offered a 401k plan, so I signed up for that. Finally, I handed Tad back the packet. "Have a seat," he said, motioning to the chair by the side of his desk. "So, do you think you'll like the job?" I nodded. "I think so. It's interesting, and I'll be able to stretch my writing muscles." "I looked into your old magazine," he said. "Your byline's all over it. How did your ex ever manage to push you out?" I shook my head. I trusted him too much. He lied to me, and I fell for a scam. I ended up signing everything over to him in a trumped-up prenup, long after we got married. I didn't read what I signed. I thought it was something about the corporation, and that was my mistake. So, with my signature on the documents and the fact that his lawyer had predated them, I was stone-cold out of luck. That was shortly before he told me he wanted a divorce. "I think I see where this is going," Tad said. I nodded. Turned out what I signed gave him sole ownership over the house and the magazine. Since I had signed it, the judge ruled it was legal. I tried to explain, but the judge is friends with Ellison. I walked away with half our savings, though I know he stuck money away in accounts my lawyer couldn't find. But I didn't lose every part of the magazine. As you said, my byline's all over it, but that doesn't mean I own it. And since we listed our LLC as the publisher, that didn't help, especially since I found out that he had secretly removed me from the corporation and changed the name of the registered agent to someone I didn't know. That's incredibly easy to do. "I can't believe he got away with all that," Caitlin said. "And yes, I was eavesdropping. Why didn't you fight it?" I shrugged. I did. But Ellison's family has clout all over the Pacific Northwest. And they have money. Old money. And with old money comes power. And they never liked me from the beginning. It got worse as time went on. When they found out I was from a family of witches, they lost it. They also constantly harped about the fact that I was gaining weight. "Bigots," Caitlin said. "Big time. They're Xenos. They don't like anyone from the otherkin community. Neither do they approve of the fact that the otherkin community has been integrating more into the human community. They're an old money family, and only tradition matters. Their traditions." "I'm sorry you went through that," Tad said, shaking his head. "If it helps any, your articles were stellar. You're articulate, you can write, and you have an engaging feel to your work. I venture a guess that the magazine's circulation is going to go down, down, down without your input. The rest of the thing was dry as dust." I laughed, leaning back in my chair. It felt good to have support, and I was rapidly coming to like Tad, Hank, and Caitlin. Thank you. I needed that shot in the arm. Tell me, what other cases have you worked on lately? "Well, we investigated a UFO sighting last month. Hank went out on that one." Tad paused. "You're going to like it here," Caitlin said. "We have a lot of fun, and it's always something different. 3 months ago, I investigated a haunted house for a client. Turns out it was haunted all right, but by an infestation of gnomes." I shivered. Gnomes were nasty little creatures, more like what gremlins were supposed to be than the fat-cheeked, jolly, fun folk of lore. Their red hats were red for a reason. They washed them in blood. And they got that blood from hurting humans. They never really outright killed anybody, but they could nip your heels or prick your toes or fingers, and they collected the blood that dripped. Their venom contained a numbing solution that made the blood flow freely, and yet it eased the sting of the bite. They usually came out at night and crept into your bed while you were sleeping to siphon off as much blood as possible. Gnomes are the worst, but thank goodness they aren't common. True that. They were a pain in the ass to clear out. The homeowners heard them scuttling, and they saw the shadows of the gnomes, and of course the first thing they thought was that the house was haunted. But no ghosts, just gnomes. Did you get rid of them? We weren't able to. But I'm thinking you can probably take care of gnomes, can't you? If you specialize in protection and warding magic? Caitlin said. I nodded. I had helped my mother deal with the creepy crawlies when I was younger. She had taught me a number of tricks. Yeah, I can handle a case of gnomes. I'm even pretty good at going up against gremlins. Exorcising ghosts, that depends on the spirit. My mother taught me all sorts of tricks. I'm guessing that I should be able to take care of a number of these minor situations that might come up. Tad broke into a smile. If you can do that, you get an automatic raise. Hank pushed through the door at that moment, carrying several large bags from the fish and chips stand. Lunch! He carried the bags to the table. Caitlin began helping him sort out the orders. I turned back to Tad. I want to have my private consultation business up and running by the 1st of the year. I promise I won't take on anything that interferes with my work, or that Conjure Ink should be handling. Will that be acceptable? I think that should work out fine. We'll go over the details later, but I think this should mutually benefit Conjure Ink and your new business. As we gathered around the table, Tad began to tease Caitlin about her new haircut. She had shaved the sides of her long blonde hair into a mullet. As I watched them, I caught a spark between the two. I didn't think they were dating, but there was chemistry there. I doubted either of them knew it. But as I glanced over at Hank, he was grinning at me. He gave me a nod, then a glance at the pair. He could see it, too. I bit into the fish and ate a spoon of the chowder, which slid down my throat in all its creamy gloriousness. And suddenly the workday felt like it was speeding by. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I was truly part of something, and that was a feeling I hadn't had in a long, long time. Caitlin handed me the list of suspicious deaths she'd been able to find from December's past, since the date of Cy Schooner's death. The bodies had all been found on the grounds of the asylum, and they were all listed as cause of death uncertain. I glanced over the names. None were any I recognized, and Caitlin had noted beside each name what their occupation was, along with the date they were found dead. All the deaths had been within the month of December. There were 18 deaths total, including Arabella and the homeless man. I turned to Caitlin before I headed out. I'm out. I may be back before the day's done, depending on what happens. I'm going to scope out the asylum first, and yes, I'll be careful. Then I'll go talk to Charles Crichton. They waved goodbye as I headed out. But before I left, Tad reminded me to keep track of my mileage. The company would reimburse me so much per mile for the wear and tear on my car and the gasoline that it took. He handed me a mileage pad. Here, get used to using it. Paper and pen are more trustworthy than some of the apps I've seen. And be aware that when you are using your phone to record anything, if there are ghosts around, it may fritz out. We have some specialized equipment, but it's going to take a while to teach you how to use it. Tomorrow morning, we'll go through it together. Sounds good. I said. "Okay, I'm off." My first task of the afternoon was to head out to the site of the asylum and poke around. I wasn't comfortable going alone, but I didn't want to mention that to Tad or the others. I didn't want them to regret hiring me. But who could I call? Ari was at work, and I hadn't had time to reacquaint myself with anybody who I felt I could ask out on a jaunt around a haunted woodland. Then it occurred to me. My new next-door neighbor hadn't set up shop yet, and he was strong, there was no doubt about that. Before I could second-guess myself, I pulled out my phone and called Killian. "Hey, what's up?" His voice was smooth and made me melt, just a little. Pushing away the thought that I'd like to have him explore more than just a piece of land, I said, "I have a proposition for you. I'll make you dinner tonight if you come tromp around the woods with me looking for a killer's ghost. We may be marching to our deaths, by the way, so think before you answer." Short and to the point, with a little humor on the side. But if my invitation made him uneasy, at least I hadn't glossed over the potential danger. He laughed. "Okay, then. Good afternoon to you, too. Are you serious?" I cleared my throat. "Unfortunately, yes. I have about 90 minutes before an appointment, but that should be plenty of time to do a preliminary examination of the area." "You're not digging up graves, are you?" he asked. I laughed. "No, I'm not. Here's the deal." I explained to him what I was working on, and he agreed to meet me in 15 minutes at the entrance to the old asylum. Feeling better, I eased out onto the road, heading toward the outskirts of Moonshadow Bay. Moonshadow Bay had a thriving downtown, and there were shoppers everywhere getting ready for the solstice. The massive tree in the town square was sparkling as if Tinker Bell herself had decorated it. The 24-foot-tall blue spruce was still young, but it was lovely and fluffed out, and each year they trimmed it so it would remain the right size and shape. I gazed up at the twinkling multicolored lights as I passed by, feeling grateful that I had moved back to the town. I felt like I could breathe again. I drove along Main Street, then took a right on Hawthorne. As I passed through the suburbs and then into a rural area, I made a left on Alabaster Way, which led to the northern exit of the town. My GPS warned me that the turnoff to Stellar View would be 1/10 of a mile ahead, to the left. I kept my eyes open, and there it was. The road was paved, with tire tracks scattered through the snow. Probably the cops, come to investigate Arabella's death. I pulled into the turnoff to wait for Killian, trying to tell myself that it made sense for us to go in together. But in my heart, I knew that I was afraid. Big, spooky, abandoned building, psycho-killer ghost, a trail of 18 dead bodies over the years? Yeah, I had reason to worry. After another 10 minutes, I was about ready to bite the bullet and head in alone when I saw a navy blue SUV pull in, Killian behind the wheel. He waved for me to go ahead of him, so I started the engine and eased on down the road. There had been a security gate blocking the road that led down the wooded drive, but the gate had been broken long ago, and I could see the remains of it on the side of the road. The wooded driveway was level, wide enough for 2 cars to pass, but even through the snow I could see that plants had broken through the asphalt over the years, cracking and buckling it. The road was about a 1/4 mile long and opened into a wide, deserted parking lot. The asylum was there in the background, stark and imposing. Made of cinder block and brick, it had once been white, but now was a dirty gray, eclipsed by mildew, moss, and time. I shook my head, frowning. An air of foreboding shrouded the building. The entire grounds, actually. My alarm bells went off, and the hair on my arms saluted. I glanced around. What the hell was out here? Was it Schooner's ghost? Or something else? Either way, the energy set my stomach to churning, and I wanted nothing more than to turn tail. I pushed the impulse away. This was my job. I couldn't just run away. I parked near the entrance, and Killian parked next to me. I stepped out of my car, staring up at the 2-story structure. There were windows all along the bottom floor, wide bay windows, but up top, the windows were small and barred. They looked forlorn and stark. A face was staring out of one of them at me. I stiffened, but the face vanished as soon as I focused my attention on it. "Good grief," Killian said, joining me. "What the hell is this place?" "It used to be an asylum for the criminally insane," I said. "Somehow, I think several inmates never left when it was shut down, if you know what I mean." "Ghosts?" I nodded. "I'm looking for, well, I'm not sure what, but there's one ghost in particular I'm out to find." I paused, then told him about my new job and the case I was investigating. "I think I'm going to really like the job, but this is a doozy for them to start me on." "I'll say." Killian held out his arm and pushed up his sleeve. "The hairs on my arm are standing up." And they were. I snuck a closer look at him. He was wearing a black double-breasted military coat, which fell to his calves. The 2 rows of buttons were gold, and he looked mighty snazzy in it. His hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and he had on a pair of black earmuffs. All in all, he looked good. "Do you mind if I ask how old you are?" I blurted out. He blinked, tilting his head. "Why?" I couldn't very well say that I wanted to know if he fit in my dating window. Granted, I had already asked him to the winter carnival, but his reaction made me wonder if age was a sore subject with him. I shrugged, deciding not to push it. "No reason," I said, turning back to the building. "I guess I'd better get in there and look around." "Wait, you're actually going inside?" He shook his head. "I don't think that's a good idea. Besides ghosts, there could be derelicts in there, or vagrants." "Most of the homeless aren't going to hurt you," I said. "And I can't very well investigate this case if I don't even set foot inside. If there are ghosts attached, if Cy Schooner is still hanging around on the astral plane, I need to find out everything I can." "You are not going in there without protection," Killian said. "Wait here." He crossed back to his SUV and reached in the back seat, coming out with a sturdy-looking baseball bat. I frowned. "You carry a bat in your car?" "For protection. I don't like guns. I do own a shotgun, just in case I ever have the need to put some poor creature down when I'm checking out horses or livestock, but I don't like handguns." He paused at my look of confusion. "What?" "I thought you were a vet, as in cats and dogs." "I am, but I also treat large animals if need be. I worked on a farm a long time ago, taking care of the livestock." He smiled, gripping the bat. "Come on, then. Let's get moving." I steeled my courage and led the way toward the asylum. It occurred to me that I should probably start carrying something in my car as well. I had been through a couple of self-defense courses, and I wasn't exactly a couch potato, but it might not hurt to join the local gym. If I was going to be out investigating, I should keep up with my weights and yoga. We reached the entrance to the building. The broken remains of a padlock and chain were evidence that it had once been locked shut, but now the door was ajar. The cops had probably gone through the building when they found Arabella and the homeless man. Or maybe not. They were found in the woods, and from what I could tell by the police report, they had both been found in the back of the asylum, about 100 feet into the forest. Whatever the case, I reached out and, with a gloved hand, opened the door. It swung wide with a creak. The hinges were rusted, but still working. I fished in my purse. Tad had given me a clip-on headlamp to use, and I slid it over my head, positioning it so that the light shone directly in front of me. I felt a little silly, but it was better than walking into a dark building, and I doubted that the electricity would be working. Since the windows that weren't broken were grimy with age, not a lot of light could come through. "I'm glad you have light," Killian said from behind me. I wasn't about to go in without it. I shivered when I saw the cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. Spider webs, or rather the remains of them, given it was December, stretched everywhere. As I looked around, it occurred to me that the room we had entered had been the reception area. Several doors led off from behind the counter, as well as a door leading to a hall to the right and one that mirrored it to the left. Killian examined the door leading to the left hallway. I believe these were electronically locked, but without electricity, I imagine... He paused, turning the handle. Sure enough, there was a clicking sound and the door opened. "And we're in. Which way do you want to go first?" I glanced at my phone. The reception wasn't the best, but the clock still worked. It was 12:45. I had to leave by 2:30 to make my appointment with Charles Crichton. Well, let's just head this way. I don't really know what I'm looking for, but I guess I'll know when I see it. I motioned to the hall that stretched in front of us, and he set off with me following. I grimaced as we came to a large web that had spread across the entire hallway. Killian reached out with his baseball bat and swept it through the web, bringing it down. "There must be some pretty ambitious spiders around here," he said with a laugh. "Yeah, I guess." I shivered. Spiders scared me, even though I knew they were good for the environment. As long as they stayed outside in their webs, we were fine, but inside? My territory, and I didn't want to share. I wasn't fond of bugs in general, except for ladybugs. Those I liked and would even pick up on my finger. Killian pointed to our right. "Well, the hall runs down to the end, I think, though I can't quite tell if it turns there." A row of doors spread out to our right. To our left were the wide bay windows that lined the wall. Over the years, time and kids with rocks had broken a good share of them. Sure enough, most of the windows along this hallway had been broken. I peered out one of the broken panes, cautious because of the shattered glass on the floor. From here, I could see our cars in the front parking lot. There was snow on the hallway floor in places where it had blown in through the broken panes. As we came to the first door on the right, I swallowed my nerves and yanked open the door. Nothing. Dead silence. Inside, there was absolutely nothing to indicate what the room had been used for. Every cupboard, counter, and piece of furniture had been taken out, leaving the room completely bare. But even a bare room could have psychic residue. I walked to the center of the room. Slowly, I closed my eyes and drifted deep into a standing trance. Standing trances were different than sitting trances, because I still had to keep myself anchored enough to not keel over. I couldn't open my third eye entirely, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If I opened my psychic senses too wide, there was a chance something could possess me. I listened. It was as though I was still standing in the room, but it wasn't quite the same room. I was out on an etheric layer of the room. As I turned, I began to see cold spots, areas where the psychic energy was stronger. One corner of the room was lit up like a Yule tree. I slowly advanced in that direction. It could be residue, energy that had just fastened onto the area and stagnated, or there could still be something there. As I reached the place where the energy was most intense, a sudden flash filled the room, and a bolt that looked suspiciously like lightning streaked out of the cold spot, striking me in the chest. The bolt threw me backward against the wall, and I went down, hard. Chapter 8. January, are you okay? Killian raced forward as I slammed to the floor, sliding down the wall. Too stunned to do or say anything, I sat there, waiting for the next attack. My heart was beating as hard as the opening riff of Led Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks, a band that my ex had forbidden me to play while he was in the house. Shaking, I groaned as I rolled over, using the wall to steady myself as I tried to stand. Killian grabbed my elbow and helped me up as I wildly looked around, trying to pinpoint just what had attacked me. "We should get the hell out of here," he muttered. I shook my head. "This is my job. I just need to be careful and remain alert. I'm all right. I'm bruised up a bit, but I didn't break anything." I swallowed the fear that was rising in my throat. "If you want to leave, please feel free. I told you I was born into a family of witches and trained from birth to handle things like this." That wasn't necessarily true. My magical training had prepared me to ward against attack, but that hadn't been a major focus. Killian shook his head. "I'm not leaving you here alone. I can take care of myself." I frowned. "Are you sure? I mean, I know you look like you could win in a fight, but some of these spirits are stronger than you might think." He paused, then gave me a half smile and a shrug. "I'm not human, January. I'm not that fragile." I forgot about the attack for a moment and stood there, staring at him. "You're not human? Then what? You're not a witch. I'd be able to feel your magical signature if you were." "I'm a shifter. Down in California, the community I lived in wasn't very accepting, so I kept to myself a lot. I'm a wolf shifter," he added. I froze. "Wolf shifter? You're not a gray wolf, are you?" I asked, remembering the wolf that had been in my backyard, the one who had seen me with my robe hanging open. I could tell he was trying to repress a smile. Yeah, I am, and—" Before he could continue, there was a shift in the room, and once again I felt something barreling toward me. I jumped to the side, and this time, the invisible sledgehammer missed me. "What the hell? Cy Schooner, is that you?" I yelled. I was also embarrassed. Killian had seen me naked, full frontal. I hadn't shaved my pubes in several months, given the last time Allison had touched me was a few weeks before he announced that he was leaving me, and without my bra, my girls were hanging low and heavy. Gravity worked wonders on big boobs. But right now wasn't the time to dwell on my inadvertent peep show. A huge boom from the other side of the wall, coming from the room next door, made me jump. "Let's get out of this room," Killian said, taking hold of my elbow and guiding me out the door. I didn't protest. "You think that Cy is causing all this noise?" "I have no idea, to be honest. There were several murderers locked up here, and I doubt if Cy's the only one who died during his incarceration. I frowned, glancing around the hall. At least we know something is going on. But I want to keep exploring. Maybe that thing will stay in the room and not follow us into the hallway. I leaned against the wall, resting my head, keeping a sideways eye on the door we had just shut behind us. Killian scuffed one boot on the floor.
Listen, about this morning, I didn't mean to intrude.
I blushed, staring at the floor. I'm so sorry I gave you an unexpected peep show. I really didn't know that you were anything but...
A wolf, he said,
but his eyes were dancing again.
Seriously, don't worry about it. You definitely didn't scar my eyes, if that's what you're worried about. In fact, quite the opposite.
There was an awkward silence, and neither one of us really seemed to know what to say. A loud thump from down the hall jolted us back to what we were doing. I jumped and cleared my throat. I guess we should...
What are you doing here, January? Killian asked. What can you find out at this point without endangering yourself? I know you're a witch, but unless your specialty includes speaking to the dead, I think you might want to just leave.
Feeling stubborn but realizing that he was right, I sighed. Maybe you're right, but if there is something out here and I walk away, what kind of investigator am I? But even as I said it, I knew that I had nothing to go on. I needed to know more in order to figure out anything substantial.
Do you know what room he was housed in?
I shook my head. No, I suppose that would help, wouldn't it? I didn't even think of that. I'm new to this gig, you know? I added with a grin. While I was still keeping an eye out for the ghosts, Killian's voice was soothing, and I felt safer than I expected to, even though in the back of my mind I was still mulling over the fact that he had seen me as good as naked.
Learning on the job isn't the worst way to begin, he said, glancing around. How much longer do you have?
What do you mean?
You said you had an appointment this afternoon.
Oh, I had almost forgotten about my appointment with Charles Crichton. I glanced at my phone. It was 1:45. I have another 45 minutes before I have to get going. Why don't we just check out the rest of this hall without going into any rooms? That seems safer, and I'll do some more digging and find out which room Cy's schooner was housed in. Killian agreed, and hoisting the baseball bat over his shoulder, he led the way. I led him, realizing that as a wolf shifter, he'd have a natural inclination to lead. Wolf shifters were pack-oriented, and they were also protective, both the men and women. As we headed down the hall, we carefully avoided opening any doors. We came to a turn and followed the hall, and then another. Loud noises, banging sounds came from the floor above. I decided to scratch a visit upstairs until I had more backup. Let's leave it at the bottom floor today, I said, lowering my voice as we once again came to a turn. I don't want to engage whatever is making those noises. He nodded, stopping at a door in front of us. Cautiously, he pushed it open and peeked around the other side.
And we're back in the reception area. We've come full circle, he said, opening the door wide and standing back for me to pass through.
Sure enough, we were standing by the counter in the reception area again. In our circle around the facility, we had passed 2 stairwells leading up, one on the far left side of the building and one on the far right side. I let out a breath of relief as we headed for the main door. The place was haunted, all right, though whether it was Cy Schooner's ghost in action, I couldn't be sure. We had barely stepped outside when a noise from above sent me whirling around. I glanced up just in time to see a window explode out and a chair came sailing through amid a shower of glass. Killian shouted, grabbing my arm and yanking me away as the chair fell, landing right where I had been standing. "Fucking hell!" I stared at the mess on the ground. I could have... My words vanished as the severity of the situation hit me. I felt the blood drain from my face and began to shake. I could have been...
Come on, let's get you into the car and warm you up.
Killian steered me back to his SUV and bundled me into the passenger seat. He turned the ignition and flipped the heater up to high. As the cool air began to warm, I was inches away from tears. I didn't want to have a meltdown in his car, so I choked the tears back and asked him if he had any water.
"I always carry a case," he said, reaching in the back.
He cracked a bottle open and then handed it to me. I drank deep, then replaced the cap. As I stared up at the building, I shook my head. Whatever is in there, it's not friendly.
Whatever's in there is downright dangerous. Then again, the place did house a number of the criminally insane, so you have to figure on both danger and instability,"
Killian said, producing a bag of M&Ms from his pocket.
"Here, you want some?"
I nodded, holding out my hand as he opened the bag and poured some of the candy into my palm. "Do you think that insanity lasts beyond death?"
"What do you mean?"
I never thought about this before, but if someone is mentally disturbed while they are alive, does that continue into the afterlife? I frowned and began picking out the red candies first. He watched me for a moment.
"You color coordinate your M&Ms, don't you? You eat from the most to the least?"
I stared down at my hand and then nodded. "Actually, I do. I always eat the color I have the most of first. It's been something I've done since childhood. I don't even think about it, though. Not anymore."
"As far as your question goes, I'm not sure. I don't think there have been any studies done on the situation, and it would be hard to find any definitive studies. First, you'd have to find ghosts that were willing to talk. Then you'd have to find records of what they were like during life, and then you'd have to figure out if they were just messing with you or not. Some ghosts do that."
I let out a sigh, finishing the candy. He replenished it without asking. "Yeah, I guess that's one of the questions we'll never really know the answer to. Plus, we have no idea if the process of dying can trigger psychosis. Some spirits seem calm and happy, some pass on, but others are angry and violent." I paused then, breathing easier, added, "Thank you so much for coming out here with me. I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't do any research before showing up here. I'm not certain what I hope to uncover. I guess I am learning on the job, as you put it." I laughed, finishing the M&Ms in my hand. "So, not to bring up an embarrassing subject, but you weren't going to kill that little mouse, were you?" He cocked his head, looking puzzled, then laughed.
"No, I wasn't. When I'm in my wolf form, I like to play, and the mouse, well, it's fun to chase. But don't fret about it. I'll refrain from chasing mice into your yard."
The light dancing in his eyes hit me again. I licked my lips, then glanced at the clock on the car. "I suppose I'd better get to my meeting. So, you're still going to the carnival, aren't you? Even though I dragged you out here to the haunted hospital from hell?"
"Count on it," he said, walking me back to my car.
He waited until I was safely inside and halfway down the drive before he followed me to the main road. As I turned back toward town, he gave me one last wave and headed in the other direction. The Garrison Library was downtown, in the same building as the police station, the courthouse, the main fire station, the jail, town hall, and the Public Works Department. City Central, as it was called, took up an entire block, but it made life easy if you had business to attend to with the town. It was across from Bayside Park, which was next to the town square. The park also bordered the marina, so you could walk around the edge of the park to get to the docks. Downtown Moonshadow Bay was absolutely beautiful. The massive spruce was covered in snow, and while during the day the decorations didn't show that well, it was still amazing and festive. With the skiff of snow covering everything, the downtown area even put the prettiest winter wonderland picture to shame. A large parking lot in back of City Central offered plenty of parking, including handicap parking and easy access ramps. I eased into an open slot close to the building. The weather was ramping up for a good blow, and grabbing my purse, headed up the back steps. I still hurt from being body slammed by whatever ghost had attacked me, but the attack notwithstanding, I was happy. For the first time in months, I was doing something interesting, something that felt important, and I wasn't being scrutinized by Ellison. The Garrison Library had been named after Nell Garrison, one of the founding mothers of the city, who, along with my great-grandparents, had held a vision for what they wanted Moonshadow Bay to become. Born to another family of witches, Nell had been a huge proponent of education, and while she had died without having children, she had willed all her goods and money to the city for use in the schools and to expand the library. City Central was built of red brick, and when the town had annexed the entire block back in the 1950s, they had the foresight to build the complex solidly. Of course, since then it had been retrofitted for earthquakes, but overall it was still in as good a condition as it had been the day it first opened. Inside, the walls were a warm gray, and the floors had been fitted with a sound-muting laminate, which meant that, besides never getting scuffed up, it muffled footsteps and kept the building pleasantly quiet. The ceilings were high, almost cathedral-like, and the lighting was LED, but not obnoxiously bright. It was actually like a mini-mall, only the businesses weren't selling so much as providing professional services. The jail was on the opposite end of the library, along with the firehouse. I pushed open the double doors to the library and took a deep breath. I read on an e-reader, mostly, but I still loved the smell of ink and dust, and that hallowed silence that all libraries seemed to have. As I entered the main floor, the library was the only building within City Central that was two-storied, I decided the best place to go was the customer service desk. As I waited my turn in line, I glanced at the shelves and shelves of books. The tables were beginning to fill up with kids as they got out of school and came in to study. When I was young, I would occasionally cut classes to hang out in the library. My mother knew I did it, but my grades were never a worry, so she never said anything. Just now and then reminded me that I didn't want to get expelled or suspended for being a no-show. Moving to the head of the line, I asked the librarian, "I'm looking for Charles Crichton. His office is supposed to be in the library, so can you point me in his direction?" "Oh, Charles, he's on the second floor, in back of the travel section. You just take the stairs or elevator and follow the green arrows on the wall toward the back. His name is on the office door near the restrooms and water fountains." She picked up her phone. "May I tell him who's on the way up?" "January Jaxson. I have a 3:00 appointment." I thanked her and took the elevator, deciding my hip was sore enough from slamming into the wall that I really didn't want to add to it by climbing a flight of stairs. Sure enough, the green arrows led to Crichton's office. I stopped to use the restroom and wash my hands and face and make sure I looked presentable. Then, draping my coat over my arm, I tapped on his door and entered when I heard the faint, "Come in." "Hi, I'm January Jaxson. I have an appointment with you. I know I'm a few minutes early, but—"
"Come on in. That's fine."
Charles Crichton stood. He was a tall man, at least 6'4", and probably in his 70s, but he looked like he was in good shape, and he had a gracious demeanor about him that seemed completely genuine. His hair was short and smoothed back in what I thought of as the older businessman's wave, and he was wearing a pair of brown trousers and a pale green sweater vest over a tan shirt. "How do you do?" I shook his hand and then sat down when he motioned to the chair nearest his desk. "Thank you for taking the time to talk to me today."
"I understand you're doing some research on the old asylum."
He sorted through some folders on his desk and pulled one out, setting it on top of the stack. "Yes, actually. First, should I assume you know about the rumor regarding Cy Schooner's ghost and the mysterious deaths that have occurred on the asylum's grounds over the years?" I pulled out a digital recorder. "Do you mind if I record our interview so I don't make any mistakes later on?" He stared at the recorder for a second, then nodded.
"Go ahead."
I flipped it on and spoke into the mic. "Interview with Charles Crichton, December 9th, 3 p.m. Then, setting it on the desk between us, I asked, "So, you are familiar with the history of the Stellar View Institution for the Criminally Insane?"
"I am," he said. "I actually researched it for an article I wrote some years back for a magazine investigating outdated modes of therapy. I did a great deal of research into the background of the asylum, because that's what it was. It wasn't meant for rehabilitation. It was a place to conveniently house people whom nobody wanted to deal with."
"I take it you don't have a high opinion of how they ran the place?" He shook his head, frowning.
"Not only were their techniques detrimental, but the company who opened it was in it for the money. All they wanted was that check every month from the government. They also took, and this was proven in a lawsuit, kickbacks from a number of shysters huckstering patently useless therapies. Some of those therapies were benign, but others were downright dangerous and led to the death of more than one inmate."
I settled back in my chair. "You make it sound like it was the turn of the century, not the 1950s.
"Oh, there were plenty of illegitimate therapies and cures being pushed back then. And this was back when lobotomies were still frequently performed. Also, primitive electroshock therapy hadn't been refined, and it was often detrimental on the subjects. Now, of course, most lobotomies are banned, although I believe there are still some states that allow them under certain conditions. And electroshock therapy has come a long way, though I can tell you I still wouldn't want to go through it."
He frowned, leaning forward.
"But you have to understand something. Stellar View, or SICI as it was called, wasn't interested in inmates getting better. If you could rehabilitate someone, they might be released or transferred back to a mainstream prison. When your primary focus is to make money by taking in fees for hospitalization and food and care, you don't release patients."
"So they didn't attempt to help the inmates?"
"Right. In fact, from what research I have uncovered over the years, they did their best to make things worse. There was dark magic worked in those wards, and you, I know you're descended from one of the founding magical families of this town, know as well as I do that no one with a mental illness should perform magic or be around intense magical practice. It can disturb the balance of their mental health even more.
So if they worked dark magic here, it would have served to destabilize the inmates even more.
Yes, you understand.
He sat back, nodding.
Spells were performed that invited chaos, and the men who were there, most of the inmates except 3 were men, were far too open to that kind of manipulation, given their mental states. It made things worse, and given some of the men had magical backgrounds, it not only increased the psychosis, but it increased their ability to manifest. You said the place is haunted?
I nodded. I got slammed against the wall by an invisible something this morning.
That doesn't surprise me. I went there on a walk-through one time, and one time only, Charles said. The energy was writhing like a mass of snakes, and I could feel it waiting to strike. You don't have just one ghost out there, January. You have several, and I'm convinced that they've all blended together into one entity, which has been fueled by the magic that George Leland and his staff invoked.
I'm getting this vision of a hydra, a multi-headed creature like out of The Thing, I said. Is there one dominant personality, do you think? Or have they all been submerged into something different? Charles was quiet for a moment. Then he motioned to the recorder.
Can we take a moment?
I nodded, flipping off the switch. What is it?
I am not going to go on record because this is speculation and I don't want rumors to fly. But I believe that Leland and 2 of his nurses belonged to a group of chaos magicians.
Well, that's a sobering thought.
I think there's a powerful entity out there that absorbed the souls of the men and took over their bodies. When the asylum closed, they were trapped there somehow. Over the years, they've merged into one powerful being, and that creature is tied to the land.
I slumped back, grimacing. That's a nasty thought. Do you think that Psy is coming to the forefront each year?
He shrugged. It could well be. That was a trigger point for him. But turn your recorder back on. There's more.
I flipped the recorder back on.
I'm sorry, I'm remiss in my hospitality.
Charles pointed toward a mini-fridge.
Would you like a bottle of sparkling water?
Thanks, I would. I accepted the cold green bottle and opened it, swigging down a mouthful of the bubbling water. He followed suit, then sighed and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk.
I delved into the background of the land. Before Leland bought it for the asylum, it belonged to a developer who had purchased it for a housing complex. But the development never got off the ground. Every time the contractor took his men out there, something happened and someone got hurt. Once or twice, coincidence. But 5 hospitalizations in 5 attempts? The developer decided to sell. He was a firm believer in omens, and when I asked him why he sold without breaking ground, he said that he wasn't one to ignore the signs.
So the land had a history of problems before SICI was built?
Yes. I dug deeper into the history of the land. Even though the area was heavily forested with virgin forest, before the town was founded, a family of settlers had built a house there. They had only cleared enough land for the house. In fact, the remains of that house are probably still hidden deep in the woods. The family had barely set up housekeeping when the father was killed by a mountain lion.
I grimaced. Ouch. What a painful way to go.
Yes, well, the mother and her children had no choice. She had to sell and use the money to start over. The next person to own the land came out from back east. He had plans for creating a spa. But the moment he set foot on the land, he had a heart attack. His family decided to let it sit until somebody made them a fair price, and that's when the developer bought it. The developer sold to Leland.
What about before the settlers, the family who lost their father? Was the land used for anything by any of the local tribes? I asked.
Charles flipped through his notes. Actually, no. In native lore, that area was considered dangerous. It was known as the Forest of Secrets, and they left it alone, giving it a wide berth. They believed that it was a gateway into a place of madness.
I shivered. Have you talked to anyone from the tribe lately? To see if they still feel that way?
Actually, I did this morning. Old Jim Solomon, one of my contacts whenever I talk to the Lochtamish or the Lummi people, told me that they still avoid the area. In fact, they tried to warn Leland about it. They told him that building his facility there would just exacerbate the illnesses of the inmates. The land seems to be under an ancient curse, but nobody knows where it came from, and nothing can be done to negate it. Jim told me that the tribe has tried to cleanse it. Witches have tried to exorcise it, and a few Christian priests tried to bless it. But no one has managed to even make a dent in the energy there.
He paused, giving me a shrug.
Sometimes the land itself takes on an anger, and when that happens, it's almost impossible to appease it.
I stared at him, then turned off the recorder. Do you think we can manage to clear out this thing that's taken hold there? Not the land. I get that it's probably doomed to stay a dark place. But the Hydra creature?
With a lot of work, you might be able to dislodge it and send it on its way. But if you take it on, be certain you understand what you're doing and what you're dealing with. Don't underestimate it.
And with that, the interview was over. I thanked Charles, and he invited me back any time I might need some information on town history. I took his card and in turn wrote down my number for him, then headed out to my car. As I eased out of the parking lot and slowly made my way along the icy streets back to the office, it occurred to me that this was one case Conjure Ink might not be able to solve. The best thing might be to just destroy the asylum and build a wall around the acreage. Chapter 9. And that's everything I've found out so far, I said, pushing my notes back. I was sitting at the table with the others. It was nearly 5:30, and I had just finished telling them about everything that had happened out at the asylum and everything I'd talked to Charles about. I honestly doubt we can cleanse the land, but we might be able to clear that creature out of there. I think Charles is right, now that I've had time to mull it over. Whatever I sensed in there feels bigger, if you know what I mean. I've dealt with plenty of ghosts in my life, and this felt like a conglomerate. Hank let out a long sigh.
I can tell you this, he said. If that thing has some elemental or something woven into the mix, it's going to be hell to dislodge. So the next step, we'll be going in there with cameras, a fleur...
A what? I asked. He had pronounced it like the fleur in flurry.
Fleur. Forward-looking infrared. It's a device that records localized temperature variations and changes. Kind of like night vision goggles. We also want to set up sound recorders, along with Evie.
Evie? I asked.
That's my pet name for our EMF device. It records electromagnetic field radiation.
He turned to Tad.
So, time frame? I recommend we go in midday and stay till the next morning.
I stared at him. Go in and stay? You're kidding, right? I had no intention on camping out in that hellhole of a place. At least not alone.
No, I'm not joking. And we're all going. We go as a team. We need everybody there, not only for safety's sake, but to be certain we don't miss anything.
Hank shook his head.
Sometimes we also take a couple of grunt buddies, so we have some muscle with us.
Grunt buddy? I had never heard the term, but it was pretty self-explanatory. I take it they're the brawn? Tad spoke up.
They're brawn, all right, but both Sean and Del have damn good brains on them. They're bear shifters, and they have one advantage that we don't. Bear shifters can't be charmed or possessed unless it's by a bear spirit, and that doesn't happen very often.
He pushed his glasses up. They kept sliding down his nose as he looked through my notes.
So Crichton thinks this place is cursed. He errs on the conservative side, so we may well be dealing with some very heavy land magic.
Actually, it's more common than you might think, I said. My mother used to talk about her great-grandmother, who came from Ireland. She said there are some places out in the bogs where the land is soaked in blood and cursed. The ghosts have all sort of run together to form a cloud of malaise.
I suppose anywhere a great battle took place will be tinged by all the bloodshed,
Caitlin said.
So what day do we go in? I refuse to work on Saturday. That's the day of the winter carnival, and I won't miss it. I vote for tomorrow night. Thursday night, Hank said. I have a date Friday night.
Tad shrugged.
Thursday night it is. Bring a sleeping bag, backpack of supplies, whatever else you might need. He turned to me. If you don't have a sleeping bag or camping supplies, we do have some extras. We'll leave here tomorrow at noon and get set up before dark.
I was seriously disconcerted. I didn't want anything to do with staying the night out there. My alarms were shrieking full tilt. It occurred to me to ask Ari to come along. She was also a powerful witch, and she had more practice than I had lately. Can I bring a friend? Consider her magical brawn.
Fine, if she can keep her mouth shut, Tad said. I admit, this case sounds a lot more dicey than ones we've investigated before, but we can do this. Okay, that's a wrap for today. See you tomorrow. Bring your gear.
He paused, turning to me.
Conjure Ink promises to do the best work we can for our clients. We'd be lax if we just told them we thought they shouldn't buy it without at least seeing if we can't negate some of the negative energy out there.
And with that, we were done for the day. As I walked to my car, I wondered again about the job. I liked it, and I felt like I was part of something bigger than myself, but the thought of staying the night in that complex set me on edge. And as I drove through the increasing gloom, I kept asking myself if this was really worth it. I called Ari the minute I got home, and she told me she'd be over in a few minutes. Then I called Killian, inviting him over. I had promised him dinner. While I was waiting for them, I made grilled ham and cheese sandwiches, opened a large can of tomato soup, and decided against salad as too much rabbit food. By the time Ari got there, dinner was almost ready. Killian followed a few minutes after. We gathered around the table, and I broke out my mother's china, thinking again how much I missed my parents. As I set the table, Ari poured wine all around, and Killian took out the trash for me. We gathered around the table by the glow of the tree, and I leaned back, sighing. "It's been one hell of a day," I said. Killian and I filled Ari in on what had happened out at the asylum, and then I told them both what Tad had decided. "So, we're spending tomorrow night there. I'm so not looking forward to this."
Do you think you really want to keep this job? Ari said. I've been thinking that over ever since I left work, and I've come to the conclusion that, yes, I like the job and I want to keep it. I suppose I just hoped for a gentle immersion rather than being thrown in to sink or swim. By the way, he said we could bring friends with us. I gave her a long look. We could use some extra magical help. No, she said. I'll make it worth your while. I'll owe you a massive favor. She snorted. I said, what about if I invoke the best friend clause? She scowled. I have to work, too. I can't just take the day off to go ghost hunting, especially since I took Monday off. My clients depend on me. When's your last appointment of the day? I wheedled. What about coming out after work and staying for the evening? She finally caved, laughing. All right, you wore me down. My last appointment tomorrow is at 3. It's a foil and highlight, so it will take me about 2 hours total. I'll come out around 5:30. She shook her head, taking a big bite out of her sandwich. I can't believe I'm agreeing to do this. Killian stared at me. You're seriously going to go out there and spend the night? Do you realize what the hell? He stopped, then sighed. Of course you know what you're facing. This is your job. Well, I don't have anything going in the afternoon. I'm looking at equipment in the morning that I might buy for the business, but I don't have anything after that. You don't have to do this, I said, forcing a smile. I've already interrupted your week enough. Tell you what, he said. Since you asked me to the carnival, I'll make you a deal. I'll come out to help if you would go to the winter cotillion with me. I want to immerse myself in this town's goings-on. I want to become part of the community. I blushed, but inside my heart leapt just a little. I tried to remind myself that he probably didn't know any other women in town yet, so I was the convenient choice. But I couldn't help but let out a little squee inside. I'd love to, thank you. Ari's going too, aren't you? I glanced at her. Yeah, Megan and I are going to the cotillion. Why don't we make it a foursome? She glanced at me, and I could see the smile she was suppressing. I snickered. Yay, that will give me a chance to reconnect with Mean Meg. Don't you dare call her that, Ari said, waving her spoon at me. Or I'll tell Killian something embarrassing from your childhood. I doubt if you could embarrass her more than she already has, Killian said, a grin playing around the corners of his mouth. What do you mean? Ari asked, straightening up, her eyes narrowing. I mean, don't tell her, she'll never let me live it down, I said, brandishing my spoon. Tell me, please. She's making me come out and spend the night in a haunted asylum, Ari said. You don't understand. January has tons of dirt on me, and I don't have enough on her. Killian gave me a wary glance. Maybe I'd better not. She's my neighbor. She knows where I live. But his eyes were dancing again. I sighed. I would have told you anyway, in private. So, this morning I ran out back because I saw a wolf in the backyard chasing a mouse. My robe fell open and you don't wear anything to bed, if I remember, and... She glanced at Killian, who was staring at his plate, trying not to laugh. Oh, I get it. So you're a shifter? Wolf shifter. I got a full frontal show. He arched his eyebrows, then winked at me and went back to his sandwich. I ducked my head, laughing. Yeah, he saw me up close and personal. Well, at least he didn't turn to stone. Stop that, Ari said, then turned to Killian. She's a looker, isn't she? January's my best friend, and I know she's mostly straight, so I've never made a pass at her. But I have eyes.
Taken aback, I glanced at her. I didn't know I was your type.
Hell yes. And I don't really have a type, though I prefer long hair.
You're gorgeous.
I may be petite, but it's just my body's set point.
You're beautiful. How many times have I told you that? She paused, her smile fading. I hate that Ellison filled your head with all that crap about being fat. It was my turn to sigh. I flashed a look at Killian, who was busying himself with his soup. Yeah, I do too. It's going to take me some time to shake it off, but I'll try. My mother didn't raise me to hate myself, and Aunt Taryn would read me the riot act if she heard me bitching about my body. Thanks, Chica. There's a reason you're my bestie. Killian cleared his throat.
I know some men can be assholes about body type, but really, for men who are worth having, what matters most is what you're like, and self-confidence. I flashed him a sideways glance. He sounded like he was being genuine. By the end of dinner, we had worked out a plan. Killian would drive out there to meet up with me at the asylum around 3, and Ari would join us by 6. After dinner, he excused himself. I have a folder of forms I have to fill out for the city regarding my new vet business, he said. I waved goodbye to him and then, closing the door, leaned against it for a moment. He actually asked me to the cotillion, I said. He likes you, Ari said. I don't know what to think. I mean, I know he likes me. We got along great at lunch, and he's going to the carnival with me, but... Do you think he just wants a friend? I asked. Even if that's all he's looking for, I'm glad we're neighbors. No, he likes you. Mark my words, the man has staked a claim on you. Ari carried the last of the plates into the kitchen. As I rinsed them and stacked them in the dishwasher, she put away the leftovers. You make it sound like he peed on me, I said, laughing. He might as well have. He's a wolf shifter. Have you ever dated a shifter? She asked. I shook my head. No, a few witches and a couple humans. Ellison is as human as you can get, in the worst possible way. I paused as my phone rang. Without checking to see who it was, I answered it. Hello? What the hell do you mean by destroying my convertible? I'm going to sue your ass off. Speak of the devil. I grumbled. Go fuck yourself, Ellison. We're done. I took everything that was mine, and we're done. You got what you wanted, so quit being an asshole and leave me alone. Ellison growled. You really think I'm going to let this go? Remember this, dude. One of the things you didn't like was that I'm a witch. Well, now I have no reason to make you comfortable, so you might want to think twice before threatening me. If all the damage you take in this divorce is a soggy car, count your blessings. I could have done so much more, and I still have plenty of reasons to send a few whammies your way. The magazine, the house, don't throw stones, because right now, your windows are pretty fucking big. I could feel my voice ice over. Not a good sign for anybody I was talking to. He paused. Then, in a tone that was far more polite, asked, So did you get everything from the house that you need? Everything except my half of the magazine and the house. You really put the screws to me, and I won't forget it. Go ahead and pat yourself on the back for now. I was ready to end the conversation, but Ari tapped me on the arm. I glanced at her, and she pointed to the mute button. Wait a minute, I said, then pressed mute. You want me to hex him? I will, happily. I worried my lip, then shook my head. If anybody hexes him, it should be me. I'm the one he dumped on. Tell you what, we'll talk it over and see if we can think of a truly fitting response.
one that embodies irony. She nodded, and I ended the conversation without another word.
"So how do you really feel about your job?" she asked after I tossed my phone on the table. "I could tell during dinner that you weren't saying everything."
To tell you the truth, today, out at the asylum, I was scared spitless. Partly because a ghost who can body slam me against the wall, well, that's one ghost I don't want to meet. But also, I'm so freaking out of practice. I let myself go, magically speaking. I feel like I need a gym for my spell work.
"You really want to get back into shape?" she asked.
I nodded. I need to. I want to open a side business reading the cards and, well, as a paranormal exterminator. So if you have any suggestions, I'm open to them.
"Then you need to book some time with Terrence Styles. He coaches witches looking to up their game. I'll give you his number. I booked a few appointments with him, and it helped me refine my practice."
She grabbed my phone and entered his contact information.
"There you go."
"Thanks," I said, wondering if I should just call him now. But the doorbell rang before I could make up my mind, and I opened the door to find an envelope taped to the front. But no one in sight. Frowning, I started to dash down the steps to see if there was anybody walking past on the sidewalk, but I was barefoot and tired, and as my foot hit the crunchy snow, I quickly retreated. Shrugging, I carried the envelope back inside. "What's that?" Ari asked. "I have no idea. It was on the door." I sat down and turned the envelope over. My name was written on the front, but there was no stamp or address. The handwriting didn't look familiar. Should I open it?
"If you want to know what's inside."
I opened the envelope and removed a single folded sheet of paper. The paper reminded me of a linen weave, heavy parchment. Okay, let's see what it has to say. I opened it. "It's about time you returned to Moonshadow Bay. We've been waiting for you." I stared at the paper, then looked at Ari. All right, what the hell is this? Bewildered, I set the note on the table and slid back on the sofa, bringing my legs up beneath me.
"That's weird. Who all knows you're back?"
She picked up the letter and held it for a moment, then shivered.
"The magical signature on that is so strong it almost burned my fingers."
"Well, Millie knows I'm back, and Taryn, and you, and whoever the three of you happened to tell. Killian's new in town, so I doubt if he had anything to do with this."
"I told Megan, but I didn't tell her it was a secret, so she may have mentioned it, though I'm not sure who she'd tell. What about your aunt?"
I grabbed my phone and called Taryn. "Did you tell anyone I was back in town?" I asked. She laughed. "Good evening to you, too. I've been waiting for you to call." "Why?" "Because you're my niece and I love you. I just meant that I haven't called you so that you'd have some time to get settled." "Can you come over?" I wanted to get her take on several things, including my new job. "I'll be there in 15 minutes. As I put the phone down, I returned my focus to the note. I wasn't usually easily spooked, but combined with the day's events, the words threw me. I glanced at Ari, who was fiddling with the fireplace, laying a fire. "Thanks," I said. "I need to get back in the hang of building a good fire. We had a gas fireplace back in Seattle, and I lost track of how to do that."
"It's simple. Remember, paper, kindling, a couple dry logs. Give everything room to breathe, but make sure it's stacked so that it won't fall apart. Come on, help me get this thing going while we wait for Taryn."
As I knelt beside Ari, I felt so grateful to have her for my best friend. She knew exactly when I needed to take my mind off my worries, and she always seemed to have something in hand to do so. But then she was an empath as well as a witch, and even though she could be startlingly abrupt, she could also read people like a book. Say, how about when I start my private practice, you join me? It's going to be a sideline, so we can work it around both our schedules. I think we'd make a good team. I watched as she deftly set the fire going. Ari paused, glancing over her shoulder at me as I sat on the raised hearth. Marble, it jutted out from the fireplace by a good 18 inches and was perfect for putting decorations on. Are you serious? You want a partner? I think we'd make a great team. And since it's a side business, we won't be all stressed out when we don't have clients. I held out my hands as she set the kindling to blaze. The flames crackled and popped, catching hold as they gobbled up the paper and set the thin wood shavings ablaze. A moment later, and the flames licked at the logs, which were tinder dry and caught immediately. I like the idea. After what you told me about the asylum today, I was kind of antsy with you taking on a side business involving evicting unwanted presences, too. But together we can keep each other safe. And if it's only a side gig, we won't get too overwhelmed. She glanced up as the doorbell rang. That's probably Taryn. I jumped up, heading to the door. My hips and glutes were still sore from being tossed around that morning, but I'd hurt worse, like the time I tried to go bungee jumping, and instead of free-falling gracefully, I had gotten myself tangled up in the cord somehow and had bruised several muscles and sprained my butt. I got a lot of laughs, but unless you've ever sprained a glute muscle, you have no clue how much it can hurt. Aunt Taryn swept through the door, a bottle of peppermint schnapps in hand. "Make some cocoa and we'll spike it with this," she said, thrusting the bottle into my hands as she shrugged off her coat and pulled off her gloves. She was wearing a long sweeping dress covered with candy canes, reindeer, and conifers. It's colder than a witch's tit out there, and I should know. We laughed. The joke was old, but it was a common one in the winter months around Moonshadow Bay. I handed the bottle of liqueur to Ari. "Want to make some of your famous cocoa? Meanwhile, I'm going to tell my aunt about today and show her the message." "Aye, aye," Ari said, heading into the kitchen. My aunt threaded her arm through mine. "Why don't we keep her company?" It was useless to argue, so I just nodded. "Let me get something, and I'll be right in." As Taryn followed Ari into the kitchen, I retrieved the envelope from the living room and made certain the screen was firmly in place in front of the fireplace, keeping any embers from rolling out. It managed to keep most of the sparks at bay as well. Ari was already looking through the cupboards, pulling out sugar and cocoa and milk. She found a bag of mini marshmallows and added that to the pile. Taryn and I settled in at the kitchen table. I told her about the day. Arabella Jones died? I hadn't heard. That's a shame. I can tell you that when I was little, I was born in 1957, remember, we were warned to stay away from the asylum. Mother and Father were furious that it had been built so close to the town. Moonshadow Bay was smaller then than it is now, but there were a lot of children. Your grandmother warned your mother and me that she would spank us if we went anywhere near there. We never got spanked, so the threat loomed over us like a dark cloud. "Did you ever disobey?" I asked. She shook her head. "No. Althea and I were too frightened. The incident with Cy Schooner happened in 1963. I was 6 and Althea was 10. The asylum was open until, 1965, I think?" "That sounds about right." Schooner supposedly killed himself the next Christmas, and the year after that the feds closed the place down. I let out a long sigh. I think they should just raze the place and seal off that stretch of land. I learned a lot about it today.
Such as?
Such as it's been considered cursed land ever since the Lummi people were the sole inhabitants of this particular area. Well, along with a few other tribes. But they never went near the land if they could help it. I'm suspecting that some land elemental has been there since ancient days and is so entrenched in the very soil that it's tainted the land.
Could be, my aunt said.
Well, elementals are usually neutral. Some of them are old and crafty, and they hate anything that walks on two legs. Well, except birds. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Anyway, something body slammed me around there this afternoon. But the reason I called you over tonight was because I found this on the front door about half an hour ago. I have no idea who it's from. I handed her the envelope. She took it, and a smile spread across her face as she touched the paper.
I've been wondering when this would happen.
What do you mean?
Did you ever hear your mother talk about the ladies?
I froze. You don't mean...
Now that your mother is gone, that leaves you as the matriarch of our line. They talk to me, too, but your mother was the one they focused on. And while they'll talk to other women in our family, they only focus on one at a time. This note? It's from the ladies.
I straightened my shoulders, feeling very much under observation. The ladies were members of my mother's line, all women, come down through our family history. When they chose you, there was no getting out of it. They were with you, guiding you, and often scolding the hell out of you. I had watched my mother run herself frantic now and then, trying to meet their expectations. They were all witches, of course. And if the note was from them, I knew my life was about to change in ways I couldn't even imagine.
What does it mean? Ari asked.
It means that they're about to take January in hand and lead her into a brand new world, Taryn said. I have to tell you, when they chose your mother over me, I was a little jealous, but also relieved. They have high expectations. And even though they don't focus on me, I've felt the sting of their tongue before when I fucked up.
What do I do?
Nothing. They'll come to you over time. Just remain alert and open to them. They'll take it from here, Taryn said. We carried our spiked cocoa back into the living room and sat near the fire. I tried to remember my mother talking to me about the ladies. She hadn't said a great deal, and I suspected she thought it would be a while yet before they showed up in my life, so she hadn't prepared me for them. But now, I'd have to wing it. Taryn could help, but if the ladies wanted me to listen to them, they'd have to be willing to talk. Feeling restless, I stared into the flames as Ari and Taryn talked. I closed my eyes as the flames played a warm rhythm on my skin and tried to relax. Chapter 10. Morning came early, especially with a schnapps-induced hangover. One spiked cocoa had led to 2, had led to 3 more shots of peppermint schnapps before we had called it a night. Now I was so fuzzy that I could barely think. I managed to fill my travel mug with a latte and throw together a turkey and Swiss sandwich before I had to hit the door running. But I no sooner opened the door than I remembered that we were going to be spending the night at the asylum. In my cotton-headed brain, I had managed to push that to the side. Cripes, I'm late! I headed back inside, frantically trying to think of where I put my sleeping bag. Did I even own a sleeping bag?
Finally, I just tossed a bunch of warm clothes in a backpack and added several boxes of granola bars, a flashlight, and a bottle of my mother's protection spray. I can't believe I'm already late and it's only my second day, I muttered to myself as I hurried down the porch steps, trying to juggle my coffee, my purse, the pack, and the very slick stairs. I needed to buy rock salt on the way home, or maybe on my lunch hour. As I reached the bottom, I stepped off the last stair onto the sidewalk, and the next moment, I face-planted on the ice, my heel catching in one of the chinks of hardened snow. My travel mug landed near me, splattering hot latte all over the snow. My purse went flying down the sidewalk. I landed on top of my pack and groaned as something hard jutted into my stomach, and I began to notice a ringing in my ears as I lay there trying to catch my breath. "Oh, for fuck's sake," I muttered, wondering if anybody had seen me. I slowly pushed my way to my hands and knees, wincing as I glanced around. Maybe I had lucked out. There was nobody in sight, so maybe I'd make it through without any prying eyes. As I stood, I noticed that my jeans had a rip in the knee, and my knee beneath the fabric was scraped and bleeding. My nose hurt, and the heel of my boot had ripped off. So much for getting a good start to the day. I gathered up everything, yanked the boot heel out of the snow, and limped my way back up the frozen steps. Unlocking the door, I tossed my purse on the sofa and slumped on the cushion next to it. After a moment, I pulled my boots off, then fished my phone out of my purse and called Tad. "I'm going to be late. I face-planted on my sidewalk just now." "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I just broke my boot heel, scraped my knee, and I think I may have sprained my nose." I must have sounded just exasperated enough for him to take pity on me. At least he tried not to laugh, though I could hear the suppressed snicker behind his words. "Take your time. We'll see you when you get here. Don't rush it. We don't want you showing up with a broken leg." "Thanks," I murmured. I felt out of sorts in every which way. Wincing, I stood. Not only did my hip still ache from the day before, but now my knee hurt, along with my elbow and nose. I was on my way upstairs to my bathroom when I heard someone whispering behind me. "Are you all right, Pumpkin?" Pumpkin? That's what my mother had called me. But I decided to wait till I was at the top to react. The last thing I needed was to tumble down a flight of stairs. As I headed toward my bedroom, I paused. "If that's you, Mom, thanks. I'm all right. I just started off the day wrong. I'll be okay. And if it is you, stick around, okay? If you can?" There was no answer, but I thought I felt the brush of a hand on my head, like she had always patted me on the head when I was little. I smiled, then headed into my bedroom. The ghost, whoever it was, didn't follow. I stripped off my jeans and shirt and checked myself for injuries. I had a nasty bruise on my knee, along with a pretty vigorous scrape. I spread some antibiotic ointment on it, then covered it with a gauze bandage and taped it down. I also doctored a gash on my right palm and a nasty scrape on my nose. It wasn't deep enough to bleed, but it sure gave me the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer effect. I could lead Santa's sleigh through the storm without a problem for a while. After making sure I was still in one piece, I rubbed some isotherm on my hip, then dressed again, choosing another pair of jeans and a turtleneck sweater. I threaded my belt through the loops, found a pair of boots that had stacked platform heels that were also rubber, non-skid, and then I headed back downstairs. Once again, I put on my jacket and grabbed my purse and pack. I'd stop at a coffee stand for my latte. I made certain, again, that the stove was off, that all embers from the fire were dust, and then I headed out again. Yup, rock salt was on the list, all right.
By the time I got to work, I was half an hour late. But when I walked in, everybody just glanced up and waved. I headed over to Tad's desk and sat down. "I'm here. Thanks for cutting me some slack," I said.
Hey, this job has a learning curve to it, and we take into account life's vagaries. "Meeting," Tad called out. "Table, now."
We all moved to the main table, and I shrugged off my coat, draping it over my chair and leaving my purse on my desk. I grabbed my tablet and digital recorder, along with a notepad and pen, and took a chair next to Hank. "Did you hurt yourself this morning?" Caitlin asked. "Tad told us you fell off your porch or something." "Or something is more like it. I'm all right. I have a scraped knee and palm, and you can see my shiny nose adornment. But otherwise I'm okay. My hip aches, but that's mostly due to yesterday's monster mosh pit out at the asylum." I told everyone that Ari and Killian were going to join us before Tad called the meeting to order.
"All right, listen up. When we arrive on the premises, no going solo. If you go anywhere, take someone with you. The bathrooms are still working, although there's no hot water, but the toilets and sinks work. Take tissue and soap." He paused. "Except for the fact that January was attacked and the dead bodies that seem to be piling up around this particular haunting, I wouldn't be as worried as I am. But those are enough to spook me."
Caitlin cleared her throat. "If Charles Crichton is right, then we're dealing with a compound manifestation. I really question spending the night there." A look of exasperation crossed Tad's face.
"Yes, but what the hell are we supposed to do? Our client paid us good money to ascertain whether it's safe for them to buy the property. We don't do slipshod work."
"We could just take out our equipment and hunt around for a while, then leave our cameras set up and—" Caitlin started to say, but Hank cleared his throat, interrupting her.
"We can't leave that equipment out there on its own. It's expensive, and we'd be out $50,000 worth of equipment. We either have to stay with it or bring it back with us."
Tad let them discuss the point for a moment. Then he rapped his knuckles on the table.
"Enough. You both make valid points. All right, since I'm the one who has to make the final decision, we're staying the night. Sean and Dell are busy, and they can't make it, but with January's friends, we'll have extra brawn and magic."
He paused, turning to me.
"They'll have to sign an NDA, as well as a waiver releasing us from liability if something happens."
"I'm sure they'll understand. Let's take the documents with us," I said. Caitlin sighed. "All right, we spend the night. Have we looked over the equipment to make certain it's all working?"
Hank shook his head. "I thought we'd do that right after this meeting."
"Can I watch?" I asked. "I've never used any ghost hunting equipment, and I'd like to be conversant with it before we head out." Caitlin linked her arm with mine and drew me toward the storeroom. "Be my guest. I love talking about gadgets." As she opened the storage room door, I glanced back to find Tad staring at me, the look on his face unreadable. I wasn't sure what he was thinking, but I hoped I could put up a good front and convince him he'd hired the right person for the job. 30 minutes later, I was more or less versed about paranormal gadgets and how they worked. Witches relied on our trance work and senses rather than on gadgets and whatsits. Then again, we also had our own props and gadgets, our wands and daggers, cauldrons and brooms, and everything that made up a witch's altar. By the time Caitlin was done with me, I knew how to use several of the easier cameras, the FLIR, and the EMF reader. Some of the equipment was too complicated to teach me to use in what time we had before leaving, but at least by the time Caitlin was done with me, I knew enough so that I wouldn't mess up the readings by turning the wrong knob or pressing the wrong button. During that time, Hank seemed to warm up to me. He showed me how to hold some of the cameras, and he sorted through a pile of clean thermal underwear and found a pair that would fit me, along with an undershirt.
We have extra sleeping bags, and we'll be taking a battery-operated space heater to huddle around, but you might want to wear these. It's going to be cold, and we won't be doing a lot of moving around.
Exactly what will we be doing? I asked, accepting the warm leggings and shirt.
We'll go into that room where you got clobbered and set up there first. Tad and Caitlin will stay there while you and I head upstairs to do a brief observation run. The fact that you heard movement up there means either we have ourselves a squatter or an animal made a nest up there, or, and this is the most likely, we have more ghostly activity. We need to know which one it is.
Have you ever found squatters or animals? I mean, something other than a ghost? I asked, holding the thermal underwear up to me. It looked like it would fit. These are clean, right? He snorted.
Of course they're clean. We wash everything when we come back from a run, though you might want to get your own. Spending a night in the cold isn't out of the ordinary for what we do. We keep spares on hand, but most of us have full camping gear, a top-notch sleeping bag, everything we need to bivouac in any situation, whether it's midsummer or midwinter.
I paused to make a note on my phone to buy camping gear and long johns.
As to whether we've ever found a natural cause for what someone thought was a haunting or other UL...
UL? I asked.
Urban legend, anyway. The answer is yes. Last year we were sent out to investigate a potential Jersey Devil-like case, but it was just a wolf shifter who... Well, this was worse than a UL in this case. The wolf shifter had been hexed, and when he transformed, he couldn't finish the shift. He couldn't return to his human form either. He died after a few days, and the witch who cast the spell was brought up on charges by the tribunal of Court Magica. He was stripped of his powers and sent to prison out on Gull Island.
Why would he want to hex the shifter?
Love triangle. The wolf shifter was the husband of the witch's mistress.
Court Magica was a tribunal who pronounced sentences on cases that just couldn't fit in the normal court systems. Made up of a council of witches who were also lawyers and judges, Court Magica had the power of life and death at their fingers. That's horrible, I said, thinking of the poor shifter. Caught in mid-transformation, he would have been in incredible pain, unable to fully shift either way. The strain on his body had to have eventually killed him.
Trust me, the witch who cast that hex paid for it. Life on Gull Island, especially when you've had your powers stripped, is no walk in the park.
Caitlin gave me a smile from where she was polishing a couple of the camera lenses.
She's right, Hank said. Anyway, so the devil we were looking for was the shifter who lived for 5 days in the woods before he died. They only caught the witch because the shifter's wife finally turned herself in. The guilt on her conscience was more than she could bear. We've had other cases like that where it turned out to be something totally normal. I'd say the ratio is about 70% actual hauntings or whatever, and 30% false alarms. But even the false alarms can be daunting, like with the wolf shifter.
Hank said.
We're good to go. Let's get the van loaded.
I stopped and bought sandwiches, chips, candy bars, and water. We'll stop on the way for coffee, Caitlin said. I think we're ready to go. I need to put these on, I said, holding up the long underwear. I hurried to the bathroom, did my business, and slid on the long-sleeved undershirt and the leggings. While I wasn't looking forward to returning to the asylum, I decided to look at it as an adventure. Might as well go full immersion on the job, and at least I wouldn't be alone. As I returned to the main room, Hank and Caitlin were carrying bags of equipment out the door.
We're ready. Let's head out to the van, Tad said.
"Whose van?" I asked.
Conjure Ink owns a van. We can transport all our equipment as well as up to 7 people.
He locked the office door behind us as we trudged out into the overcast morning. It wasn't snowing at the moment, but the temperatures were still hovering around the upper 20s, and everything had a frozen sheen to it. It was beautiful in an Elsa sort of way. I crunched over the snow, following the others. We were headed toward a large van, and when we got there, Tad opened the door to reveal what looked like a bank of high-tech surveillance equipment mounted on a fold-down table on the opposite wall of the van. There were 2 seats up front, 3 near the computer equipment, and 2 more in the back, where I saw the stack of sleeping bags. Caitlin, Hank, and I sorted the equipment as Tad slid into the driver's seat. Then Caitlin and Hank took their places near the table. I stood there, unsure of where to sit.
"January, ride shotgun,"
Tad said. "I wasn't sure where you wanted me," I said as I belted myself into the front passenger seat. "What's all that back there?"
"Computers. We can download our results and know what we're dealing with without having to return to the office during sessions."
He glanced back to make sure that Caitlin and Hank were fully situated and buckled in, then eased the van out of the parking space, and we were on the road. "How long have you been interested in work like this?" I asked. Tad shrugged.
"All my life, I guess. I started studying about UFOs when I was 8. Of course, as a kid, I devoured the tabloids. I didn't care about who was dating who. I wanted to read the stories about the dog man or whatnot. I knew most of it was garbage, but I thought if I could just find one thing that was real."
"Did you know about the other kin community at the time?" It seemed unbelievable to me, but there were a handful of humans who still denied the existence of magic, of shifters, of the various preternatural entities who walked the face of the planet. How they still insisted that their beliefs had any veracity confounded me. Evidence was everywhere, including in a lot of their next-door neighbors' houses.
"Oh, I always knew. Our neighbor was a shifter. He was an eccentric old coot who every full moon would go out and shift into his alt form and run around the neighborhood looking for treats."
He grinned.
"That old dude was tough as nails. He was an ex-Marine who had some form of PTSD. You know, one of those get-off-my-lawn, you kids types. But when he shifted into his collie form, he was the sweetest dog ever. Everybody loved him when he was in his alt form, and everybody watched out for him. Poor guy was hit one night by a car. The driver couldn't see him because it was hailing like crazy. He was in his alt form trying to get home when he darted across the street at the wrong time. The driver skidded, but he clipped him a good one. It was hard on the whole neighborhood when he died."
I wasn't sure what to say. Finally, I opted for, "Then you've been aware of shifters all your life?"
I wanted to be a witch, but my mother told me we didn't have the blood for it. I begged her to send me to one of the magic academies, but I couldn't even get admitted. We'd just have no magical blood in our veins.
"How did you come to start Conjure Ink?"
I came across the Urban Legends organization about 5 years ago. I decided since they didn't have a member site here in Western Washington, I'd create one. That's when I began to pull together Conjure Ink.
He pulled into a drive-through Starbucks and we all placed orders for far too much caffeine and sugar. While waiting for our orders to be filled, I thought about Tad. So many people envied those who were born to magical families. But there were other ways to work with magic, even if you didn't have the aptitude. For instance, there were garden witches who worked on the practical level. They grew the herbs and harvested them under the right signs of the moon, and while they couldn't cast the spells, they could commune with the plants and produce ethically sourced ingredients for those who could work the magic. But I knew that sort of side business wouldn't have suited Tad at all. He had a thirst for knowledge, and running Conjure Ink seemed perfect for him. As Tad handed around our order and I passed out cups and pastries, we got underway again. So, my friend Ari, she's been my best friend since I was little, is going into my side business with me, I said. Since we both work day jobs, we don't have to rely on it for income, which means we can be selective about time and the cases we take on. He nodded.
That's a good idea, he said. Once you start relying on something for your daily bread, it becomes a much heavier responsibility.
Caitlin, who had been listening from the back of the van, said, "So what does Ari do for a living? Moonshadow Bay is small, but I don't remember ever running into someone with that name." "Ari owns a hair salon. She runs it out of her own house. She's tiny, petite, flame-red hair." When Caitlin shook her head, I added, "How long have you been here? I don't remember you from high school." Caitlin grinned. "I went to high school 50 years ago. I'm a bobcat shifter, remember? Shifters live a lot older than most humans, or even than most witches. I was born in 1952. Longevity rates could really be confusing for those who weren't part of the otherkin community. Shifters were long-lived, well into 200 or 300 years or more. Witches, magical families like my own, were one step away from human. We lived a lot longer than most humans, a few up to 200, though mostly we topped out around 150, and we aged slower, so we stayed aware and able most of our lives. Vampires, whom I knew existed but had never met one, of course could live on much longer than either the shifters or witches. And there were other members of the otherkin community. Hank, however, was witch blood, with intense psychic abilities, which meant he and Tad would age faster than Caitlin and me. That made everything clearer. "That's why you weren't in my class. I thought you might be younger than me, but I guess that's not the case."
"Can I ask something?" Hank said. "How did you get the name January?"
I laughed. "My mother and father were convinced they were having a boy. I was conceived a few years before they could use ultrasound to determine gender. I'm not sure why they thought that I was going to be a boy, but they were so sure that they only picked out boy names. When I arrived without a penis, they were so thrown they couldn't figure out what to name me. So—"
"Let me guess, you were born in January?" Caitlin asked.
"January 16th. And yes, that's how I got my name." They were as equally uncreative about my middle name. They decided to name me January K. Jaxson. That would be K as in the letter, not the name. I tell people it's K-A-Y when they ask, just to make things simpler, but it's really just a placeholder letter. I didn't begrudge my parents' desperate attempts to figure out a name for me. They could have picked out something far more boring.
"We're almost there," Tad said. "Remember, we go in together. Nobody goes anywhere alone."
I pulled out the protection water my mother had made. "Here, everybody spray yourselves with this. It's left over from my mother's stash. It will help protect us from their attacks." I thoroughly misted myself down and tossed the plastic spray bottle over to Caitlin. She followed suit, then Hank. Tad paused the van to douse himself with it, then started up again, driving cautiously along the drive. The sky was overcast, threatening yet more snow, and the temperature was creeping up toward freezing. We'd probably have melt-off during the afternoon, then fresh snow and freezing during the night. As the asylum came into sight, I shivered. The place gave me the creeps, though I wondered how much of that was actually the asylum itself, or the creature that had been born out of all the spirits, or the land itself. I wanted to pinpoint it, but I was nervous about going into trance, given what I had encountered on my earlier trip there. "By the way," I said, "who are we working for? You said a real estate developer was interested in buying the land?"
That's right, you weren't at the first meeting. Last week, the Yarnell Housing Corporation approached us. They're a lot smaller than their name sounds, but they're up and coming in Moonshadow Bay, and they are making buck. They offered us a $5,000 fee plus hours billed on this case.
Tad parked the van near the entrance.
Well, will you look at that? In all the time I've lived in Moonshadow Bay, I've never once come out here.
As we tumbled out of the van with Caitlin starting the equipment up, I began to wonder about the wisdom of what we were about to do. All the credos about doing good business seemed to vanish out the window with the stark view of the deserted facility. But Hank shoved a bag of cameras into one of my arms, and Caitlin slung a bag of food over my other arm, and so, following their lead, I headed back into the belly of the beast. Chapter 11. As I entered the asylum, the tension that I had felt the first time seemed to be ratcheted up. I tried to shut down my clairaudience, the ability to hear things in different realms, because there were whispers everywhere, and they didn't sound friendly. I could hear full-blown conversations, along with inappropriate laughter. Something sinister was lurking here, and it seemed fully awake and aware. I pointed to the hallway that Killian and I had explored. That goes all the way around the building. There's a set of stairs on the right side of the building and a set on the left, both going up to the second floor.
Where should we set up the equipment? What room were you in when you were attacked?
Hank asked. I reluctantly led the way. The hallway door opened easily, and I swallowed my fear, leading them down the hall to the room. In there. I pointed to the closed door. Hank motioned for me to step aside, and he opened the door, peering in. We were all wearing headlamps, and I took a deep breath and followed him. When we were in the room, I backed up against the wall, trying to give the spirit as little body surface to target as I could. I can feel something, Caitlin said. She held out one of the FLIR cameras. Guys, you might want to look at this. We crowded around her, looking at the viewfinder. There, against the opposite wall, was a brilliant ball of bluish light. It registered cold, a good 20 degrees drop from the rest of the room, and it was hovering there. What is that? I asked. It's a will-o'-the-wisp, Caitlin whispered, also known as a corpse candle. I've encountered them before. I had heard of will-o'-the-wisps, but I'd never seen one, nor had I ever had to deal with one. In Welsh mythology, they were classified under the Clanagrian, a group of spirits and elementals who were harbingers of death. The light was flickering, floating about 3 feet in the air. I happened to glance up over the top of the camera. It's no longer hiding itself, I said. Caitlin lowered the FLIR and swallowed hard. You're right. The ball of energy bobbed gently up and down, as though it were on the surface of a lake. It slowly began to move forward, toward us. My skin began to crawl, and I glanced at the door, computing how many steps it would take me to reach it. Whatever you do, don't let that thing touch you, Tad warned. I may not be able to feel energy quite the way you do, but there's nothing but malicious intent coming from that light. The aura of menace was growing exponentially, like an argument that was cresting to a head. This wasn't just something that didn't want us here. The corpse candle actually felt like it wanted to harm us. It wanted to attack, and it was taking its time about planning that attack. The difference between a rabid dog and a hunter, I thought. A rabid dog would attack because that's what it did. It didn't give thought to the attack, it just did. But this was stalking us, watching us and planning its attack. We were prey, and the will-o'-the-wisp was on the hunt. I'm not sure if that's what body slammed me or not, I said. This feels darker and deliberate. I kept my eyes on the approaching light. You know, I think we should get out of here, at least out of this room. I began to back away toward the door.
All right, slowly. Don't run, but slowly back out. Keep your eyes forward,
Tad said. He motioned for us to move first. I slipped out the door, followed by Caitlin. Hank and Tad quickly followed, shutting the door behind them. I moved away from the door. I don't trust that thing not to follow us. Keep your eyes open.
What can it do to us?
Tad asked. I think more than just knock us around. My stomach's still in knots from just being around it, I said. Caitlin cleared her throat.
Well, there are reports that corpse candles appear to warn someone of their impending death. There are also reports that they feed on energy and lure people to their death, usually in swamps or on the moors. But why not in a forest? They're vampiric in nature. They don't drink blood, but they siphon off energy. Whatever the case, that thing just scared me more than just about anything I've encountered, Hank said. I wonder if there are more of them here.
That would certainly come under the classification of the land being cursed. Aren't will-o'-the-wisps like land elementals? I asked. Caitlin shook her head. They're also thought to be part of the fairy world. Dark fae. My mother's nanny was a fairy. She used to tell her stories of all the creatures in the fairy realm, including will-o'-the-wisps. She called them fairy fire and warned my mother against playing out in the woods, especially the mystic wood, because of them, along with other dangerous and beautiful creatures. Dangerous beauty, that's certainly a good term for them, I said. I used to sneak off into the mystic wood when I was young. My parents' house, now mine, buttresses right up against it. I never encountered anything quite like that, but that doesn't mean it's not out there. I watched the door warily. I wish I had thought to ask Crichton how big of a patch of land is considered cursed.
You could call him, Tad said. Why don't you go outside and do that? Reception in here isn't the best because of all the concrete. Take Caitlin with you. Nobody goes alone.
Caitlin grinned. In case you're wondering, I have a black belt in karate and I'm also a judo expert. Both Hank and I have extensive martial arts backgrounds. That sounds good to me. I decided that yes, I would be finding that gym and at least taking a beginner's class. I didn't like the idea of not being able to defend myself physically, and though I never expected to advance much, I was in shape enough that I should be able to master the basics. I also didn't like putting others on the spot in order to protect me. We headed back toward the door at the end of the hall. I had the uncomfortable sensation we were being watched, and all the way to the front door, I kept glancing over my shoulder. Once outside, we found that it had begun to snow, heavily. The heavy flakes drifted down to blanket the already frozen world. I didn't care, though. Anything was better than being inside that place. I hate it in there, I said, stamping my feet as I pulled out my phone. I don't like it much either. I've been involved in investigating a number of hauntings, but damn, woman, you were right. This place gives me the creeps. It feels like a ghost ship, oddly enough. She huddled, her hands under her arms. I don't know how it feels colder out here than it did in there, but it does. We're exposed to the wind out here. Even with broken windows, at least inside, we were out of the elements. I opened my recents list and hit Crichton's name. The phone rang 3 times before he answered. Charles Crichton, may I help you? This is January. Remember me? Of course. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you could tell me something. Just how big of a patch of land did the Lummi people think was cursed? I know the area that the institution sits on, but to what extent does the curse extend outward? An acre, half an acre? Do you happen to know? He paused, then said,
"Let me call you back in a few minutes. I think I have the information, but I have to find it."
Thanks. If you could call me as soon as possible, I'd so very much appreciate it. I hung up and then marched over to the van. Come on, we don't have to wait out in the cold. Caitlin glanced back at the building, then followed me. All right. We reached the van and I stopped. I forgot, I don't have the key. I have a spare, Caitlin said, pulling out a key ring. She opened the side door and we clambered in. She fit the key in the ignition and turned on the heater, and we huddled around the vents until Charles returned my call about 10 minutes later.
"January, I have your information," he said. "In my records, I have a note that the curse seems to extend about 2 acres, with the asylum being center, so a mile outward from every direction. It seems to be circular. A perfect circle, actually. The last people to investigate the area ascertained. Given the asylum is dead center, I'm thinking that Leland deliberately planned for the building to be at ground zero."
Why would he do that? I frowned. Unless he was planning on making use of all the chaos.
Precisely. Remember, Leland and his band were chaos magicians. They weren't just witches. They thrived on chaos and shadow magic, and anything that they could do to increase those powers, well, they did.
I let out a long sigh. So what you're saying is that they pulled a Ghostbusters move. They built the institution directly over the center of the curse to harness and expand the energy driving it?
Since Leland died in prison, I can't tell you for certain, but that certainly seems likely given the evidence. "How's your investigation going?" he asked, sounding like he wanted to talk.
"We found a corpse candle that seems very keen on hunting down quarry."
"Oh, lovely."
Crichton paused, then quickly added,
"I didn't mean to come across that way. I know it's not so lovely if you're the one facing it, but I've always wanted to see one."
"I don't recommend it," I said. "Thank you. I'll talk to you soon." As I hung up, I slumped back in my seat. "Okay, get ready for this," I started to say, but Caitlin interrupted me. "I heard. The asylum is directly over the strongest area of the curse, the central point?" "Yes, and it extends about a mile out from every side in a circular pattern." "Odd, though. Why circular? Perfect circles don't exist in nature, so how did the curse form? Did someone start it before the Lummi people lived in this area? I know that other settlers reached the shores of this country, though nobody's sure who, besides the natives, were here first." I shook my head. "Do you think... could something be buried in the ground to cause this?"
"What do you mean, buried? You're not talking about a flying saucer or something?"
"I don't know what I'm asking," I said. "I'm just thinking out loud, I guess." Reluctantly, I pulled my hands away from the vents that were still pumping out warm air. "We'd better get back to Tad and Hank before they start to worry." I glanced at the clock. "Killian should be here in about 90 minutes. He said he'd be here by 3. I'd feel better with more bodies around. It always seemed like most of the ghosts in movies didn't become a bother until there were only a few people around. We slid out of the van after Caitlin turned off the ignition and she locked up. We began to hike back over to the building, blinking as the thick flakes blanketed the area. I blinked as one got caught in my eyelashes. Wiping it away, I turned back to Caitlin. How often do you have to do this? Set up out in the field and spend the night in freak show spooky places?
Oh, at least once a month. You'll get used to it, January, don't worry. It's not like we do this every night, and once you have your sea legs under you, so to speak, it won't be so frightening. It's all part of the job.
As we re-entered the building, I once again felt the sense of gloom and doom weigh down on us. We headed over toward the door that led into the left side of the hall. I quietly opened it, pushing through. I expected to see Tad and Hank right there, but they were nowhere in sight. "Do you think they went on ahead?" I asked.
I doubt it, since they said they were going to wait right here for us. Caitlin looked around. Should I call for them?
I nodded, slowly letting myself drift into the energy around us. Something was off. Something didn't feel right. There's something going on here. I don't like this. I walked over to the door to the corpse candle room and listened at it. Nothing. With Caitlin at my back, I cautiously opened it, peeking in. Again, nothing. Shutting the door, I turned back to Caitlin. Where the hell could they have gone? She shook her head.
Did you hear any shouts coming from the building while we were out in the van?
Nope. But then I doubt if we would have been able to hear much. The walls are thick, and even with broken windows, I would think sound wouldn't carry a great deal. What the hell happened to them? I glanced around again. Maybe they decided to check out another room?
Do you really want to go down the hall, opening doors?
Caitlin asked. I don't know what else we can do. We could start shouting for them, but I'm thinking that might attract some really unwanted attention. I motioned for her to follow me. I don't see their equipment bags anywhere. We had left the sleeping bags in the van until we needed them later, but each one of us was carrying a pack with various types of equipment in it, along with water bottles, food, and tissue. Caitlin adjusted her pack and then motioned for me to get behind her.
You can work magic, but I can kick ass and take more damage than you can without being hurt, she said.
I quickly swung in behind her, not having any desire to argue, and we headed down the hall. I kept glancing over my shoulder to keep an eye out behind us. We came to the next door and paused. Caitlin put her hand on the doorknob and I stepped to the side. I wasn't sure what I could do if something came swinging out of there, but whatever I ended up doing, I'd do it to the best of my abilities. She cautiously turned the knob and opened the door. It only gave a few inches, the hinges letting out a creak as though the door hadn't been opened in years. Caitlin frowned and gave it another yank. The rust gave and the door swung wide. Unprepared for the sudden yield, Caitlin went stumbling forward. She caught herself as I flashed a light inside. The room was just as empty as the one before, but there was an even more sinister feel to this room, and I quickly backed away. Close the door. Close it before whatever's inside gets a chance. Before I could finish my sentence, Caitlin had slammed the door shut again. I'll take your word for it, she said. Next one? I guess that's the only thing we can do. They weren't out front waiting for us, were they? Maybe they... But no. We would have seen them on our way back in. And since we all came in the same vehicle, they couldn't have just driven away. We made our way down the hall, looking inside every room. Each one felt slimy, old and oily and filled with decay, even though there wasn't a single piece of furniture in any one of them. I finally backed away to stand by one of the broken windows where the fresh, cold air was blowing in, along with a fair amount of snow. This place feels like the walls should be oozing with slime or blood or something, I said. You know, very Amityville horror stuff. Except the Amityville haunting had been a hoax.
This wasn't. I know what you mean. All the way down this hall, I've been having more and more trouble forcing my hand to the doorknob. Shifters definitely can't rival witches for feeling and measuring energy, but we do have an innate sense of whether something is dangerous, and my alarm bells are clanging loud and fast. This whole setup, the entire building, feels like one large entity to me. And that was it. That was exactly what I had been feeling. You've hit on something. I think... Give me a moment. I closed my eyes, leaning against the wall, trying to focus on what was going on around me without allowing the energies to have any access to taking over my body. Possession could happen quickly and easily, and while I was a powerful witch, it had been quite a while since I had used my magic. I listened to the undercurrents gliding through the hall. First, the top layer was ours, our nervousness and curiosity, our intrusion into a world that wasn't ours to intrude into. We were floating on the top like cream rising to the surface. Below that came the energy that had rolled in with the storm. Storms, be they rain, snow, lightning, or wind, had a life of their own, and their essence had a very strong life force to it, though it was alien to most of the energy signatures coming from corporeal beings. Beneath our energy and the snow came the energy of the building, and there the murkiness began. That energy was clouded in shadow, spreading out like long, disjointed fingers, reaching out greedily, looking to snatch up whatever it could find and suck the marrow from the bones. Those energy tendrils were tenacious, they were strong, and they were not easily driven back. I followed the vines of energy, trying to find their core, their center. There were spirits here. I could feel them. But they were almost like finger puppets. They had once belonged to themselves, but now they were mere illusions, masks this entity wore. Even the corpse candle. It, too, was just one mask of whatever was at the center of this building. I caught my breath as one of the vines froze, then turned toward me. "Oh, no, you don't," I whispered. "Mind your own business, creature." I quickly dropped out of trance and shook my head, jumping away from the creature before it latched hold of me. "Cripes, this is bad." I was breathing hard, trying to maintain my composure. "The spirits here? They've been absorbed by whatever this creature is. The entire building is part of its persona now. In fact, the building gives form to it." Caitlin shook her head. "I don't think I want to stay inside. What if it swallowed them? People just vanish into thin air every year. What if—" Her voice dropped. "We need to wait outside," she said in a strangled voice, staring over my shoulder. "There's something coming toward us down the hall, and it's not the guys." I slowly began to turn, easing around as gently as I could. I didn't want to spur it into running at us full tilt. Sure enough, there was some sort of creature coming toward us. It was tall and gangly, with rubbery legs and arms, and it had a triangular-shaped head. The creature was gray, eraser gray, and had large black eyes that looked dead. "Get out of here, now!" The voice echoed in my head, a warning so strong that I grabbed Caitlin's hand and began dragging her down the hall. "Outside, now!" The creature began to run toward us, loping faster than I would have imagined possible. We managed to stumble out the door, and I slammed it behind us. We backed away from the building, watching closely to see if the creature was going to follow us. But the door stayed closed. I was shaking so bad that I could barely breathe. "What the fuck are we going to do now?" I asked. "I'm not going back in there without help." "I have no clue. What? Wait. What's that noise?" Caitlin said, whirling to look behind us.
There's someone coming. I glanced at my phone. Almost 3. Maybe it's Killian, I said, hoping to hell that I was right. We waited, huddling near the van, and then, in the strengthening snowstorm, I saw Killian's SUV emerge from the driveway into the open. I was never so glad to see anybody in my life. Chapter 12. Thank the gods, I said, running toward the SUV as he eased in beside the van. He jumped out, racing over to my side.
Are you all right?
No, I said. Tad and Hank are missing. We think they may be trapped inside the building, but it's too dangerous to go back in there. I ran through my repertoire of spells, trying to think of what I might be able to do in order to find them, but could think of nothing that I could cast on the spur of the moment.
Where did you last see them? He asked, nodding to Caitlin. Hello, I'm Killian O'Connell.
Caitlin Tyrael, she said, returning the nod. We saw them in the building. Caitlin and I came out so I could make a phone call. We were out here 10 to 15 minutes at the most. When we returned, Hank and Tad were nowhere in sight. We didn't see them exit the building, and even though there are other exits, they would have returned to the van first. And while we were in there trying to find them, some butt-ugly creature came after us. Killian frowned.
What kind of creature?
We have no clue, Caitlin said. It looked almost demonic, or alien. Whatever the case, it wasn't working on its own. I explained to Killian that the building was giving form to the creature. I think there were spirits here in the beginning, but the elemental absorbed all of them. Now it's generating manifestations from its central core.
You said this land is cursed.
I nodded. In talking to a historian at the Garrison Library, I found out that the cursed area of land extends a mile out in all directions from the center of the building. In fact, he thinks that's why George Leland built the complex where it is. It's right over the center of the cursed land.
Lovely. All right, stay here. I'll take a look around the rest of the building. I won't go inside, but I'll travel in my wolf form. That will be faster and safer. It's harder for things to attack me when I'm in my alt form. If you'd close the back door of my SUV when I leave.
He returned to his SUV and slipped inside the back, where he started to strip off his jacket and shirt. Not wanting to feel like a peeping Tom, I turned. Caitlin turned with me. That your boyfriend? He's cute. For some reason, I didn't want to tell her no, so I just said, I don't know, we're dating. That was true as far as it went. We were going to go out on a date. 2 of them, if things went right. Are you married? She laughed.
Married? Not currently.
I am engaged, though.
But I'd rather not be.
I frowned. Why? I stopped, not wanting to sound rude, but she answered anyway. Why am I engaged if I don't want to be? It's an arranged marriage. My pride is more conservative than most, and I've already rocked the boat several times. My parents made the arrangements when I was young, and they expect me to carry through. I'm in the process of deciding whether my personal happiness is more important than my family's honor. It's not like I dislike my fiancé. We've known each other most of our lives. It's just, he's a good guy, but... No spark? She shook her head. No spark. But will I find that spark with anybody else? And does it even matter? A lot of arranged marriages actually work out. We get along, he's a hard worker. I trust that he'll do right by me and any children we have, and maybe the chemistry will build over the years. It's a lot to think about. I wanted to beg her to break it off. Marriage to someone you love was hard enough. Marrying someone you liked but had no chemistry with signaled a recipe for disaster. But I stopped myself. Caitlin had been brought up in a different lifestyle.
Shifter cultures were insular and had their own rules. Just make certain you've made a decision either way, rather than just letting it happen. When's the wedding set for? I asked. She shrugged. A year from next summer. I still have time, and I promise you, if I go through with it, it will be because I decided to. I turned as Killian let out a shout for us to turn around. A shimmer filled the back of his SUV, and the next moment, the large gray wolf that had been in my backyard leaped out of the car. He turned to me, trotted over, and rubbed against my side. I patted his head, suddenly feeling protective, and then he began to lope toward the building. "Do you think he can find them?" Caitlin asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said. "I hope so, because what the hell are we going to do if he doesn't?" 20 minutes later, Killian came racing back. I opened the back of his SUV when I saw him running full tilt, but he didn't bother jumping in, just paused by the door, and the cloud of sparkling fog engulfed him again. We could see the outline of his body shifting, legs and arms transforming, muzzle vanishing as his head took form again. I heard him moan. Shifting could be painful from what I understood. The bones and flesh moving and changing shape wasn't exactly just a twitch of the nose and boom, new form. Killian was stark naked, but the look on his face caught my attention. "Call the police and an ambulance. Get them here as soon as possible while I get dressed. I found one of the men, I think, and he's barely breathing. I couldn't do anything for him in wolf form, so I came right back." He jumped in the back of the SUV as Caitlin pulled out her phone and called the police. My stomach nodded as I wondered who he had found, Tad or Hank. And if he only found one, where was the other? The moment he was dressed again, standing in the snow, he turned to me. "Do not, under any circumstances, return to that building. I saw things coming out of it. Shadows and forms so twisted that I couldn't tell what they were." "I think they're all part of the same creature," I said. "The entire building is alive. Whatever curse was placed on this land has seeped into the structure and taken it over." Caitlin was fretting. "I want to do something. I have to do something." I caught her arm. "You aren't going anywhere. Not alone. You'd end up on the menu, too." I paused. "When they get here, we can all go with them." "But what if they get here too late?" "There's nothing we can do right now. We don't even know what's wrong." I hated being the voice of reason. "When's Ari supposed to get here?" Killian asked. 5:30. I glanced at my phone. It was 4 o'clock already. "I should call her and tell her to stay away." "Here they come." Killian pointed to the driveway, where an ambulance, a medic unit, and a cop car were rumbling down the road toward us. We hurried over to the emergency vehicles as they pulled to a stop. I spied Millie Tupton and waved her over. "Listen, you know Arabella and the homeless guy who died here? A member of my team is out there and another is missing. Killian will lead us, but we need to move now or they may not survive." I was grateful she didn't spend a lot of time questioning me. Instead, she motioned for the medics to join us. Killian pointed toward the west side of the building. "I found him in the woods over to that side. He's barely breathing." "Can we drive there?" the medic asked. "Is there room?" Killian nodded. "Yes, there is." He turned to us. "Get in my SUV. We'll lead them." As Caitlin clambered into the back seat and I claimed shotgun, Killian started up the SUV and set off, driving over the snow-covered rough terrain. There was an access road to either side of the building, but it was clear that neither had been used for a long time. Bushes and roots had grown up around and through the roads, but they were still passable. The medic unit, cop car, and ambulance followed us. Less than 5 minutes later, Killian pulled to a stop. A sense of dread swept over me.
I turned to stare at the building. We were less than 100 yards from the west side. The shadows were creeping out. In front of us, the tree line of the Mystic Wood was a mere 100 yards away. As I looked around, trying to spot the body, Killian motioned to the medics and they followed him toward the thicket. Caitlin and I joined them. I had no desire to stay this close to the building while everybody else vanished into the woods. Along the way, I explained to Millie what had happened and why we were here. Conjure Ink was hired to scope out whether it's safe for a real estate company to buy this plot of land, raise the building, and put up houses. I think we, the team, has talked to you before, Caitlin said. Millie nodded. Last year, you and your boss came to the station to ask about someone who went missing. I remember you, and I remember Conjure Ink. You guys do good work. We paused as Killian pointed ahead. There he is. I craned my neck, trying to see who it was. There, sprawled on the ground, was Tad. In my heart, I was relieved. Hank was stronger. He had a better chance of surviving an attack. Tad wouldn't make it long if he were being held prisoner. Hank was bigger and stronger, and his magical blood would help him survive longer. The medics immediately went to work on Tad as Caitlin sought my hand. I squeezed it tight, and in one of those sudden flashes that came with being a witch, I realized that she was in love with him. Caitlin was in love with Tad. I also realized that she had no clue that she felt the way she did. She had buried her feelings, probably due to the fact that she was engaged. I turned to her, wanting to ease her mind. He's still alive. She nodded, worrying her lip. I know. It's just... He seems so fragile, doesn't he? I said, understanding exactly what she was saying. As scared as this shit was making me, I had magic in my bones, and that gave me strength. Just like Caitlin and Killian being shifters provided them with extra strength. But Tad was human, and he was just doing his best at a job he loved. He didn't have the reserves the rest of us had. One of the medics began performing CPR. The other medic prepared one of those plastic resuscitators, and then the first medic leaned back as they slipped the seal over Tad's mouth and began squeezing the bag. A tense few minutes went by, and then Tad shuddered and coughed. The medics went through a flurry of checks, listening to his lungs again and his heart, and then, miracle of miracles, Tad opened his eyes and tried to sit up. You stay down, one of the medics said. They strapped an oxygen mask to his face, placed him on a gurney, and raised it. Another medic began gathering up their equipment off the ground. Tad struggled to tear the mask away. We were all close enough to hear what he had to say. Hank, Tad wheezed. He's still in the building. Where? Millie asked. Can you tell us where? Basement. Tad struggled to speak. It was then I noticed the marks on his face. They were like sucker imprints, as though an octopus had attached itself to his face. What the hell are those? I asked, pointing. Tad tried to speak, but he couldn't manage anything else, and he fell back on the gurney, closing his eyes. Tad! Caitlin's eyes went wide, but the nearest medic rested a hand on her shoulder. He's all right. He's just very weak. We need to get him to a hospital. As they trundled him toward the ambulance, thank God for wheeled gurneys, we followed in a cluster with Millie walking next to me. If Hank is still in there, he's in danger, I said. Caitlin and I can't possibly rescue him on our own. We'd end up like Tad or worse. What do you think attacked him? Millie asked. I shook my head. I don't know, but listen, follow me down to the station. I'll send out a search and rescue party, but I need to know what my men will be facing before I can decide just who to send. She shook her head as I tried to protest that waiting might endanger Hank's life. I know very well it will put him at risk,
but going in unprepared creates an even greater risk factor for everyone involved. I won't send my people in without at least something to go on. The station's only 10 minutes from here. I'll meet you there."
Caitlin and I hurried back to the van. I glanced at her. "Can you drive this thing?" She nodded. "Yes, I can. But what if Hank escapes while we're gone?" "You want to leave the van for him just in case?" I turned to Killian. "Can you drive us down to the station and then back?" He nodded.
"Call Ari, though. Tell her to stay the hell away from here. You don't want her coming out here when we're all gone and going in to look for you."
"Good point," I said, buckling my seatbelt. Caitlin climbed in back again, and as we headed toward the main road, I called Ari.
"Hey, I was about ready to come out and meet you," she said. "I just finished with my last appointment for the day."
"Belay that thought," I said. "Under no circumstances go anywhere near the asylum. I'll tell you about it later. I'm heading to the police station now. I'm okay. Don't worry about that." I hung up, leaving her sputtering in my ear. I thought about Tad. Hopefully, he would recover. I remembered the sucker-like marks on his face. How did they play into it? What form had the creature taken? The gray-green thing that had been after Caitlin and me hadn't had anything resembling suckers. My mind was flying in a dozen different directions as we drove the distance to City Central. Killian found a parking spot near the door, and Caitlin and I tumbled out in haste to talk to Millie. Millie had arrived before we had. She must know a faster route. She was just getting to her desk when we entered the station. The town of Moonshadow Bay wasn't large, and neither was the police force. Millie motioned for us to follow her down the hall to her desk. The dispatcher waved us through the gate separating the reception area from the main floor. In a grin sign of the times, bulletproof glass separated the two areas, and the gate was actually a door, also made of bulletproof glass. Millie's office was comfortable, if small. Her desk was tidy, and her office looked very professional. There were no family pictures anywhere. I wondered if that was to protect her family's privacy, or if there was another reason. She slid behind the desk, motioning for us to sit down. "I've called the search and rescue team, and they're on the way. As soon as they get here, I'd like you to brief them on what they're going up against." She pointed at a mini fridge in her office. "Would you like some soda or something?" I nodded. My throat was dry from the cold. I peered in the fridge and pulled out 2 bottles of water, handing one to Caitlin. "Hydrate," I said, sitting down. A wave of weariness hit me, and I suddenly felt exhausted. The adrenaline of the afternoon was wearing off. A few moments later, 4 men and 3 women entered the room. The room was small, so they stood around the edges, lining the walls. Millie waited until they were settled in before turning to me. "Please give us all the details of who we're looking for and what we might be facing," she said. Between Caitlin and me, we filled them in from the beginning to end. "So from what Charles Crichton told me and what we've discovered, we think the entire building is like a sentient beast. If enough of you go in there together, you're probably going to be safe. But whatever you do, no matter what, don't hive off. Don't separate. We thought we'd be safe in pairs, but obviously we weren't. Tad said Hank was in the basement. I don't even know where the basement is." I turned to Millie. "Any idea where the entrance is?" "Actually, yes. The moment I heard Tad say that Hank was down in the basement, I got on the phone to Town Hall and had them do an emergency search for the blueprints. The entrance to the basement is on the west side of the building, in the room labeled 102. The room was a storeroom that was used for janitorial supplies, and the entrance to the basement is through there. There is one other entrance to the basement, but it's from the 2nd floor, and right now I suggest you avoid going up there unless you absolutely have to.
Take emergency medical supplies along with oxygen. That's the only thing that saved Tad." Millie's gaze traveled over the line of the search and rescuers. "Be careful. Whatever is lodged in that building is deadly and has been feasting on lives for over 60 years. A thought occurred to me, and as the S&R team filed out, I turned to Millie. There were rumors that Cy's ghost was killing people in December. But were there any other bodies found out in the woods nearby during other months? Ones where there's no apparent cause? Maybe there have been more deaths that have gone overlooked because everybody just assumed it was Cy's ghost doing the dirty work. I'll check. I don't want you going back to the asylum for now. If you go to watch the team, stay well away from the actual building. I'm going to cordon off the area when the search and rescue team's finished." "We have to pick up the van," I said. "All right, but don't go inside." Millie gave me a somber look. "I don't want to add your name to the list of the dead." I tapped Caitlin on the arm. "Let's go find Killian." Millie gave us a wave as we headed out, her attention focused on her notes. Killian was waiting for us. He drove us back to the asylum, and we parked near the van. The search and rescue team had already arrived, and while we saw their cars, they were nowhere in sight. I assumed they were deep into the building, hunting for Hank. The ambulance and 2 medics were waiting nearby in case they were needed. "I hope they find him," I said, staring at the building. "I feel like it's watching us." "The creature?" Killian asked. "The building, creature, they're one and the same now. I wonder if razing the building will do anything to destroy it." But then I shook my head. I doubt it, though. The curse was on the land long before the asylum was built, so it would just be without a form again. I don't know which is more dangerous. "I'm thinking the focused form. The building gives it more of an anchor." Killian shrugged. "That's just my opinion. I'm not an expert in these things." "Me either, but I agree." Caitlin bit her lip. "If the curse, hex, entity, or whatever it is, has too much focus in the physical realm, then it can interact more." Either way, this place was like psychic quicksand, waiting to suck down unwary visitors. We waited, but it was getting colder and darker. I finally turned to Caitlin. "We should go. We can't do anything else tonight." "But..." The pain in her eyes was hard to watch. I liked Tad and Hank, but they were good friends of hers, and she was suffering. "All right," I started to say, but then stopped when there was a flurry of movement at the doors to the asylum. "Something's happening." We jumped out of Killian's SUV just as all 7 rescuers came hurrying out. 3 of them were carrying a limp form that I recognized as Hank. The medics rushed over to meet them, and by the activity, we could tell that Hank was still alive. As we headed toward the leader of the S&R team, it was obvious they were shaken. "You found him. He's alive." Caitlin bombarded them as we closed the distance between them and us. "We found him, and yes, he's alive. He's weak and incoherent, but he should live, I think." The rescuer shook his head. "Whatever's in there is bad news. I don't think I ever want to set foot in there again," he said. "We're going to run crime tape around the entire compound. We'll rope it off before we leave." I wanted to go see Hank, but they were already loading him into the ambulance. I turned to Caitlin. "Let's take the van back to the office. Then we can drive from there to the hospital where we can see both Tad and Hank." She nodded. "I'll call Wren and tell her what's going down. She's known them longer than I have, and she needs to know, even if she is 1,000 miles away on vacation." I promised to call Killian from the hospital,
By now, he was highly invested in the case, and then Caitlin and I headed toward the van. I was never happier to see the back of a place as I was when we drove back to the main road. Overhead, the storm broke, and once again snow began to flutter down again. We were settling in for a long winter, I thought, and right now the icy glow of the snow made everything seem sparkling, icy, and dangerous. Chapter 13. Back at the office, we unloaded the van, made sure everything was locked away and the alarm code was set, and then headed for the hospital in our separate cars. I stopped on the way at a drive-thru for sugar, ordering brownies for both Caitlin and me. Moonshadow Bay was jumping as I threaded my way through the busy streets. Holiday shoppers were out in droves, and it made me want to be with them. It would be so much better, more comforting, shopping for gifts than trying to stop some ravenous building from killing anybody else. I snorted. Put like that, I sounded like a nutcase. As I bit into the gooey peppermint chocolate brownie, the serotonin kicked in, and I began to relax. Self-medication through chocolate was a favorite tactic of mine. I parked in the espresso stand's parking lot and finished the brownie, washing it down with my mocha. Then, wiping my hands, I aimed myself toward the hospital. 10 minutes later, I arrived. As I stepped out of the car, it suddenly hit me how very much my life had changed in the past few days. A few nights ago, I had been torching my wedding dress. Now, I was wrestling ghosts of a different kind. Caitlin was already at the hospital, in the waiting room. I hustled over to her side, handing her the brownie. "I brought you food. Any news?" "They haven't told me anything yet. I called Hank's girlfriend, and she'll be here soon. I also called Wren. She wanted to fly back tonight, but I told her to wait until we know how they're both doing." She made space for me on the banquette. I sat down. "Has Conjure Ink ever dealt with anything this dangerous before?" She shrugged. "I guess we have, but we had the upper hand, and... I don't know. I guess some of the hauntings we've dealt with were dangerous, but we've never encountered anything like this. I wish the whole building would just implode like the house in that movie Poltergeist." "Unfortunately, things aren't as tidy in real life as they are in movies. Nothing gets wrapped up in a tidy bow and boom, happy ending. There's always an after in Happily Ever After." I frowned. I found that out the hard way. I was about to call Ari and let her know I was all right when a doctor emerged from behind double doors and headed our way. "How are Hank and Tad?" Caitlin leapt to her feet. "Are they okay?" "I'm Dr. Banks," the man said. "And you are?" "Caitlin Tyriel, and this is January Jaxson. We work with Tad and Hank." Caitlin took the lead. "They're in serious condition, but they should recover." He looked around. "Do they have family members we should contact?" "Crap, I forgot to call Tad's mother," Caitlin said. "I'll call her right now." She moved off to the side. "I don't know about Hank," I said, trying to make conversation. "But I believe Caitlin contacted his girlfriend." I tried to see what was written on the chart, but the doctor was keeping it close to his chest. "What happened to them?" The doctor frowned. "I can't give you that information without their permission. But one of your friends is awake, so if you'd like to see them for a few minutes, I can have a nurse show you back. Only 5 minutes, though. They're both exhausted, and I don't want anyone tiring them out." By that time, Caitlin was off the phone, and we followed a nurse through a labyrinth of sterile hallways painted in muted silver grays and blues. Soothing, yes. Warm, no. The sounds and scents of hospitals made me jumpy. The night my parents had been in the car crash, I had come rushing to the hospital, desperate to hear any glimmer of good news. Ellison had begged off, claiming someone needed to stay home to tend to the magazine, so I had come alone. Both had survived for a brief window. I had driven like a bat out of hell all the way from Seattle, and thanks to my intense focus, none of the cops on the roads had noticed me speeding past. I had walked down this very hallway, following the nurse to the ER. My parents had been in beds side by side, and by the time I arrived, my father was on life support. My mother was reaching out, calling for him, awash in a haze of pain. The doctors hovered over her, and they motioned me back so I wouldn't interfere. I had walked over to my father's side, staring at the monitors, feeling numb. His heart was beating, but there was no brain activity. Then, before I could ask anything, alarms sounded and the doctors near my mother flew into action, all talking at once. "She's crashing. Get the crash cart. Somebody get her out of here." The latter was aimed at me. A nurse grabbed my arm and hustled me to the door. I tried to protest, but she pushed me out of the room, where another nurse quickly walked me over to a nearby bench. "What's going on?" I asked, begging her to find out, but another code sounded and she had to run, after cautioning me to stay where I was. 20 minutes later, the doctor came out and grimly introduced himself, adding the usual platitudes about how they had done everything they could, how my mother had fought for life, but she was just too injured and hadn't made it. He then asked me what I wanted to do about my father, who was brain dead but being kept alive through the ventilator. "Let him go. Let him be with my mother," I had said, starkly realizing that I held his life in my hands, and the only conscientious thing I could do was to sign his death warrant. Then it hit me that I was an orphan. Aunt Taryn had come running into the waiting room. She had been out of town and had only gotten home. She took one look at my face and knew. We had settled on a sofa, numbly waiting for the nurse to bring my parents' belongings. Taryn and I didn't say much. What was there to say? In the matter of a couple hours, my parents had been wiped out, their lives swallowed into the well of time. I had looked around the hospital, never wanting to see it again. The sounds and smells all jumbled together, the clicking of machines and alarms and the wheezing of oxygen as it flowed into patients' lungs, the soft hush of the corridors that seemed all too silent for how busy it was, the smell of disinfectant, and beneath the cleansers, that unmistakable smell of coppery blood. It all washed together to form an indelible imprint on my memory. All those memories came streaming back as we followed the nurse. Tad was awake, though he looked pale, and Hank, who was next to him, was still unconscious. But the machines hooked up to monitor his heart rate and oxygen chugged along at a nice steady pace. I stood back as Caitlin approached Tad. She turned, motioning for me to join her. As we stood by his bedside, he opened his eyes and flashed us a wan smile. "Hey," he said. "Hey," Caitlin said. I could feel the rush of emotion streaming through her. "I called your parents. They'll be here soon." "How are you feeling?" It was a lame question, but I didn't want to jump right into grilling him over what had happened. "Like I've been steamrolled. The doctor told me that if they had brought me in 20 minutes later, I might not have made it. Hank's showing the same symptoms. I asked them to bring in a specialist who deals in ailments for the other kin, because while this manifested physically, I suspected the problem's magical in nature. So he's got someone coming in. They should be here soon." Tad deflated, looking exhausted. "That's a good idea," I said. Then, after a pause, I asked, "Do you remember what happened?" He shook his head.
Not so much. We were waiting for you to return when there was a loud crash in one of the rooms. We decided to investigate, and the cameras. We took a camera in there. It's probably still there. If you can get the footage, we might know what happened. I blacked out at some point around then, and I'm pretty sure Hank did too. The search and rescue team didn't mention finding a camera anywhere near Hank. I doubt if we want to go back in looking for it at this point, Caitlin said. I leaned forward, looking at the sucker-like spots all over his face. Did the doctors say what made those marks? Again, they have no idea. The doc said that if he didn't know better, he'd think I was attacked by something like an octopus. But Hank doesn't have any marks on him. He paused. You know, I was watching a Star Trek, the original series, rerun the other day. I remember thinking about the creature in it. It was the one about the monster that craved salt, and it left sucker-like impressions on the skin of its victims. I blinked. You don't really think that's what attacked you, do you? I didn't say it, but I wanted to point out that Star Trek was just a show. Tad snorted, then groaned. That hurt. No, but I was thinking about that episode as we were investigating. I wonder, did whatever it was, did it play out my thoughts? I suddenly understood what he was saying. So did Caitlin. You mean, did it read your thoughts and manifest as what you're most afraid of? She asked. He nodded. That's it, because Hank doesn't have them on him. He paused as the doctor returned, another white-coated person behind him. The woman, who had so much magic dripping off her she practically reeked of it, gave both Caitlin and me a polite nod, then stepped forward to examine Tad. I'm Dr. Fairsight, and I'd like to ask your friends to leave the room so I can examine you now, but before you go, the two of you were there, weren't you? She asked, cocking her head to the side. Yes, we were, though we were outside. But we can tell you everything we know, I said. 10 minutes later, after Caitlin and I gave her a rundown of our experiences, the doctor asked us to step outside. Nearby magical signatures may interfere with my examination, she explained. Caitlin and I sat on a bench in the hallway. For all I knew, it could have been the one that I had sat on, waiting while my mother died. I hope, Caitlin started to say, then pressed her lips together. He'll be okay, I said softly, giving her a sideways glance. He's not in danger now. I hoped I was right, but I wanted to give her some comfort. She flashed me a glimmer of a smile. Thanks. I've worked with these guys since Tad first opened Conjure Ink. He's a geek, but he's got a heart of gold and is one of the nicest guys you could meet. I wanted to encourage her to break her engagement. It was obvious she was in love with Tad, but I held my tongue. There was time enough to discuss emotions later. As we were sitting there, one of the nurses stopped in front of us. Would you like coffee? She asked. The cafeteria is still open, and there are vending machines down the hall and around the corner. I thanked her. That was when I remembered that she had been on duty the night my parents died. I caught her gaze and held it, and saw a tiny spark of recognition in her eyes. I think you were on duty here when my parents were brought in about 5 months ago. They had been in a car crash. My father was brain dead, and my mother, she died here. The light in her eyes flared. Oh, yes, I remember. I'm so sorry. We did everything. I know. And it's all right. I just wanted to thank you for doing your best to help them. I know you don't get thanked often enough for all you do. I held out my hand and she took it.
Please, go do what you need to do. We'll be fine right here. As she hustled off, Caitlin turned to me.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were dealing with such rough memories.
My parents were in a terrible car crash. My father was brain dead by the time the ambulance got here. My mother was bleeding internally and they couldn't stop it. I hate hospitals, I added, shivering. I'm sorry.
I've never lost anybody who matters to me.
Caitlin stood.
I think I'd like a cup of coffee. Would you? I can get them, if you'll stay here and wait.
Thanks. Cream and 2 sugars, please. I watched her head down the hall toward the vending machines, and at that point my cell went off. It was Ari. Hey, we're still at the hospital.
What the hell happened?
I ran down the day for her. It was a clusterfuck of epic proportions. I'm going to head home after we talk to the other kin doctor. I am so glad I didn't come out there. Seriously, this job should offer hazard pay. Ari sounded more worried than I had heard her sound in a long time. I meant what I said. Think very carefully about whether... Hold on, I said, as Dr. Fairsight entered the waiting room, Dr. Banks behind her. They were headed my way. I've got to go. I'll call you in a few minutes. I stood as the 2 doctors approached. Did you find anything? Dr. Fairsight nodded. Tad asked that I talk to you and your friend. Where is she? She looked around for Caitlin. She went to get us some coffee. She'll be right back. In fact, there she is. Caitlin was coming down the hall, 2 cups of coffee in hand. She handed one to me, then we all sat down, the doctors sitting on the central ottoman that served as both extra seats and a coffee table.
So, here's what I found, Dr. Fairsight began. Mr. Warren, Hank, is suffering from a drain on his magical reserves. For someone who works magic like he does, his energy reserve is remarkably low. He's still unconscious. I think that in order to protect his life energy, Hank went inward and built up a wall. He allowed the creature to access his ki, but not his life energy. Once the ki begins to rebuild, which shouldn't take too long given he seems to be extraordinarily strong-willed, he should regain consciousness. Ki was the word that witches gave to the magical energy we used. There were different types of ki, which determined what kind of magic a witch could use, but it was separate from the essential life force, and yet it was linked.
What about Tad? He's not a witch.
That's why, on a physical level, he's far weaker than Hank is right now. But it's also why he's conscious and Hank isn't. Tad's life force was being drained, while the creature, whatever it was that attacked them, drained Hank's magical reserves first. It hadn't tapped into his life force yet, so physically he's in no danger. Magically, I think you found him in time. I looked at Caitlin. So, if the victim has magical capabilities, their magic will be drained first before their body? Right, as long as they shield themselves with the magic. It's like having an extra wall of defense. Dr. Fairsight sighed. The question is, what attacked them will attack others. And from what you said, it already has killed a number of times. The land, if the creature is immersed in it, needs to be cleansed. And I don't think you're going to be able to do so on your own. This will take a far greater force. Who could do it? Can the court magica help? I wasn't too sure of what all the court encompassed, whether it was only focused on judicial matters. Dr. Fairsight frowned, then turned to Dr. Banks. I wonder if I can have a moment with Ms. Jaxson and Ms. Tyriel. Dr. Banks shrugged. I need to get on with my rounds. I'll be around if you have any more questions, and when Tad's parents arrive, have the nurse contact me. Since he's human, I'm overseeing his recovery."
As he walked away, I detected the slightest hint of irritation. Once he was out of sight, I said, "Did we just get snubbed?" "No," Dr. Fairsight said. "I think sometimes humans have a hard time admitting they can't treat all of the patients who come through. It's not so much a matter of pride as a desire to help and the frustration over not being able to. All right. You both work for Tad, correct?" We nodded. "We're all part of Conjure Ink," Caitlin said. "Then I'm going to give you some advice on how to cope with your creature. You can either contact the Witches Guild or you can talk to Rowan Firesong. I suggest the latter. Rowan's the most powerful witch I know of. At least she can probably tell you what it will take to eradicate this curse-turned creature." "How do we contact her?" I asked. "Rowan keeps to herself, and I seldom send anyone her direction. But when there are serious magical issues that arise, she's the go-to person in town. Sort of the godmother of the town, you might say. She probably knew your great-grandfather when he founded Moonshadow Bay," the doctor said, smiling at my look of surprise. "Your family is known around here. And I don't think you remember, but I worked on your mother, trying to keep her alive. Unfortunately, her injuries were just too great." As she stood, the doctor handed me a card with Rowan Firesong's name and phone number on it. "There's not much you can do here tonight. You should go home," she said. "Your friends will be safe with us." I tucked the card in my purse and nodded. Witches didn't shake hands a great deal. We could feel too much, all too often. Sometimes it was disconcerting to flash into someone else's life and discover that they liked to wear baby doll underwear and eat M&Ms when they had sex. I warded myself up a lot to prevent the unbidden glimpses, but now and then they still broke through. "Thanks. We'll call her." I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was going on 8. "It's nearly enough. We can call her tonight." I looked at Caitlin. "Are you going home? You can come over and hang out if you want." She brightened a little at that. "Thanks. I really don't feel like being alone." As we headed out, with a promise that if anything changed overnight, the doctor would call us, I shivered under the trickle of flakes that drifted down. They were so small they were almost like a fine mist. One thing I was sure of, we'd be warning the real estate developer to back off any plans for buying the place until everything was taken care of. Chapter 14. In my car, even though it was late, I called both Ari and Killian and asked them to meet me at my house in half an hour. I texted Caitlin and told her I was going to pick up a couple pizzas, so if she got to my place before I did, to just wait. Then I pulled up to the pizzeria, one of the long-established local pizza joints, and hustled inside. The place was jumping, with a long line waiting for their orders. The homey red brick walls and amber lighting gave a warm glow to the restaurant, and they had a beautiful tree in the corner covered with blown glass ornaments. I had to laugh when I saw that most of the ornaments were food-oriented, even including a few pizza-shaped ones. While they had changed some of the decor, one thing they hadn't altered since I was young was that they had a number of pizzas ready to go, as long as you weren't picky about toppings. They always had a number of pepperoni and cheese pizzas ready to take home and heat up, and they had 2 meat lovers pizzas in stock. I bought 1 pepperoni and both meat lovers pizzas and was out the door in less than 5 minutes. I carried the pizzas out to my car and headed home. The cheery string of houses sporting both beautiful and garish holiday displays made me smile. But Ari's question kept coming back to me. Did I really want to stay in this job, given how dangerous it had already proven to be? On one hand, I already really liked the job. On the other, poking around old bones could be dangerous. Even though my mother had taught me to be cautious around spirits, she had never fully prepared me for the magnitude of what could be out there. I parked in my driveway, noting that no one else was there yet. As I headed toward the door, pizzas in hand and equipment left in the car, I sensed a movement around me heading toward the house. Frowning, I headed up the stairs, reaching out to try and sense who was there. "It's about time you got yourself home," came a whisper that washed over me. I froze. Who the hell was talking to me? I turned around, looking, wondering if it was my mother's spirit. But this didn't feel like her at all. The voice did sound familiar, though. Finally, I stepped up on the porch and froze again. There, in front of the door, was a vase with one perfect rose in it. The rose was beautiful, so white it almost seemed to be formed out of the snow. I set the pizzas on the steps and gingerly picked up the vase. My hand tingled, the same as it had when I picked up the note the previous night. I brought the flower to my nose and inhaled. A crisp scent of vanilla and cinnamon, of cognac and oranges swept through me. The ladies. It had to be from them. And then, as if emerging from a long sleep, a memory surfaced from a day long ago when I was very young. "Go out back and pick me some tomatoes, would you, January?" My mother was making lasagna for dinner, and she wanted to make the sauce. I was 7, and I headed out on the back porch, squinting as the sun rose overhead. It was July, and everything seemed to sparkle. I found the garden basket and headed down the steps toward the kitchen garden my mother kept. The day was glowing, the sun rising high in the sky, and the drone of bees and insects filled my ears. I wasn't afraid of bugs. I didn't like spiders much, but I had a little stick to move them off of the plants, and so I never minded picking vegetables for my mother. The tomato patch was near the back end of the yard, where the soil was best for growing vegetables. The mystic wood was only a few steps away. Well, 20 yards or so, but it didn't seem that far to me. I set the basket down and began picking the ripe orange globes, setting them carefully into the basket. The dusky scent rose from the vines, a scent I had fallen in love with early on. Tomatoes were my favorite food in the world, and my mother had taught me how to tell when they were perfectly ripened. After a few minutes, though, I began to notice a steady hum coming from the wood. I turned to stare at the trees. The forest seemed overly vibrant, and I suddenly felt like I was watching a cartoon. Everything seemed to be almost like neon animation. After a moment, when I didn't see anything, I turned back to the vegetable patch. I had almost finished harvesting the tomatoes when I noticed something emerging from the mystic wood. It looked like a golden child, a small girl who might have been near my height, but she was very thin and she shimmered like the sun, covered with sparkling gold. I laughed, thinking it was a clever costume. Ari, my best friend, was away at a summer camp for young witches, and I had wanted to go, but my parents wouldn't let me. So I had spent most of the summer by myself. Oh, I had other friends, but they didn't live a few doors away like Ari did, and they weren't as much fun to hang out with. So another child who lived in the woods behind my home? I welcomed her presence. I knew that she was a she, just like I knew that her name was Rebecca. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary to me. Hi, I said, heading toward the edge of the tree line where Rebecca was standing. Come play, she said, holding out a hand. I laughed. I have to take the tomatoes to my mother first, but I'll come back and play with you afterward. No, come now. I knew I should take the tomatoes in. My mother was waiting for them, but Rebecca seemed so insistent, and I was lonely. All right. I reluctantly set the basket on the ground and took a few steps toward her. The golden gleam around Rebecca seemed to fade at that moment, and I froze. The look on her face seemed to contradict her friendly voice. She looked angry, and her teeth were long and sharp, and she looked hungry. Hungry in a way that frightened me. I began to back away, but she lunged toward me. I shrieked and stumbled back. At that moment, my mother raced down the porch steps, screaming, "Get away from my child!" at the top of her lungs. The spell broken, it dawned on me that Rebecca, whoever she was, wasn't the best playmate to have. She scared my mother, and that scared me. I shrieked, trying to crab walk back up the lawn since I couldn't seem to scramble to my feet. As Rebecca drew near, there was another flash of light, and I caught the glimpse of a tall, sturdy woman wearing a long dress and a flat-topped hat as she appeared in front of me. She reared back, seeming to grow so large that she blotted out the sky, and she let out a growl that scared the hell out of me. But it also scared Rebecca, who turned and raced back into the mystic wood. The woman turned around and knelt by me. "You must listen to your mother, January, and you must listen to me. My name's Asmara. Don't forget this." And then she vanished. I turned as my mother came running up. The look on her face was still frightened, but I could see relief peeking around the corner. "January, come here," Mother said, holding out her arms. I ran into her embrace and she hugged me tight. As her arms encircled me, I heard her whisper, "Asmara is safe. You can always trust her. If I'm not around, you can safely ask her for help." But she didn't want to talk any more about her for some reason. And it wasn't until years later that I discovered I had had a great aunt with that name. I placed the pizzas on the dining room table along with the vase and rose and shrugged out of my coat. I felt grimy and cold, thanks to the day, and I wanted a shower. I texted Ari, Caitlin, and Killian to come in when they got here, that I'd be right down. I left the door unlocked. In Moonshadow Bay, you could still do that without worrying, as long as you were in the house, and headed upstairs. Stripping, I stepped beneath the hot water, shivering as the chill in my veins began to thaw. After washing up, I quickly dried my hair, then pulled on a circle skirt and a V-neck sweater. Heading downstairs, I realized I didn't have any makeup on, but decided that I'd just have to look washed out for the evening. "Hey," I said, hearing the chatter from below and hurrying downstairs. Ari was there, along with Caitlin, and Killian was just taking off his jacket. "I'm sorry, I couldn't wait to shower." I suddenly felt exhausted. "Not a problem. I'll heat up the pizzas," Ari said, setting down her wine glass. I saw that somebody had brought a bottle of Zinfandel. I curled up in the recliner, folding my legs beneath me. "Caitlin, did you fill them in on what happened?" She nodded. "Yeah. So have you called Rowan Firesong yet?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I decided I'd wait until tomorrow. It's almost 10, and frankly, I'm too exhausted to even think. What do you think? Should we wait till tomorrow?" "Yeah, I think so. Oh, I got a call about 10 minutes ago from Tad," Caitlin said. "His parents arrived, and Hank woke up.
They'll both be in the hospital overnight. She let out a sigh. I'm dead tired. I think I'm just going to go home, and I'll see you at the office tomorrow morning. Let's say 9? Tad won't be around to squawk about it. Sounds good, I said, walking her to the door. You want to take some pizza with you? She shook her head. I'll stop on the way home and grab a burger. Ari yawned. The pizza's in the oven. Listen, I'm beat too. Enjoy your dinner, stay safe, and call me tomorrow. She waved and headed down the icy path. I turned. Killian was still sitting in the living room, gazing at the tree. Do you need to leave too, or would you like to stay and eat? He shrugged. I can stay or go if you're tired. Pizza sounds good, he added. Then stay. I don't think I can sleep, as tired as I am. The crap that happened today left me shell-shocked. The timer went off. I'll get the pizza, I added, heading into the kitchen, carrying my wine. Killian joined me, helping me take the pizzas out of the oven. We've got more than enough to eat, he said, laughing. I thought Caitlin and Ari were hanging out, I said, so I bought 3. Oh, well, I like it cold for breakfast, I added. I'm weird like that. Killian was staring at me. I wish you'd stop deprecating yourself. What? Weird is good, I said, snorting. I've never been the normal one, Killian, and I wouldn't want to be. Honestly, my marriage sucked because I could never be myself without my ex going off on me. I stayed because it was easy to stay. He didn't hit me, for one thing. And sometimes the cycle gets so easy to fall into. He'd bitch about my weight or something I said or did. I'd cry, he'd apologize, and bring me a gift the next day, and things would be better until the next time he went off on me. It's a common cycle, really. I know, Killian said. He was standing by my side, gazing down at me. We were so close that the hairs on my arms stood up. I shivered as he leaned closer. No one should ever make you question who you are. Your ex was an idiot. I nodded, feeling like I could barely breathe. He was so close I could smell him. I could smell his musk. I could feel the warmth of his body, and I could feel the current passing between us. I hadn't felt that in so long. At the beginning, Ellison and I had something like it, but it had never been as strong of a pull as I felt now. I was almost afraid to look into Killian's eyes, but then I found myself meeting his gaze. He began to lean forward. Is this all right? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, unable to verbalize anything. And so he continued to lean in until his lips were on mine. They were warm and full, so soft against my own that I could barely believe he was kissing me. For a brief moment, I flashed back to kissing Ellison. He had always been perfunctory and aloof, and I had thought that was okay. But Killian's kisses ignited every spark of passion I had buried away. I pushed all thoughts of my ex out of my mind as he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into his embrace. After a moment, we came up for air, my heart beating a mile a minute. I looked into his eyes. He wasn't much taller than I was, and he smiled. I've wanted to do that since the first night we met, he said. There's something about you, January Jaxson. Something that feels so right. And then he kissed me again. The second time we pulled apart, he reached up and stroked a loose strand of hair out of my eyes. You're beautiful. You're beautiful and witty, and I love the way you smile. He bopped me on the nose. And you're hungry, and so am I. Let's eat.
As he slowly let go of me, my mind was reeling. It felt like years since any man had looked at me the way Killian was. I'm not sure what to say, I managed to stammer out. I almost blurted out a thank you, but thank gods I caught myself before I did. How about, would you like some pizza, Killian? To which I would answer, yes, please. If Allison had said something like that to me, he would have been mocking me. But Killian was laughing, and there was nothing sarcastic about it. He was teasing me. I swatted him lightly on the arm. If you're hungry, get a plate. You don't have to stand on ceremony, I added. I pointed to the cupboard. He pulled out 2 plates, handing one to me. We loaded up on pizza and carried our food and wine over to the table, where he sat down kitty-corner from me, close enough to take my hand, yet still able to see me without turning his head. I wasn't sure what to say. The kisses had been wonderful, and I wanted him to know that. I didn't want to leave him wondering. But how do you say that, especially to a man you barely knew? How do you approach the subject? Hey, plant your lips on me again, seemed a bit too casual, even though it was what I was thinking. Actually, if I admitted it to myself, I was already beyond the kissing stage in my thoughts. I was thinking about how his hands would feel on my body, how he would feel pressed up against me, with both of us very naked. But I didn't want to say that either. So I settled for, I've wanted to kiss you for a while, too. It felt almost coy, but I meant it. And it was a way to break the ice. Kissing someone new was a huge move for me, given I'd been married 18 years. I thought I felt a spark between us, he said. At least, I was hoping I did, because I've been sparking around you for a while. I grinned. Ever see Hotel Transylvania? The movie was one of my favorites. He laughed, knowing the reference. So, did we zing? And that answered that. I nodded. I think so. I only know that you're the first man I've kissed since I left Allison, and for 18 years he was the only one I kissed, at least with tongue. The group we hung out with did a lot of air kissing, but that's more of a social nicety than anything. I paused. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? He shrugged, biting into another piece of pizza. Go right ahead. Have you ever been married? I hated that I wanted to grill him now, but I needed to know what I was walking into before I allowed myself to go any further. Maybe he just wanted a casual affair, or maybe he was a serial monogamist. I couldn't let myself get too wrapped up in daydreams until I knew the playing field. He shook his head. No, actually. I came close once, but I couldn't go through with it. I didn't love her the way she loved me, and I only asked her to marry me because I thought I should be married, and my parents were pressuring me, and she was pressuring me. I regret ever proposing. I hate letting people down. But I was a lot younger and more easily manipulated. What was her name? Brindle, actually. Her parents were horse freaks. She was also a wolf shifter, but her pack was very strict on how members were allowed to date. Her mother acted as a chaperone until we were engaged. Only then was she allowed to date me without having her mother or her brother around. He grimaced. I can't begin to tell you the shit that hit the fan when I broke our engagement. I'm glad I didn't sleep with her, or it would have led to a shotgun wedding. I snorted. Do those still exist? You'd better believe it. Though this was quite a while ago. I'm a lot older than you are. I cocked my head.
I'm going on 41 next month. I'm not a spring chicken. I'm a shifter. We're longer-lived, remember? I'm 120. I was engaged to Brindle back in the late 1960s. Since then, I've only dated. And yes, I've dated a lot and had several serious relationships, but I never again proposed. While I've been in love several times, well, I've never found someone who made me fall so hard that I couldn't think of being without them. And usually they moved on before I did. I nodded, wondering if he was averse to the thought of marriage. Immediately I felt conflicted. I was averse to the thought of marrying again. I'd told Ari that. But now I wondered how much of that was because of Allison, and how much of that was just because of the way I felt about marriage in general. My thoughts were spinning as I bit into my slice of pizza. "Next question?" he asked, his eyes still gleaming. I swallowed the pepperoni and cheese, giving myself time to think. "When was the last time you were seriously involved with anybody?" He shrugged. 2 years ago. We broke up near the holidays, actually. 2 years back. Or rather, she broke up with me, and before you ask why, it's because I wouldn't ask her to marry me. I cared about her a lot, but I learned my lesson. We had been going out for 3 years, and I wanted to fall in love with her, but it just wasn't happening. I never told her I loved her. And no woman wants to hear, "I care about you," after 3 years. So, when she gave me an ultimatum, either we get engaged or she walked, I let her go. I didn't blame her. I've barely dated the past 2 years. I just decided to put my head down and focus on work. I nodded. That made sense. And at least he hadn't strung her along. I finished the slice and reached for another. "Do you have a specific type you go for?" He laughed. "Yeah, I do. I go for the type of woman who makes me laugh, who makes me feel at ease, and who's smart as a whip." I snorted. "Okay, smartass. Actually, I can't picture you with a bimbo. I meant physically. I usually find myself attracted to tall women, though I've dated women of all heights. I like my women with some meat on their bones. I like curves," he added, grinning impishly. "Do you need me to be more specific?" he asked, his gaze flickering down to my chest. "Apparently not." I leaned back in my chair, slowly eating my way through 2 more pieces of pizza as we sat there in silence. Finally, I asked, "What about you? Any questions?" "Why did you marry Ellison?" I shrugged. "I was in love. He asked me. It was what you did when you were in love. And," I smiled, "there was the kitten." "Kitten?" "Allison and I both went to Western Washington University. We were walking along the path, and all of a sudden we heard a mewing. I looked up in a nearby tree, and there was a kitten stuck there, on a branch too high to reach. The poor baby was cold and hungry. I have a special connection with cats. They're my familiar animal. Anyway, I couldn't reach it. Nobody else seemed to give a fuck, and Ellison saw how upset I was. He climbed up in the tree, snagging his new pants to catch the kitten. I tried, but even back then, I wasn't all that athletic." Killian smiled, reaching out to take my hand. "What happened to the kitten?" "I wanted to keep it, but Ellison told me he was allergic. We found a home for it. I didn't find out till some years later, after we were married, that he had lied. He wasn't allergic to cats, he just didn't like them. He only rescued the kitten to win points with me.
But regardless of that fact, he saved the kitten's life. I guess that counts for something. Anyway, it made up my mind. He had already proposed, and I was thinking it over.
When did you get married?
The day after we both graduated. We got married in Bellingham, where his parents live, and then moved to Seattle. We were so full of dreams. I was already daydreaming about starting an arts journal. We scraped and scrimped the first few years, but we were happy back then. Except for me wanting a cat and Ellison refusing. By then, I knew he wasn't really allergic. But then, as time went on and we started the magazine, well, things changed. I shook my head. Sometimes success builds character, and other times it reveals character.
And with Ellison, it revealed his true nature?
I nodded. It had revealed it, all right. We were heavily involved in the Seattle art and theater scene. Our magazine took off. We started going to cocktail parties and fundraisers and dinner parties that were actual sit-down affairs instead of hors d'oeuvres. Ellison grew to love that world, and I grew to loathe it. I hated making small talk and doing the air kiss thing, and, you know. I licked my fingers and dabbed at my lips with a napkin. I didn't fit in. I fit in when we were younger and we hung out with other bohemian types, sharing poems and drinking wine and eating chips. But that only lasted a few years. Killian leaned close, searching my eyes.
You're not a socialite by nature.
No, I'm not, I whispered, staring into those dazzling pools of green. I can manage a formal party and even enjoy it now and then, but week after week of unending snarkiness hidden between an oh-so-genteel demeanor, I can't do it. I was barely breathing as he moved in, wrapping me in his arms again. I moaned softly as his lips explored mine. He slid his hands beneath my sweater, his fingers gliding up my back. I could feel his desire as the heat between us continued to build. All I could think about was how much I wanted him, about how much I needed a man's touch, a man who wanted me, a man who needed me. He tugged me out of my chair, bringing me over to straddle his lap. Now I was looking him directly in the eye, and I could feel how much he wanted me, how hard he was against me. My stomach was in knots as I took the initiative, going in for another kiss, and yet another. Moments later, I broke away, dizzy with lust. I would ask you to stay, but I'm exhausted, I said. I wanted him in my bed, but my body was giving me the signal that if I didn't get to bed, I'd end up with a migraine.
We have time enough for that, he said, stroking my hair back as he kissed me again, this time on the cheek. I'd love to stay, but you've already had one hell of a day.
I reluctantly slid off his lap, wondering if this was actually happening. Had I really just made out with my new neighbor, who happened to be a gorgeous wolf shifter? And where was this leading? But those questions would keep for another day. I'll walk you out, I said, feeling disappointment that he hadn't pressed me to stay. And yet, I was relieved that he hadn't once overstepped the line. I boxed up one of the pizzas for him. Take this. You can snack on it tomorrow.
You have to go into work, he asked.
Oh, yes. I need to be there by 9. I looped my arm through his.
That's pretty, he said, pointing to the dining room table as we passed by.
I glanced at the rose. Once again it was glowing, and I thought I could hear the faint tinkling of teacups and the thinly veiled sound of laughter. The ladies seemed to approve of him, and that, I suspected, meant a great deal. "That's from a relative," I said. "I'll explain later." As he headed down the sidewalk back to his house, I glanced up at the sky. The storm had broken, and we could see the stars glistening through the diminishing clouds, icy studs against the black of night. I shivered, folding my arms over my chest. Everything felt pristine, like a frozen world, so incredibly beautiful. And yet, below that beauty, I knew only too well that danger was waiting, and that tomorrow I'd be back facing an enemy that scared the hell out of me. But we're here now. Asmara's voice echoed in the back of my mind. And now that we've summoned you, your life will change, and you'll learn to cope with both fear and joy. Because the two often come married together, and you can't find your joy if you let the fear stop you. With that, I waved at Killian one last time as he vanished into his house, and I turned back inside, feeling oddly content in a way that I hadn't for years. Chapter 15. I had nightmares of creatures chasing me, and I could hear Tad screaming, and then everything felt muffled. And then I sensed Asmara there, soothing my nerves. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the rest of the night. When I woke, the sun was shining, though a quick check of the weather app told me it was 26 degrees out. Old Man Winter wasn't kidding around this year. I hopped out of bed and suddenly remembered Killian, and I began to blush as I remembered how he had kissed me. Warmth flooded my body as I headed to the shower, and even though I was in a hurry, I took some me time to relieve the pressure that I was feeling. I brought out my friend Mr. Big D, what I called my very pink, very robust waterproof vibrator, and we had a high old time together. Feeling rosy-cheeked and glowing, I dried my hair, put on my makeup, and then I paused, staring at myself in the mirror. I had big boobs, and gravity wasn't being all that kind to them. There was a perkiness that came with youth, and that ship had long sailed. But I gently rubbed my hands across my breasts, stroking the smooth skin, thinking about Killian. I was about to take a second round with Mr. Big D when my phone beeped. Someone was texting me. Sighing, I glanced at the screen and immediately grinned. I loved the preview I got last night, hoping for more than kisses soon. XOXO Killian. Grinning, I texted back. You'll just have to wait. But I want more than kisses, too. I had no sooner texted him back than a text from Caitlin came through. Meet me at the office. Tad called me this morning. We'll be there ASAP. Dressing now, I texted back. Throwing myself into high gear, I dressed in jeans and yet another V-neck sweater. I had them in a few different colors, I liked the style so much, and then pulled on ankle boots that had skid-proof rubber soles. I dashed downstairs, grabbed my purse and coat, and headed out the door. 10 minutes later, I was pulling out of the drive-through espresso stand with a triple-shot latte, a sausage muffin, and a bag of peppermint brownies. Another 5 minutes, and I arrived at Conjure Ink. Caitlin was waiting for me, her own latte in hand. She was sitting at the table where we brainstormed. "Hey, sorry it took me so long. I slept in," I said. "Something about you looks different today," Caitlin said, squinting at me. "You're positively springy." I suppressed the urge to tell her Killian had kissed me. I'd save that for Ari, but just shrugged and slid into a chair. "I feel good. You said Tad called you?" "Yeah. He definitely wants us to call Rowan Firesong.
He says that there's no way we can handle clearing this out without her help, and if she says it's a no-go, then we tell the developers to nix the idea, and we'll talk to the cops about cordoning off the place.
I wonder if that creature can grow. I mean, can it absorb more land? Maybe Rowan can tell us. I pulled out the card from my purse. Did Tad say when he's getting out of the hospital?
Today. He insists on coming to work this afternoon. Hank's going to be fine, by the way, and he should be here too. They're lucky, though. They could both have ended up as dead as Arabella if we had waited much longer.
She frowned, shaking her head.
I vote to just forget about it. But Tad's determined to see if there's anything we can do.
I paused, about to punch in Rowan's number. Caitlin, I wanted to ask if she had talked to Tad about her feelings, but when I glanced up, she was giving me a wary look, and I could tell she wasn't ready to talk about the matter.
What? She asked, her voice flat.
Nothing. Never mind. I went back to calling Rowan.
Hello?
The woman's voice was gravelly, and she answered on the second ring. Hi, my name's January Jaxson, and I work for Conjure Ink, I said. Is this Rowan Firesong?
Yes, this is she. What can I do for you?
I got your number from Dr. Fairsight. She recommended you for a problem we've stumbled over. I paused, wondering how to dive into the whole mess.
Oh?
Would you mind coming down to our office? It would be so much simpler to explain the problem in person, I said. She laughed.
You want my help? You come to me. I can see you in an hour at 11. 3854 White Horse Road. I'll see you then.
And with that, she hung up. I stared at my phone, blinking. Well, we apparently go to see her. She'll see us at 11. Where's White Horse Road?
Let me pull it up, Caitlin said. It doesn't really jog my memory either.
She typed in the address onto Map Finder, and boom, there it was. Rowan lived less than 10 blocks from here, on a small side road.
We can be there in 5 minutes.
I glanced outside. The sky had clouded over, and it looked like snow was on the menu again. I'd give it 10 at least. If it starts to snow, the roads are going to get very slick very fast.
I hope the snow doesn't go away before the carnival, Caitlin said, though I have to admit I'm not that excited over the dance.
You'll be going with your fiancé, correct? She nodded, then set her coffee down and stared at me.
Can I tell you something?
I glanced over at Tad's desk. I know about your feelings for Tad. She blushed.
How did you find out?
I gave her a shrug. I'm good at catching emotions. And there's an unspoken connection between the two of you. Caitlin groaned.
What the hell do I do? If I break my engagement, I'll start a feud between his family and mine, and then my father will have to pay a breach of contract fee to them. But I fell for Tad over a year ago.
I thought about the situation for a moment. Some shifter families were very big on arranged marriages, mostly to ensure the bloodline held. Do you think your fiancé might feel the same way you do?
Caitlin sighed. I don't know. We never really talk about love. He's started talking about our future together. He's talked about buying a house, and he said that he doesn't mind if I work.
I grimaced. That kind of thinking had never been a part of the magical community, though it was still too rampant in the human realm. I thought cats were more matriarchal.
The lions, yes, and the house cat shifters, definitely. Tigers can go either way. But among the Mount Baker bobcat shifters, my pride, the men tend to govern.
If I want to remain part of the clan, I have to abide by the rules. Caitlin reached for a brownie. I'll try to feel out what Arlo, my fiancé, is thinking. For all I know, maybe he's in love with somebody else, too. She paused as my phone began to ring. I glanced at the screen. It was Millie Tupton. Hey, what's up? I called to find out how Tad and Hank are doing. Millie paused, then added, 2 of the search and rescue team fell ill. I sent them to urgent care, and the doctor can't find anything wrong with them. Did you send them to an urgent care facility that focuses on other kin? No, they're human, she said. I could hear her tapping on the desk with a pencil in worry. Why don't you call Dr. Fairside at the hospital? Ask her to see if what's afflicting them is the same thing that Tad and Hank went through. I paused, then added, We're going to talk to someone to see if there's a way we can break the curse. If not, then it really would be best to build a security fence around the entire area. Will you let me know what you find out? I'll have my men head over to the hospital. So, about Tad and Hank? Oh, right. They're being released today, so they should be back in the office by the afternoon. I chatted with her a little more and then hung up. Millie, Caitlin said. I nodded. 2 members of the S&R team are sick. I'm losing hope that we can cleanse the land. Sometimes curses are too ancient and embedded to break. True, but there has to be something we can do. Caitlin dusted her hands on her pants. I'm going to wash up. Then why don't we tidy up the office for when the boys get back? We spent the next 20 minutes organizing files and cleaning and dusting. Then, at 10:45, we headed out in my car for Rowan Firesong's house. Rowan Firesong was not only the oldest witch in Moonshadow Bay, she was one of the most powerful. I had the feeling there were others like her, hidden out of sight. Powerful, magical beings usually played it close to the chest. The more powerful you were, and the longer you lived, the more enemies you accumulated. Rowan's house was back from the curb, and was also buttressed against the mystic wood. The thicket wove its way around Moonshadow Bay in a U-shape, surrounding the entire town with a cloak of magic and shadow. The one-story house itself was old and weathered, but not in that falling-down way that abandoned houses had. Ivy and barren rose bushes climbed the trellised arch that arced over the sidewalk leading up to the house. Mullioned windows lined the cottage walls, shuttered against the windstorms that raged through the Pacific Northwest. The yard was full of trees, cedar and fir, and a massive weeping sequoia that bent and twisted into something akin to a fairy tale creature. This is beautiful, I said, transfixed by the chaotic yard. The snow covered most of the grass, but ferns poked through the blanket of white. Hydrangea bushes lined the walkway, along with giant patches of mums, silent under the mounds of snow. Her yard is as wild as the mystic wood, Caitlin said. We're being watched. I nodded. I had the same feeling. I glanced around, and then my gaze lit on an owl perched in one of the fir trees. It sat perfectly still, watching us. Her familiar, 10-1. I nudged Caitlin's arm and nodded toward the bird. I think you're right. We climbed the 3 steps that led to the porch. A porch swing hung from the ceiling next to the door. I looked for a bell, but there was only a knocker shaped like a gargoyle. I raised the heavy brass knocker and rapped it twice. As I did so, I caught a whiff of perfume from behind my right shoulder. You didn't think we'd let you walk into this house without one of us here. I recognized Esmara's voice and laughed. What's funny? Caitlin asked. I started to answer when the door began to open. "Tell you later," I said, though I was pretty sure that Rowan would be able to sense Esmara's presence. Sure enough, Rowan glanced over my shoulder. "Come in, you three." She nodded toward the living room. "Three?" Caitlin asked as Rowan hustled her in. "Tell you later," I said again, following. Rowan was lean and weathered, with her long silver hair pulled back into a bun. She wore a denim jumper over a peasant blouse, with what looked like a pair of pinking shears in her pocket. Her eyes glinted, her gaze darting over us. I could tell she missed nothing. "Sit down, both of you." Rowan motioned to the sofa. She sat in a rocking chair opposite. "Tell me why you're here. I have a busy schedule, so you'll understand if I do away with chit-chat and the usual niceties." The look in her eyes was stern, and her tone made it clear she didn't suffer fools, small talk, or anything else that might waste time. "All right, we'll come straight to the point," Caitlin said. Together, we laid out what had happened with our clients, then Tad and Hank, and with the property. Now and then, Rowan interjected a question, but for the most part, she kept silent until Caitlin and I finished. "So, we're wondering if you can clear the curse on that land." "If I can't, what will you do?" she asked. "Tell the real estate developer to look elsewhere. Ask the chief of police to erect a fence around the perimeter to keep people out. Put up warning signs," I said. Rowan frowned, leaning back in her chair. "Tell me, January, what do you think about this? What do your instincts tell you?" I glanced up at her. Of course Rowan would be able to sense my magical signature. "You know I'm a witch, then?" I asked. "Yes, and I know your femtrad. Your guardian is standing right behind you." Rowan laughed. "I helped your great-grandfather found this town. Of course I know who you are. And you," she said, turning to Caitlin. "You're a young bobcat shifter, still finding her way in the world." We stared at her, at a loss for words. Rowan had a way of taking over the room. "Well, I asked you a question," Rowan said, turning back to me. "And don't ask your guardian. I don't want to know what she has to say about this. I want to know what your instincts are." I closed my eyes and lowered myself into a trance, trying to sink past the fear. As I pictured the land and the institution, it seemed covered with a gray miasma, a shadow of smoke and grime and age. I drifted even lower, past the building, down into the earth below the brick and mortar. And there it was, sleeping in a dark corner of a very deep cavern. A pocket of rage. A cunning sentience that was voracious. It was rooted into the land with tendrils plunging so deep that they grew right down into the molten core. The rage came from a painful place, and as I peeked into the abyss, I could see a trail of bones leading down into the hole, a trail of bones and memories as old as the world. The elemental attracted anger and turmoil. The elemental had been here since the mountains had first risen, since the earthquakes and clashing tectonic plates had birthed the cascades into being. It had slumbered quietly before that, but the tumultuous movements of the earth had shattered its peace, and it had been awake and angry ever since, its venom cursing the land. The elemental suddenly seemed aware of my presence and turned toward me. I gasped and broke out of my trance, almost falling off the sofa in my hurry to remain anonymous. I didn't want it to notice me. "Cripes!" I was shaking. "That thing." "You sensed it then," Rowan said.
You understand what it is?"
I nodded. It's like a geyser, waiting to go off every time something triggers it. No wonder the native people of this area left that site alone.
"Yes, because they knew they couldn't win."
Rowan tilted her head.
"Those of us who first founded the town did our best to dislodge it, but we had to give up. We should have erected a barrier around it back then, but we didn't foresee the population growing so large. But take another look, this time at the building."
Caitlin looked puzzled.
"What? What are you two talking about?"
I closed my eyes again and lowered myself back into trance. Once more, I went drifting along the astral as I sought out the patch of ground again. But this time, instead of plunging beyond the building, I focused on it instead of the land surrounding it. The first thing I noticed was that the asylum was tired. It was weary and it wanted to rest. The spirits who had kept it alive for so long had all been absorbed by the land elemental, and they ran wild, like wayward children, banging and clanging against its walls. They were avatars of the elemental, and yet they were almost autonomous. Like a swarm, each one spun off separately, and yet all were linked to form a central hive mind. The building was tired. It was tired of being used as an extension. My eyes flew open. We have to destroy the building. It won't destroy the creature, but it will calm the activity some, and it will allow the elemental to rest.
"Exactly."
Rowan paused, smiling for the first time since we'd arrived.
"Your guardian and I were keeping you protected while you were in trance. It took both of us, but we kept the elemental from figuring out who you are."
Relieved, I let out a long breath. Thank gods for that. As for my guardian, there's a tradition in my family. The ladies, former matriarchs from the family tree, watch over the witches who are born into the next generation. They watched over my mother, and now they watch over me.
"I thought your aunt was a witch, too,"
Caitlin said. She is, and they guard over her. But I hear them easier, I think. My great-aunt Esmara is my personal guardian.
Rowan nodded. "Do you understand my answer now?"
Yes, I do. There's no way we can detach the elemental from the land, but the building gives it more form and focus. She nodded.
"Yes, the building needs to come down. It's an anchor, a focal point for the activity. And I agree the land should be barricaded off. It will put fewer people at risk."
Will you explain to me what you found out? Caitlin asked. I gave them both a quick rundown of what I had seen and sensed. Everyone who has died on that land has become bound together. The building itself acts as an amplifier. I think the dark magic that was worked in that place seeped into the walls, turning it into one big bullhorn.
"You're correct."
Rowan shrugged.
"So my answer is no, I can neither destroy nor purge the curse. But if the building is destroyed, then the threat decreases substantially. However, it is not my place to raise the structure, and my guess is the owner is motivated by money, not by charity."
Caitlin leaned forward, elbows on her knees. What if the city bought the land? They could destroy the building without a problem. We can hope, I said. Millie wanted me to call her again. I can ask her if the city might be able to do that.
My guess is that you're not going to get an answer you like, but it can't hurt to try,
Rowan said.
As far as interested private parties, I know someone who has the money to buy it.
I raised my head. Who? Do you think they'd be willing to do that? To invest in land they can never really use?
Possibly,
Rowan said, standing.
I'll get back to you. Meanwhile, I have an appointment.
Caitlin and I said our goodbyes and headed back toward my SUV.
"We didn't exactly get the answer we hoped for," Caitlin said.
"No, but I think we've made a valuable ally. Come on, let's get back to the office. We can call Millie from there." As I put the car into gear, I glanced up at the owl, who was still perched in a tree. Rowan Firesong was in my life now, for better or worse, and I had a feeling both were possible. Chapter 16. We stopped to pick up takeout, mac and cheese, fried chicken, and biscuits, since we weren't sure whether Tad and Hank would be hungry. I bought the food while Caitlin bought a latte for herself and a mocha for me. Tad and Hank were already waiting when we got back to the office. Both had that death-warmed-over look and were sprawled in their chairs, listlessly staring at their keyboards. They perked up a little when Caitlin and I entered the room, and Tad waved at us.
"Hey, where were you?"
"We were talking to Rowan Firesong." I paused, then noticed that the coffee pot was empty. "You want me to make more coffee?" Tad nodded.
"Thanks, I appreciate it." "Tea for me, if you don't mind," Hank said. "So," Tad said, "Dr. Fairsight told me she had recommended you talk to Rowan. I should have thought of that before. I've never met her, but I know who she is."
"Rowan's different from what I expected her to be," I said, "but she's smart." I glanced at Caitlin. "Should I tell him, or do you want to?"
"You go ahead. You understand the magic involved better than I do."
"All right," I said, handing Hank a mug with a tea bag and steaming water in it. The coffee was percolating, and Caitlin retrieved paper plates and napkins from the storeroom for the mac and cheese, fried chicken, and biscuits. We gathered around the main table. By that time, the coffee and tea were both done. Caitlin poured a cup for Tad and added 3 sugars and cream. We settled in with our food and drinks. "Here's the thing. There's a land elemental rooted in that parcel of land. It's very angry and very aware, and it's causing all the problems. All of the spirits on the land have been absorbed by the elemental."
"Basically, it has MPD?" Tad asked. "Multiple personality disorder?"
I nodded. "Right. The spirits have some autonomy, but they're inexorably bound to the land because they have merged at the core with the creature. The building is acting as both a focal point and an amplifier."
"So we can't dislodge the elemental, I take it?" Tad asked.
I shook my head. "No, it would take a major quake or other natural disaster to budge it. And since the spirits are connected to the elemental, we can't exorcise them. However, if we destroy the building, it will help to calm the activity. It won't solve the problem, but there should be fewer casualties." Tad sighed.
"So we tell our clients to look elsewhere for land?"
"Right. There's nothing they can do. Even if they destroy the building, which we know they'd be doing, building other structures will just offer a renewed focus and more food for the elemental." I knew what I was about to say was overly hopeful, but I said it anyway. Ideally, we should encourage the city to buy the land, raise the building, and then cordon off the area. Hank coughed.
"That's not likely to happen. While I think we could convince the mayor that the idea is sound, I doubt the city has enough money to buy a piece of land they can never utilize." "He's right," Tad said. "And I know for a fact that the company that owns it now won't agree to just demolish the building and let the property sit off the market."
"Then what do we do?" I asked. "We can't just walk away." I had a wild flash that I should buy the land. I had just enough in savings, but then reason took hold. I couldn't build on the land. I couldn't sell it. I'd be stuck with a white elephant, a haunted white elephant that I'd owe property taxes on every year.
"Does anybody know a philanthropist?"
Caitlin said. She lowered her voice.
The underlife of Moonshadow Bay tend to be very wealthy. I shivered, not wanting to think about the underlife. They existed in the shadows. The underlife, the vampires and ghouls and the like, were the stuff of nightmares for most people, human and other kin alike. "Do you know anyone in the underlife?" I asked. "I certainly don't." Caitlin shook her head. "We talked to a few for a couple of the cases we've been on, but I can't say we're on a first-name basis with them." "Let's just put that on hold," Tad said. "Who's going to tell the chief of police about this?" "I can," I offered. "I know Millie. She can talk to the mayor." "Thanks. Go ahead and do that this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll brief our client on the bad news," Tad said. I carried another helping of mac and cheese and my drink back to my desk. "I'll call Millie now." As I put through the call, I thought about the land elemental and jotted down a few notes. I wanted to tell Charles Crichton about it so he could add it into the history of the city. But for now, I looked up the number for the police. The dispatcher put me through to Millie. "Hey, it's January." "January, I'm glad to hear from you. How are your coworkers?" She sounded concerned. "They'll live. They're out of the hospital and back at work. Listen, I have some information for you about the asylum. If I tell you, can you tell the mayor? We're hoping that the city will get involved." She paused. "I'm meeting Asher Brandt, the mayor, for coffee. Would you like to join us? That way you can tell us both. We're meeting at Tangier's Coffee Express in 30 minutes. I hadn't expected her to introduce me to the mayor. "Hold on one sec," I said, then muted the call. "Millie's offered to include me in a meeting with the mayor in half an hour. Think I should go?" Tad lit up. "That would be wonderful. I'm still trying to get hold of Jane, the real estate developer. I left a message, but she's out. Caitlin, you want to type up the official report?" "Sure thing." She glanced at Hank. "You look exhausted. Why don't you go home?" He shook his head. "I am tired, but I'd rather sit here and watch the reports. It's not that strenuous." He seemed a little unnerved. I gathered my things and headed for the door. "I'll be back after the meeting. Here's hoping the mayor can do something." "Good luck," Tad said, shaking his head. "But don't expect too much." The streets glistened with ice. Cautiously, I navigated the road into the town square. Tangier's Coffee Express was located in City Central, 3 doors down from the police station. It occurred to me that the mayor's office was also in the building, and that if anybody ever wanted to destroy the heart of Moonshadow Bay, all they had to do was bomb the crap out of the complex. I managed to make it inside without slipping, and, already frozen by the short jaunt from my car to the building, I was grateful for the warm blast of air as I entered the coffee shop. The building was heated, of course, but they kept the hallways on the cool side. The coffee shop smelled like coffee, of course, and freshly baked cinnamon buns. I wasn't hungry, but the smell made my stomach rumble. What the hell? I had already had 6 shots of espresso that day, 3 in my morning drink and 3 at lunch, so I ordered a hot cocoa and a cinnamon roll. With pastry and drink in hand, I looked around and finally spotted Millie sitting with a man. I joined them. "Hey, January. Let me introduce Asher Brandt, the mayor." Millie's companion was a handsome man who looked far younger than I expected. I seldom used the word dapper, but Asher was dapper, all right. My guess was a metrosexual. His hair was dark and curly, and he was fit and trim, wearing a Calvin Klein suit. Ellison had taught me to read designer labels at first sight. "I'm January Jaxson," I said, offering my hand. "My great-grandfather was one of the founding members of Moonshadow Bay," I added. He shook my hand. How do you do? Millie told me you have something you wanted to discuss with me.
Yes, actually. I slid out of my jacket, grateful I was sitting right over a heating vent. Asher was smooth, charming, and, my guess, as ineffectual as he was gorgeous. I had met far too many like him before. They talked a good game, but seldom came through on promises. I glanced at Millie. We know what's going on at the old Stellarview Asylum. First, the rumors about Sai's ghost? Not the problem. It's actually far worse. I told him everything that had happened and what we had found out. So you see, the best option would be to raze the building and barricade off the land. Which would cost a fortune, Millie said, groaning. All right, I see why you felt that the mayor should know about this. She turned to Asher. Any thoughts? He stirred his spoon in his coffee 3 times before adding milk and sugar. Still, he said nothing. Finally, he shrugged. I'd like to help, but the city simply can't afford to do anything. I suppose we could condemn the building, but we can't barricade off the land. I slumped back in my seat. Tad figured that would be your answer. Do you have any other ideas? Not really, Millie said, frowning. I can't post warning signs since I don't own the property, and I can't force the owner to do so. We're a small town, January. We just don't have the resources to handle this. If we make an announcement about it, the owner could sue us for damaging their property values. I know, I mumbled. Fine, I get it. I really do. But I'm not sure what... I paused as my phone rang. Will you excuse me? I stepped outside into the wide hall. There were people hustling every which way. The library was booming with business, and so were the police station and the town hall. Hello? It was Rowan. I may have the answer to your problem, she said. Drop by tonight at 6:30. I have someone I want you to meet. Before I could answer, she hung up. I stared at the silent screen, then ducked back inside the coffee shop. I got a phone call that may solve the problem, but I won't know till tonight, I told Millie and Asher. Let us know what happens, Millie said, standing. She started to leave, but Asher hung back. Will you be at the carnival? He asked me as Millie left the shop. Surprised by the question, I stammered a yes, and then blurted out, Why? I thought we might meet up there. I can show you around. I know you used to live here in Moonshadow Bay, but it's been a long time, and... He shrugged, smiling. I stared at him. Had the mayor just asked me out? Feeling a little confused and not so much interested, I said, Thanks for the offer, but I have a date. He held my gaze, his expression unreadable. Well, can't blame me for trying. I'll see you around. And then his smile was back, but cooler than before. He abruptly left the shop. I finished my cinnamon roll, watching him stride down the hall back to town hall. Asher struck me as a man who didn't like to be crossed, and he also struck me as a man who expected to get whatever he wanted. Trust me, you do not want to get involved with him, Esmara whispered in my ear, making me jump. Would you stop doing that? You almost made me take a bath in hot cocoa, I whispered, hoping nobody would notice I was talking to the air. You don't have to whisper. I can hear you if you direct your thoughts toward me. And trust me, you do want me to talk to you. I can be a great help. Is my mother with you? I wasn't sure I wanted to know in case the answer was no, but the question formed before I could stop it. She is, but there's an adjustment period. I'm stronger magically than your mother is, but you'll be stronger than both of us put together in time. Now, tend to your chores and be cautious tonight. Rowan is a spitfire, and even though she may not look the part, she can lead you along some very dark paths. But she's a good ally to have. Just mind your P's and Q's. Feeling duly chastised, I shouldered my purse and headed out of the coffee shop. Chapter 17. Back at the office, I ran over what Millie and Asher had said. I'll be honest, I don't care for the mayor. He makes me uncomfortable. I didn't tell them why, but I did tell them about Rowan's call. I'm not sure what kind of an answer she has, but at this point anything will help. I wouldn't say anything. Are you okay with going alone? Caitlin asked. I don't think Tad or Hank should make the attempt, but I have a family dinner to attend, and the only thing that can get me out of it is World War III. My mother is, well, let's just say she makes Emily Gilmore look like a hippie. I snorted. I had loved the Gilmore girls, too, and that statement told me everything about the dynamics between Caitlin and her mother. Friday night dinners? I asked, grinning. It's a very real thing, so never bother inviting me to parties on Friday nights. I won't take offense. She shook her head, grimacing. I can go, Tad said, but Caitlin shook her head. No, you're still pretty weak, and so is Hank. We won't let you, will we, January? She's right, I said. I'll be fine going alone. Do you want me to just accept Rowan's fix, or should I wait until... We don't have work tomorrow, do we? Tomorrow's the carnival. Tad held up his hand. If you think it's good, take it. I called our client and told her not to buy the land. She said she'd look for a different parcel. She was very grateful for our advice. Hank cleared his throat. What about the story for the site? I'd be leery, Tad said. The owner wants to sell. Our story could really chase off business, and I don't want to get sued. I wish we could warn people, but... I wish we could, too, I said. Let's see what Rowan has to say tonight. We're not even going to decide on our next case until next week, so go home early. This has been a hell of a week. See you Monday, Tad said, steadying himself on the desk as he slowly stood. I really am still feeling exhausted. I'm going to go home and just take it easy this weekend. I returned to my desk, where I tidied up. As I leaned back in my chair, I realized that I fully intended to keep the job. Yes, it was dangerous, but it was also interesting, and I liked Tad, Caitlin, and Hank. And we were actually doing something helpful, not just critiquing artists and their work. As I headed back out into the frigid afternoon, I looked up at the sky. The air here felt clearer and freer than back in Seattle, and that was a priceless gift. Rowan was waiting for me in her parlor, along with a man I had never seen before. He immediately put me on edge. Oh, he looked normal enough, moderately tall, trim, straight shiny hair slicked back into a ponytail. But he was wearing sunglasses at night, and he was wearing a Tom Ford suit that must have run him at least $3,000. I couldn't guess his age. He looked like he could be anywhere between 30 to 60, but he gave me the creeps and I didn't offer my hand when she introduced us. January Jaxson, meet Val Slater. Val, this is January. She paused, then added, She's a femme trad. Yes, I knew your great-grandfather, Val said, his voice soft and seductive. That did surprise me. I had expected him to sound gruff for some reason. Then what he said hit me, and I stared at him. You knew my great-grandfather. I asked. He had to be a witch or a shifter.
Yes, I did. We exchanged words several times, but he was an upright gentleman, and we finally found a meeting place.
He leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, and then he removed his glasses. I shrank into the chair behind me. His eyes were cold stone black, with red-ringed white irises, and that meant he was a vampire. I trembled. I had never met a vampire before, and I had expected to go through life without meeting one. They weren't common, but they had a strong community that worked its way through the underlife, and they were dangerous, volatile, and prone to sudden attack. I wasn't sure what to say.
Val and I are old acquaintances, Rowan said. I met Val through your great-grandfather, January.
So, you're a vampire. I cleared my throat. Vampires weren't generally the best of companions. While they were technically considered part of the otherkin community, it was in an out-in-left-field, behind-the-barn type of way. Val laughed.
Yes, I am. And you're a witch, and a strong one at that. Or at least, you have the potential, Rowan tells me. So, she told me about your little problem, he said. You need someone to buy a plot of land and basically bury it. No pun intended.
I tried to focus. Everything seemed so surreal. That's about the size of it. We're talking about the land the old Stellarview Asylum sits on. We need to raise the building and barricade that patch of land as best we can. While it won't ensure the safety of the community, it will help.
What you're saying is that you would like me to become the landlord of the elemental creature that lives there.
Val fixed his gaze on me, and I found myself staring back, unable to look away or to even think. My heart was beginning to race. He was gorgeous, far more than I had thought when I first saw him.
January! January!
Rowan poked my arm. I jumped. I'd been sitting there, staring at Val like he was mashed potatoes and gravy, which I couldn't resist either. I groaned, then blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... I wasn't sure what to say. Val laughed, his lip curling in a most beguiling way.
I'm flattered, but let's leave it at business right now.
Oh, great. I was digging myself a deep hole. I turned my gaze away, trying to compose myself. He put his shades back on, and the pull began to fade. So, sunglasses could interfere with a vampire's magnetism. I'd have to remember that. I talked to the city, and they can't take it on. If they could turn the land into a park or something, that would be different, but they don't have the funds to spend on acreage they can't make use of. I glanced at Rowan. I had a good mind to smack her a good one. She could have warned me that I'd be meeting a vampire. Then again, I might not have come.
Val said. If I do this, what's in it for me? I won't be able to use the land either.
Just wanting the conversation to end, I shrugged. I don't know. Civic pride at helping out your town? The excitement of tearing down a building? I can't offer you much in return. Rowan frowned, turning to Val.
Don't toy. She's not a mouse. True enough, Val said, suddenly back to business. All right, I'll buy the land for a fair price. We'll destroy the building, and then I'll pay to have the parcel fenced. That's all I can do, but I gather that will be good enough. And in return...
He paused. Yes? I dreaded hearing what he expected in return. I had no clue what he would ask, and yet I dreaded it.
In return, in the future, I may ask for your help. I hear you work for Conjure Ink, and that you're starting your own paranormal consulting business as a sideline.
I didn't want anything more to do with him, but it seemed like a fair enough trade. All right, we owe you one. He was on his feet the next moment.
I'll have my lawyer contact the property owner tomorrow morning and expedite the purchase. Give me your phone number, and I'll let you know when the transaction is made.
Reluctantly, I gave him my phone number and took his in return. He left almost immediately after that, leaving me alone with Rowan. She turned to me after shutting the door behind him.
Val happens to be one of the better vamps around. But don't trust any of them. They'll always go for their best advantage.
Why do you think he agreed to the deal? I wanted to know what he was getting out of it, because I knew he wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart.
He owed me a rather large favor. A very large favor, actually. I cashed in my marker.
Rowan put the kettle on for tea. You mean you did this?
For the good of the town, yes. Moonshadow Bay is my home. I love this town, and even though I tend to keep out of sight, I care about the people here.
Rowan said.
I need to tell you something. I belong to a coven. We're called the Crystal Cauldron, and we guard over Moonshadow Bay. We drive out trouble the best we can. We can't always prevent it, but we've managed several cleanups over the years.
This was all new to me. I was told that dark magicians built SICI. Are they still around? Rowan nodded, her face serious.
They're known as the Covenant of Chaos. They're a bunch of self-serving greedmongers. They aren't as strong as they used to be, but one of our members foresees a resurgence coming, so we intend to be ready for them.
Rowan poured our tea. Her kitchen was one of those huge old country kitchens where the women of the house ruled supreme. Fresh loaves of bread filled the air with their yeasty scent, and bundles of herbs hung drying on an old-fashioned clothes rack. A huge wreath decorated the back door, woven of holly and ivy and trimmed with a huge burgundy ribbon. Her range was modern in function but retro, looking like a wood cook stove. The walls were a cheerful yellow with rich pecan trim. As we sat down at the huge old oak table, I felt like I had been transported back in time. Rowan handed me a plate of freshly baked cookies.
"Snickerdoodles," she said.
I sipped the tea, pleased to find it was peppermint. I wasn't a tea drinker, but I hadn't wanted to be rude. Can I trust Val to keep up his end of the bargain?
She frowned. Vampires are unpredictable, but I think he'll honor the agreement. He owed me such a huge debt that if he doesn't, he'll be persona non grata among his own people.
You must have something pretty dirty on him, I said. Rowan merely smiled.
That's the beauty of being known as someone who will absolutely keep a secret. It can be very useful to have ammunition.
She glanced at the clock.
It's nearly 8. I have an appointment at 9. Here's hoping everything works out for the best. I just hope when that building comes down, it doesn't unleash a lot of psychic backlash.
At that, she wrapped up the rest of the batch of cookies and handed me the bag. Then, walking me silently to the door, she waved goodbye. I called Ari and asked her to meet me for coffee. I had so much to process that I felt like I'd be mulling over things for years. Ari met me at 9:30 at the Mad Dog Coffee House, several blocks from my house and even closer to hers.
So tell me, what the hell's happening? I was so tired last night that I couldn't stay, but I want to hear everything.
I summoned up a deep breath and, in a rush of words, told her everything that had happened yesterday, including the fact that Killian had almost stayed the night.
So you guys are really into each other. I'm so happy. I think he's cool, she said, cupping her decaf latte. And you're going to the carnival together.
And the cotillion, I sighed, launching into the events that had taken place today. He's a vamp, Ari. I've never met a vamp before. I was scared speechless. Ari shook her head.
Vampires are tricky. I've met a couple. I wish they were just a myth, like the Easter Bunny.
I know, but at least he's willing to buy the land. Of course, I don't believe that he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart. There has to be another reason.
If I had the money, I'd buy the land so you wouldn't have to deal with him. And by the way, why did you even accept? This isn't your problem, really. It might be Conjure Ink's case, but that's the company, not you personally. I think you should call him back and say thanks but no thanks.
Rowan would have my hide. She cashed in a marker for me, for the town. As to why this is my problem, I thought about it for a moment, then told her about the crystal cauldron. If they're trying to help the town, then I feel like I have no choice.
You've always had more civic pride than I have, Ari said.
Well, tomorrow's the carnival. And I get to meet Mean Mick. I paused as a pained look crossed Ari's face, and I saw just how hurt the words made her. I'm sorry. I won't tease you about her again. I look forward to meeting Megan again. Yawning, I finished my bottle of sparkling water. I guess we should get our asses to bed. It's nearly 11, and it's been a long week. See you tomorrow, Ari said, giving me a hug. Be careful, and make sure your ladies keep an eye on those vamps. Will do. Even though I knew Ari had been joking, on the way home, I sent out a silent plea to the ladies, asking them to guide me over the next few weeks. Because, gods know, I said, shaking my head in the empty car, I don't always do a good job of that on my own. Chapter 18. When I woke up, it was to a new blanket of snow. We had about 13 inches total. I huddled under the covers and opened my weather app. Snow and more snow. But it looked like we might have a warm-up at the very end of December. The snow would probably stick around until then, given we were caught in a polar vortex. Grateful that I didn't have to go to work, I set my alarm again for 8 and ducked back under the covers for another hour's snooze. After a shower, I dressed, did my makeup, and headed downstairs to the kitchen. I stood in front of the refrigerator, staring inside until I decided that I wanted waffles. But I didn't want to make waffles. On a whim, I texted Killian. Want to go out to breakfast with me? Less than a minute later, he replied, Sure, I'd love to. Can we take your car? Mine was making weird noises yesterday, and I think I need to take it into the shop. Come over, and we'll head out. When I answered the door, I wasn't sure what to do. Should I kiss him? Just say hello? We were in that state where I wasn't sure just exactly where we were in the relationship. Were we boyfriend and girlfriend? We weren't lovers yet, but we were headed that way. But Killian took care of that. The moment I opened the door, he swung his arms around me and gave me a sound kiss, getting snow all over me. I laughed. That's the warmest and yet the chilliest greeting I've had in a long time. Come on in. He stamped the snow off his boots.
I'm hungry. Let's go eat,
he said, his eyes sparkling. Then he reached in his pocket and pulled out his hand, holding his closed fist out to me.
I brought you something.
I stared at his hand. It's not a spider, is it? I'm an arachnophobe. I had someone do that to me once, trying to cure me of my phobia. He gave me an incredulous look.
Who would do something like that? No, woman, I'm not cruel. Hold out your hand.
Curious, I held my hand beneath his, and he dropped something cool into my palm. It was a beautiful quartz crystal. How lovely, I said, holding up the spike to the light. It was almost clear, with only a few fractures inside, and they sparkled with rainbows. The spike was about 3 inches long and bigger than my thumb.
I found it in the house and thought that you might like it,
Killian said. I set the crystal on the coffee table, smiling. I love it. Thank you. Are you ready? I'm starved. I slipped into my jacket and grabbed my purse. We ducked through the falling snow to my car. I stopped at the door, turning my head up to catch the snowflakes on my tongue. Killian laughed.
It feels like we should be looking around for a bald kid and a kid carrying a blanket.
I stuck out my tongue at him. I'm not Lucy, all right? But I went back to catching snowflakes on my tongue. As we settled in the car, I said, Rowan Firesong found us a buyer for the property. He's agreed to buy it, tear down the asylum, and build a tall fence around the entire piece of land. That's the best we're going to get in this case. We can't even free the spirits who were absorbed by the elemental. They're so merged with the creature that they'll be there forever.
Who is this benefactor? And what's the catch? I've found very few people are that altruistic unless they have a tremendous amount of money and a conscience, and the two don't always go together.
Killian asked, looking out the window as we headed for Lucky's. I paused, then said, What do you know about vampires? Killian jerked his head away from the window to stare at me.
Oh, no. You don't mean...
Yeah, I do. Apparently, one of the vamps in town owed Rowan a huge favor, and she called in her marker. I'm not sure what she did to be able to command a favor that huge, but he agreed. After a moment, Killian sighed.
I don't trust vampires. I've never met one that didn't have his own agenda at the bottom of any supposed good deed.
I'll be careful, I said. I don't trust him either, but if Rowan had that big of a hold over his head, she can probably keep him in line. My phone, which I had plugged into the car's hands-free system, rang. Over the speaker, Jerica, the car's AI, said, Rowan Firesong calling. Jerica, answer call and put on speaker, I said. As the car connected to my phone, I wondered what Rowan had to say. Hi, Rowan, what's up?
I just got a call from Val. His lawyer offered the owner an all-cash payment. It's settled. Val threw in an extra $5,000 if they could transfer the title today. The lawyers are meeting at the bank in an hour to take care of the paperwork, and the title will be recorded on Monday. Val's hired a company to bring down the building on Tuesday. Would you like to be there for the demolition?
Yeah, I said, feeling a rush of relief. I'll talk to Tad and the others, but we'll all probably want to be on hand when they tear it down. So make certain Val gives us the correct time.
Will do.
Rowan paused, her voice wary.
January, I'd be careful. For some reason, he's taken a fancy to you. He mentioned you several times. When a vampire's fascinated by you, it's never a good thing. So just watch out, okay?
I will, I said, feeling nervous. Why would he be interested in me? I don't get it." I could hear the hesitation in Rowan's voice when she said,
"I don't know. But he had a thing for your mother, too. I guess there's something about the Jaxson women. I'm not sure what the connection is. But she never gave him the time of day. I'll call you when I know more about the time for demolition."
As she ended the call, I turned into the parking lot at Lucky's and turned off the ignition. I unhooked my phone from the Jerica system and turned to Killian, who hadn't said a word.
"Fascinated by the women in your family? What kind of creep is this guy?"
Killian unlocked his seatbelt and sat back, sighing.
"I don't like this. Not at all."
"And you think I do? This gives me the creeps." I grabbed my purse, stuffed my phone in it, and then stepped out of the car. The parking lot was melting. They had dumped what looked like a wheelbarrow of salt across the ice, but it almost made it slipperier. Killian took my arm, and we cautiously inched our way into the diner. Over breakfast, Belgian waffles, sausage, eggs, and mochas, I tried to forget about the conversation with Rowan. I steered the conversation as far as I could from vampires. "The carnival opens at noon, I think, or 11. It's been a long time since I've been able to go, so I'm not sure what to expect." I slathered my waffle in butter and syrup.
"We'll find out,"
Killian said. He must have picked up on my mood, because he shifted topics too. He told me he was almost ready to open the practice, but he had decided to wait until after the beginning of the year, to start with a clean slate.
"The city's approved my business permit, and I'm having work done on the building. Overall, the practice was in good shape, but it needed some fresh paint and a few upgrades. I'm looking forward to getting back to work, though. I really miss it."
He seemed to soften as he talked.
"I don't know what to expect, given there are other vets in town, but they seemed friendly enough when I introduced myself. One of them works solely on exotic animals, so he's not in direct competition. The other is more oriented toward large animals, a farm vet, so the same with him. But we all overlap, and I think it will make for a solid balance."
"You love your work, don't you?" I asked, cupping my mug in my hand. His eyes shone.
"I do. I love animals. I always have, and I adore cats. Maybe it seems odd, given I'm a wolf shifter, but as much as I like dogs, I prefer cats. My favorite are Maine Coons. They're so intelligent."
"I miss having a pet," I said. "I wanted a cat so bad when I was with Ellison." I worried my lip. That had been one of the most disappointing moments of my marriage. It seemed futile to argue with him. Killian shook his head.
"I don't trust a person who doesn't love animals. I know I'm generalizing, but if you don't have a place in your heart for the other species on this planet, it doesn't bode well for getting along with people who are different from you."
I nodded, finishing off my waffle. "I like that you're a veterinarian. It makes me happy."
He laughed. "Well, that makes me happy to hear. Want to go shopping while we wait for the carnival to open?"
"Yes. I need to buy presents. I haven't bought anything yet, though my list is much shorter this year, given I don't have to buy the usual obligatory gifts for Ellison's friends. I can't tell you how tired I got ordering boxes of cigars and generic gift baskets." I frowned, pulling out a piece of paper and a pen from my purse. "I need to buy for my aunt and for Ari, and I think I'll pick up little gifts for everyone at work." I paused. We had just hit another awkward part. Should I put him on the list? Should I say anything? I didn't want him to feel obligated to exchange gifts if he hadn't been planning on it. But once again, Killian saved the day.
I think you'll like what I'm getting you. By the way, I don't expect anything in return, but I would like to spend the solstice with you, unless you have other plans.
I jotted his name down on the list. Of course I'm getting you something. Ari and I were talking about doing something together for Solstice Eve, and her girlfriend will be there, and my aunt. I hope you'll come. We can do a midnight ritual in the snow.
That sounds lovely,
Killian said. He pulled out his wallet.
Here, let me get breakfast.
No, I invited you out.
Hush, woman. I'm still old-fashioned enough that I like to pay for dates. Tell you what, you can buy me dinner this week, all right?
He tossed $30 on the table. That's a good tip, I said, blurting out the words. I'm sorry. I always used to run back into the dining room and leave an extra tip when Ellison and I ate out. I got very creative about my excuses. He was cheap.
I know how hard it is to make a living on a job waiting tables. I did that through my college years. I'm not about to stiff anybody.
He held my coat for me as I slid my arms in, and then we pushed through the door. The snow was drifting down in big, lazy flakes. I glanced at my watch. It was almost 10:30. I want to stop in at Rarities, Inc. Ari was telling me about a vase that she fell in love with but decided not to buy. She thought it was extravagant, which means it probably isn't expensive, but she didn't feel justified in buying it.
Where's the shop?
Killian asked. Right down the street, across from the lingerie boutique. I looped my arm through his as we strolled down the street, the throng of shoppers increasing. The carnival's going to be packed today. Oh, there it is, I said, pointing across the street. Killian glanced at Lace and Leather, the lingerie shop we were standing beside.
You own anything from there?
He whispered, leaning down to nibble on my ear. I wasn't sure whether to blush or smack him. Not yet. I do, however, have a gorgeous black nightgown. I turned to look in the store window and froze. There, in the window, was the most beautiful blue nightgown I'd seen. It had a halter top, sheer, and indigo blue with sparkling sequins that mimicked stars against a night sky. Crystal beads glistened around the plunging neckline.
What is it?
Killian asked, turning his head to look at what I was staring at.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
It's beautiful, I said, breathless.
Do you want it?
He asked me. What? I stared at him. Me? I paused, wondering if I could pull it off. I could do sexy, but this gown was elegant and made me think of a fairy queen. I don't know if I could... if they have my size, I said, shifting my thoughts.
Why don't we find out?
Killian steered me into the shop. Flo Johansson owned the shop. She had owned the place since I was a little girl. At this point, she had to be in her 80s. She was behind the counter, looking as proper as ever in her linen pantsuit. She had the same suit in a number of different colors, and as hard as I tried, I couldn't remember a time when she wasn't wearing a version of it. "Hello," she said, obviously not remembering me. "Hey, Mrs. Johansson. I'm January, Althea's daughter." My mother had shopped here all through her life. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Of course you are. I remember you when you were a tiny sprout. Are you visiting your mother? I haven't seen her in ages," Flo said. Apparently, some people hadn't heard. My mother passed away earlier this year. along with my father. They were in a car crash. I moved back to town last week." Flo's face fell. "I'm so sorry, dear. I didn't know." She leaned across the counter to take my hands. "My apologies and condolences." "Don't worry about it. You didn't know." I paused, then pointed to the window. "The blue gown. You wouldn't happen to have it in my size, would you? I'm a size 14. She bustled around the counter. "I'll check. I think I do, actually. That gown comes in sizes up to 28, and I always stock at least one of each size." She paused, glancing at Killian. "Is this your husband? I know you were married and living in Seattle." I choked back a laugh. No. I'm divorced now. This is my neighbor, Killian O'Connell."
"I'm also her new boyfriend,"
Killian said, giving Flo a deep nod. I froze. He had actually used the word. I felt as giddy as a teenager. Flo stopped at one of the racks and sorted through the nightgowns. "Here it is. I thought maybe I had sold this one, but here's a 14. Would you like to try it on?" Some size 14s didn't fit so well because of my bust. Bigger bra cups meant some styles wouldn't work, but halter tops were easy enough, as long as there was enough material to cover my boobs. "No, this will be fine." She carried it to the counter and wrapped it up for me in tissue paper, then put it in a box and slid it into a bag with the name of the store emblazoned across the front of it. "That will be $83.50, please." I saw Killian start to pull out his wallet and stopped him. "Put that away. At this point in our relationship, I still buy my own night clothes and underwear." I handed her my credit card and then, carrying the bag, steered Killian back outside.
"Well, it's a beautiful gown, I'll say that," Killian said. "It will look wonderful on you, and I hope I get a chance to see it."
"You will, I promise." I winked at him. We crossed the street to Rarities, Inc. and pushed through the door. The shop was filled with people for whom antiquing was a verb. The store was crammed full of goodies, from old milk cans circa 1940 to rocking chairs to kitschy 1980s brass urns. I looked around, trying to find the lamp that Ari had shown me a picture of. Finally, I got in line and waited till the clerk at the counter was free. I brought out my phone. Ari had texted me a picture of the lamp and showed her. "Do you still have this vase?" The clerk stared at it for a moment, then frowned. "Oh, I remember that. No, I'm sorry. We sold that yesterday." So much for my gift idea. I sighed. "Thank you anyway." I turned back to Killian. "So much for that." I looked around and stopped as my gaze fell on a beautiful bottle. It was a perfume bottle, an ornate lavender smoke color. I picked it up. Something sparked as I touched it. My fingers felt like they had just been given a little shock. I stared at the bottle for a moment. I had no earthly use for it, but I wanted it. Turning back to the clerk, I said, "I don't see a price tag." She paused, then said, "$25." I wasn't usually the type for impulse purchases, but I knew in my core that I'd regret it if I passed it up and somebody else bought it. "All right, I'll take this." Setting it on the counter, I glanced around for Killian. He was over in the corner, perusing a stack of old books. "Find anything?"
"Yeah, actually. Here's one about places to hike near Moonshadow Bay. I love hiking."
He closed it and brought it to the counter.
"You find a substitute for Ari's gift?"
I shook my head. "No, I'll have to think of something else.
I did find something for myself, though.
We carried our bags back to my car and locked them in the back. Then we drove a few blocks over to the edge of town, down by the marina where the carnival had set up. Each year, Moonshadow Bay held a seasonal festival, but the winter carnival was always my favorite. While we didn't always have snow, the decorations alone gave an icy look to the town. Vendors came in from all the small towns and farms nearby. A temporary skating rink had been set up in the center of the marina, and there were various games. There were also sleigh rides, thanks to Withers's sleigh rides, though the sleighs could actually be outfitted with wheels like carriages for years when there wasn't enough snow for the runners to work. The sleighs themselves were beautiful, with red velvet seats and gold trim. Ribbons bedecked the sides, and each sleigh was drawn by two beautiful onyx black Frisians, their manes silky and flowing. "Look," I said, pointing. "Withers brought his sleighs out. I always loved these rides when I was young, and I loved the horses even more." Killian glanced at me, then strode over to the booth. He talked to them for a moment, then nodded, exchanging a couple bills for a ticket. He returned.
"We're set. At 12:30, we take a 20-minute carriage ride around town."
It suddenly occurred to me that he was trying to make certain I enjoyed myself. It had been so long since a man put my feelings first that it felt alien. But that didn't stop me from grabbing him and giving him a hug. "Thank you. I can hardly wait."
"Well, while we wait for our turn, let's check out the vendors."
We circled the carnival, looking at all the booths. There was everything from hand-blown ornaments to homemade candy and cookies to hand-knit sweaters and hats. But I didn't need much of anything. I did buy a very large peppermint stick and some fudge, but otherwise it was just fun to walk hand in hand with Killian. We were near the edge of the marina. I glanced out at the bay. The water looked icy and beautiful with the snow falling on it, and suddenly my life in Seattle seemed like 1,000 miles and 1,000 years away. We stopped by a steel drum band. They also had a xylophone player, and Killian and I started to dance with a few of the others who had gathered to listen. Just then, a noise caught my attention. A tiny mew coming from near the xylophone. I stopped dancing and walked over toward the musician. It was then that I saw a small box near his feet. I peeked in, and, huddled in a swath of blankets, were two kittens, a black one and a little tortoise shell. They couldn't have been more than 8 weeks old, and they had that perpetual look all kittens did that combined wide-eyed wonder with winsome cuteness. As I knelt by the box, the man laid down his mallets and leaned forward.
"You looking for a pet?"
he asked. I glanced over at him. "They should be inside. How old are they?"
He shrugged. 6 weeks at the oldest, I'd guess. I found them in my backyard. I let my daughter keep one, but we can't have more than one pet in the apartment, so I thought I'd bring them down here today. You interested?"
I lifted them up, one at a time, to get a good look at them. They both struggled until I brought them close to my chest, and then they burrowed under my chin, especially the tortie. Instantly, I knew they were mine. "What's your name?"
Clyde Baker."
The man smiled, his teeth brilliant and white against the rich brown of his skin.
"They like you."
"I love them," I said, burrowing my nose in their fur. "How much?"
"Like the snow and the wind and the rain, these babies are a gift from nature. Promise me you'll be good to them?"
he asked, then added,
"I don't think I even need to ask. I can see it in your face. You'll be their mama."
"I'll be their mama, yes. And of course I'll take care of them." I'll give you my number in case you ever want to come visit them. I stood, turning to Killian. He was smiling.
We'll take a sleigh ride another time. Let's get these kittens back to the car. We can stop on the way home for supplies, and I'll check them out when we get there. He turned to Clyde. I'm a vet, setting up a new business. I'll give you my card, and if you ever need your kitten looked at, just give me a call. First exam is on the house. Good man, Clyde said, beaming. I knew I'd find these little ones the right home today.
We exchanged contact info, then, carefully carrying the kittens, Killian and I headed back to the car. Once we were safely inside, I tucked the kittens into the box again, which Clyde had given us, still containing the blanket, and they immediately curled up and fell asleep, draped over one another. I handed the box to Killian so he could hold it while I drove.
Happy? Killian asked.
I nodded. Very. Let's go. We stopped at a pet store where I sent Killian in to choose a litter box, food, toys, and a cat tree. As I sat there, staring at the dozing kittens, I was truly happy. Chapter 19. Killian helped me set up everything, then headed over to his house.
I'll be back with my medical bag. I'll have to ask one of the other vets to run the blood work to make certain they don't have feline leukemia or anything else. Since I don't have my lab set up, they won't get their first shots until we get the results back. But we'll get them sorted out.
While he was gone, I corralled the kittens into the downstairs powder room. Since I hadn't expected to come home with cats, I hadn't cat-proofed the house yet. I groaned as I thought of my Yule tree. What they could do to it?
All right, let's take a look at these two, Killian said on his return. Let me sex them first. He tipped the tortie upside down. Yep, she's a girl. Almost all calicos and torties are. The male torties often have serious health issues. Now, what about you?
He picked up the tuxedo kitten and turned it over, looking at its hindquarters. Rude, I said, laughing.
Hey, I've got a reason to play Peeping Tom. Okay, we have a little boy here, which means you'll need to get them fixed before she goes into heat.
He pulled out his stethoscope and listened to their hearts and lungs, then tapped on their tummies. After that, he looked at their butts again.
As I thought, worms. Almost all kittens have them.
He pulled out a tube of medicine and squirted some down their throats.
We'll give them another dose tomorrow, but that should do it. Now, what about fleas? He combed through their coats. No fleas. Probably due to the time of year. That's a good thing. Now, why don't you go make us some coffee while I draw the blood? You may hear them protesting, but they'll be fine.
Already in love with them, I went to the kitchen where I decided to make soup. After I started the coffee, I chopped up some celery, carrots, red potatoes, some fresh herbs, and an onion, scooping them into the pressure cooker, which was also an air fryer and slow cooker. I added 2 large turkey thighs and some chicken bouillon paste. I covered it with the lid and then set the pressure on high for 1 hour. I thought about making homemade rolls, but decided a loaf of hot French bread would do just fine. A few moments later, Killian came out from the bathroom.
Well, as far as I can tell, except for the worms, they're bouncy little fluff balls. They're probably about 6 weeks old, which is really too young to have left their mother, but if they were strays, there's not much Clyde could do about it. I'm going to run the blood samples over to Evan's vet clinic and ask him to send it to the lab for me. Meanwhile, do you want anything while I'm out?
I nodded. Something to anchor the tree to the ceiling? I know what kittens can do to trees. I'm making turkey soup for dinner.
He laughed. We'll rig something up when I get back.
As he swept out the door, carrying the vials of blood, I headed back into the bathroom. The kittens stared up at me as though I were a giant, so I knelt beside them. The little girl promptly raced into my arms, leaning against me and purring. "Oh, you sweetheart," I whispered. "I'll take care of you. Please keep us." I froze and slowly eased the kitten off my shoulder where she was snuggling, holding her up. "Was that you, Esmara, playing a joke on me?" "That wasn't me," Esmara's voice came. "You needed a familiar, and now you have one. I also know how much you love cats. The little boy won't be able to talk to you, but the girl can, at times. She has got magical genes. Her father wasn't the same as her brothers." I didn't know cats could have a litter of kittens with multiple fathers. And while I thought all cats were magical, I didn't know they could be magical. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, holding the tortie in my arms as the Tucks climbed on my lap. "Hey, you, little girl. Did you talk to me?" I stared at the tortie. After a moment, I got a drowsy "mm-hmm" as she yawned. Her eyes fluttered, and she conked out in my arms. The Tucks curled on my lap, and he, too, was down for the count. My back cramped a little, and I adjusted my position, but both kittens were totally out of it. In that way, only kittens and puppies can manage. Cautiously, I shifted the boy off onto the rug and laid his sister beside him. They shifted position to snuggle, but remained asleep. Easing myself off the floor, I slipped out of the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. By the time Killian got home, I had slipped food and water into the bathroom for the kittens, who were still asleep, along with a couple toys. I made sure there were no open medication bottles or potential death traps waiting for them, and then I started on the house. "What do I do to kitten-proof this place?" I asked Killian. "We had cats when I was younger, and my mother had an old Tom who weighed 18 pounds but still thought he was a kitten. I know the obvious things to look for. I've made sure all chocolate's put away. Anything that could be poisonous is bottled or jarred. You have any blinds? They can get caught in the cords. I'll anchor the tree to the ceiling, but I recommend taking any breakable ornaments off this first year. Also cords. Make sure your computer cords are detangled and don't offer incentive to play with them. Spray some citrus water around them. Cats aren't thrilled about citrus. Also, if you have any open shelving with glassware on it, move whatever can be knocked off. You have at least 2 plants in here that are poisonous." He pointed them out, and I immediately set them out on the porch, feeling guilty. But I'd feel a lot more guilty if the kittens ate them and got sick than I would over dead plants. If they survive the night, I'll give them to Ari. She's in between pets. She lost her dog last year and hasn't gotten a new one yet. We spent the next hour going through the house, getting it set up for the cats. I made sure that any breakable ornaments were up higher and moved the shatterproof ones to the lower branches. We were just finishing when a crash sounded from the bathroom. Running to open the door, I saw that the shower curtain, which had been on an expandable pressure rod, was in the tub. The tortie popped her head up, mewed, then raced for me, followed by her brother. I groaned. "So, this is the way it's going to be, huh?" Laughing, I gathered them up and carried them out to the living room, while Killian replaced the rod back where it belonged. "What are you going to name them?" he asked. I had been thinking about that since we found them. "I think I'm naming the girl Zai after the xylophone, and the Tucks I'll name Klaus." Killian's phone rang and he answered. "Oh? Good. Yes, thank you." Pocketing his phone again, he turned to me. "Good news.
There wasn't anything out of the ordinary on the blood work. In a couple weeks, I'll vaccinate them for you. They'll get their first rabies shots when they're 4 months old."
"Well, that should work. I'm not about to let them outside." I paused as my phone sounded. Glancing at the screen, I saw Ari was texting me. "Ari, we were supposed to meet her and Megan at the carnival. I'm going to ask them over." I quickly texted her back. "Interesting morning. Can you come over? Have a couple of babies I want you to meet."
"Babies? What babies?"
"Just get your butt over here, woman, and I'll introduce you." The kittens were meanwhile scaling the cat tower, perpetual motion machines in fur suits. I turned back to Killian, who was sitting on the sofa. "Ari's coming over with Megan. It will take them a little while. Until then, I'd like to thank you for being so wonderful." I was about to straddle his lap to kiss him when his phone rang again. While he answered, I headed in the kitchen to make some coffee. I had just finished making a peppermint mocha when he appeared at the kitchen door.
"Hey, love, I have to leave."
The look on his face was strained. "What's wrong? Did something happen?"
He nodded. "I just got a call from my parents. My sister was hit by a truck when she was out running on the side of the road. She was in her alt form. They live up near Mount Rainier. She's in the hospital, and they're going to have to operate."
My heart skipped a beat. "Oh, no. What are the injuries?"
"Broken rib, broken leg, punctured lung, shattered pelvis. I need to get on the road. I'd fly, but it would take longer than it would to drive, I think."
His voice was shaky. "Can you drive? Do you need someone with you?" He shook his head.
"No, I can drive. Hell, I drove through the fires to get out of my neighborhood down in SoCal. But I have to pack and get on the road."
He paused.
"I'm sorry about the rest of the carnival. We were—"
"Stop. You need to go. Call me and let me know what's happening." I hadn't even known he had a sister, or that his family lived up here in Washington.
"I will. Thank you."
He gave me a quick kiss before rushing out the door. I carried my mocha into the living room, waiting for Ari and Megan to show up. Killian screeched out of his driveway about 10 minutes after he left my house, which told me that he really was in a hurry. The kittens were wreaking havoc on the cat tower, not the Yule tree, thankfully, when the doorbell rang, announcing Ari and Megan. Megan, or Mean Meg as we called her in high school, was absolutely stunning. She was still the tall, leggy blonde she had been in high school, even though we were in our 40s. Though as a shifter she lived longer and took longer to age. She had perfect bowed lips, her long lashes fluttered over her hazel eyes, and like Ari, she hadn't put on a pound since high school. But instead of the perpetual pout I remembered, now she brandished a wide smile.
"Megan, you remember January?" Ari said as she introduced us.
"I do," Megan said. "I hope you won't hold my teenaged self against me," she added, laughing. "I know I was a bitch to you back then, and I want to apologize." That took me aback. A lot of people would try to gloss over their shortcomings and pass it off as water under the bridge. But that she led with an apology boded well. "Thank you. Yeah, you were pretty acerbic, but we're both older and hopefully wiser," I said. "Would you like a mocha, some hot cocoa, anything?"
"No," Ari said.
"We just finished hot cocoa and caramel corn, thanks to the winter carnival." "Oh, you said babies and you meant it." She knelt as Zai raced out from beneath the Yule tree, knocking an ornament off in her rush. Klaus came bounding along behind her, and they fell into a tussle, wrestling their way across the floor. I was grinning like an idiot. "Yes, we found them this morning at the carnival. Killian checked them out for me, and they're both in good health. He places them at about 6 weeks old. It's handy having a boyfriend who's a vet.
Speaking of Killian, where is he? Ari asked, scooping up the Tuck's kitten.
You are just the fuzziest, cutest little girl? Boy. I named him Klaus, and the tortie is Zai. She's my familiar, Ari.
Ari jerked her head up. Really? It's rare to find one that hasn't been specifically bred. What about Klaus?
He's just a gorgeous little boy in fancy duds.
Well, they're both lovely. Where did you say Killian was?
I didn't. I sighed. He got a call about half an hour ago. His sister, who lives near his parents near Mount Rainier, was hit by a car while in her wolf form. She's in serious condition, with multiple broken bones and a punctured lung. He's on his way there. I turned to Megan. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to leave you out of the conversation. Please, sit down. Ari sat on the floor so she could play with the kittens, while Megan took the sofa. I started to sit in the rocking chair when it suddenly occurred to me that the chair could be dangerous if one of the kittens got a paw or a tail under a runner, so I jumped up and moved over to the recliner. Megan proved to be a delight, and watching her and Ari together, I could see something Ari didn't want to admit. She was more attached than she thought she was. They made a good pair, and when Ari finally joined Megan on the sofa and Megan draped her arm around Ari's shoulders, my heart warmed. Quasi-relationship? Nope. This was for real, even if neither of them knew it right now. We spent the rest of the afternoon catching up, but I could tell they wanted to spend some time alone, so when Ari mentioned that they needed to be going, I didn't try to keep them. Megan casually brushed her lips across Ari's, and as the two women embraced, once again I felt the pull between them. As they trod their way back to their car, my phone rang. It was Killian. Hey, are you there yet?
Yes, I just made it. My sister... I didn't even tell you her name, did I? It's Tally. Tally's in surgery. She should be out of the operating room in about half an hour. I'm waiting with my mother. My father had to go home to get my younger brother situated.
I didn't even ask about your family before this. I had no clue they lived up here, I said, feeling remiss.
We haven't had much of a chance to discuss things like that. I have a little brother named Darren, who's, well, he's the equivalent of being in his early 20s, and Tally would clock in around 35 if she were human.
He paused, then added,
I miss you. I hate that I had to run off like that.
I miss you too, I said, realizing that I did. But Killian, I understand. She's your sister, and she's in trouble. Hesitant to ask, I finally decided to just come out with it. How bad off is she?
Pretty rough. She's between serious and critical condition. I'll probably stay here for a few days until we know what the verdict is. My mother's a wreck, and my father is not far off from it. Tally almost died when she was a baby, so they've already almost lost her once. And she was on her way over to their house. She doesn't live far and decided a run in the snow would be fun. So they're blaming themselves even though it's not their fault.
That's hard, I said. Guilt has a way of settling in where it doesn't belong. Keep me informed. Oh, is there anything at your house that you need me to take care of? I don't have a key, I added. I can pick up your mail, though.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll call you after she's out of surgery to give you an update.
He made kissing noises and then signed off. I stared at my phone, then stretched and looked around. The house felt very quiet all of a sudden, but then Zai came streaking through the living room, followed by Klaus, and I broke out laughing as the feeling of sudden isolation vanished. Now my house really felt like a home. Whistling, I headed in the kitchen to make myself some dinner, and then I planned to curl up with a holiday movie with 2 kittens to keep me company. Chapter 20. Killian ended up spending the weekend with his folks. His sister made it through surgery, but she was still in serious condition, and it wasn't until Sunday night that she started to come around. The cats and I got used to each other, and while Zai didn't speak directly to me again, I could feel her awareness growing. I, on the other hand, ended up being run ragged. I had forgotten how much work kittens were, but I was enjoying almost every minute of it, even when Klaus climbed the living room drapes and got himself stuck, mewing at the top of his lungs. Neither one seemed interested in the tree. It dawned on me that since it was an artificial tree and had no real scent, maybe they thought it was just furniture. Still worried about leaving them alone while I was at work, I fixed up the guest bedroom so it would be kitten-safe and tucked them, their litter box, and food and water in there and shut the door. I turned on a radio for them, classical music, and headed off for work. As I hustled into the Conjure Ink office on Monday morning, it felt like I had always worked here, like I had never left Moonshadow Bay. "Hey," I said, hanging my coat on the coat rack. "It's snowing up a storm out there, and I have 2 kittens." Tad snorted. He and Hank both looked back to full health, though I had the feeling neither would forget their experience any time soon. But even with the snort, they all gathered around so I could show them the multitudes of pictures I had taken on my phone. "Good for you," Caitlin said. "They're lovely, and I'd like to come see them soon if you don't mind. Maybe we can all have dinner at my place Thursday evening. You're all invited." It was the first time I had felt comfortable inviting coworkers home. At the magazine, most of the employees we hired were just as snobbish as Ellison, and while I had hosted an infinite number of cultured affairs, none of them had been memorable or even comfortable. My phone rang. I stared at the caller ID. Val Slater. During the day? Really? "Hello," I answered, expecting to hear his buttery smooth voice. Instead, a woman was on the other end. "Am I speaking to January Jaxson?" "You are. Who am I speaking to?" "My name is Linda Carson. I'm Mr. Slater's secretary. He asked me to inform you that demolition is set for 10 a.m. tomorrow, and you and the staff of Conjure Ink are cordially invited to witness the process. Mr. Slater would very much like it if you were there, Ms. Jaxson. He specifically asked me to convey the request. Unfortunately, he won't be able to make it, given it's daylight." Her tone told me it wasn't a request, but a command. "May I call you back in a few moments?" "Of course, you can reach me at this return number." She hung up. I stared at my phone. "Guys, we need to—" "Oh, I didn't tell you." "Didn't tell us what?" Tad asked. I inhaled a sharp breath, then let it out slowly. Rowan found someone to buy the land. She called in a major favor. Her friend bought the land over the weekend for all cash, and tomorrow morning he's taking down the old asylum. He wants us to attend. Then he'll have the entire lot fenced with chain link. That's the best we can muster, but it will work." "Who on earth did she find to agree to that? How can he afford it?" Tad asked, staring at me. I steeled myself. "His name is Val Slater. Ring any bells?" Tad's incredulous look slid away and he stiffened.
Are you talking about the vampire?
I nodded. Yeah, I am. He bought the land this weekend.
Hank blinked. Are you talking about the Val Slater? The owner of the Mayhem? The biggest underground nightclub in Bellingham? The Val Slater, who also happens to be the leader of the Northwest Vampire Collective?
Apparently, I had been hiding under a rock. I've never heard of either one of those.
The Northwest Vampire Collective is an organization that on the surface is working toward promoting vampire rights in society, and they're making some inroads. Behind the scenes, it's a tightly run political association. I happen to know they've got Linda Kaiser, Bellingham's mayor, in their pocket. They're not above raising hell when they don't get their way. A few murders and disappearances have been linked to them, though there hasn't been any actual proof.
Tad shook his head.
Getting mixed up with Val Slater is a bad idea. I don't know what Rowan was thinking.
Well, we can't back out now. The deal went through, and he's tearing down the asylum tomorrow. I wondered if he might have an ulterior motive, but you did say for me to do what I thought best. And since Rowan was so gung-ho about it, I had the sudden feeling that maybe I had really fucked up. Had I let Rowan talk me into something that I was going to regret?
No, you're right, Tad said. You haven't lived in Moonshadow Bay for years. You don't know about a lot of the politics that are in play now. This is my fault.
She said something else, I said. Rowan mentioned that she's part of a secret coven that protects the town.
The Crystal Cauldron, Hank said. It's not so secret.
Right, that's it. Anyway, she said that the Covenant of Chaos, the organization that founded Stellar View, is on the rise again, and that they're looking to stir up trouble. Is that something we should be worried about?
Caitlin pursed her lips. I wondered how many of those magicians were still around.
How much should I trust Rowan? I asked.
I think Rowan really does care about the town, Tad said, mulling over my question. And she is part of the Crystal Cauldron. But I'd question whether she threw you under the bus with Val just to avoid having to dig deep and do real work to neutralize the land elemental. Did you promise him anything?
No, but she told me he's fascinated with me now.
That's not good, Tad said.
I sighed, leaning back in my chair. Now that Val owns the land, there's nothing we can do. I'll go watch the demolition tomorrow. I feel like at least one of us should be there, if only to observe what effect it has on the energy of the land.
We'll all go, Tad said. I'm not letting you out there alone. Not this time.
After I called Val's secretary back, we went back to talking about my cats. That night, I arrived home 5 minutes before Killian called me. He'd been in touch every day, and I was surprised how much we had to talk about. He was opening up, telling me more about his life in California and about his family. As for me, I found him easy to talk to. I put the phone on speaker while I began to make a roux for the Alfredo sauce. Ari was coming to dinner, and I had decided to make fettuccine Alfredo. I whisked the butter as it melted, then sprinkled in flour and whisked again. So, how is Tally doing?
She's out of danger now, and if all goes well, she'll be moved out of intensive care into a private room tomorrow. I'll be home tomorrow evening. I just wanted to make sure my folks were handling this okay. But I have to get back to setting up my business, now that she's out of danger.
He paused, then said,
My mother says hello. She wants to meet you sometime soon.
Startled, I pulled the pan off the burner, grateful we weren't video chatting. I didn't want him to see the terror that washed over my face. I had already endured a horrible set of in-laws, The idea of meeting my boyfriend's parents before we had even slept together scared the fuck out of me. "Okay, tell her hi for me." My heart was racing. I hadn't even expected him to tell them about me at this point. I slowly replaced the pan on the burner and began to add the cream, whisking briskly. Then I sprinkled in the grated Parmesan, added some cracked black pepper, a little dill, and pink Himalayan salt. I wasn't fond of garlic and white sauce, so I left it out, and instead added a little crumbled feta. As I drained the fettuccine, Killian said goodbye. 5 minutes later, as I was stirring the pasta into the sauce, I heard the front door open. "Hey, are you home?" Ari called from the living room. "In the kitchen." She popped in. "Yum, that smells good," she said, eyeing the cream sauce. "I'm starved. I brought wine." She held up a bottle of Merlot. I dished up the pasta and added a cucumber-tomato salad to the table, then settled into my chair. "It's been a day," I said. "You can say that again," Ari said, looking morose. "What's wrong?" I handed her the salad. "I fucked up. I really screwed up. Do you remember Muffy Flanagan?" I nodded. Muffy had been a popular name among the yuppie set at one time. While the name was out of fashion, the attitude wasn't. Muffy Flanagan was at the top of the social pecking order in Moonshadow Bay. "Yeah, why?" "Because I did her hair today. She told me her regular hairdresser was out of town, and she's got some big event, so she came to me, and it did not go well." Ari shook her head, staring at her plate. "How so? You're brilliant at what you do." I frowned, adding some more salt to my pasta. "She wanted to go blonde. She had dyed black hair that was already damaged. I warned her that's not recommended, and going for it could fuck up her hair, but she insisted. I should have just refused to do it, but she was making a scene and threatening to ruin my reputation if I refused to help her. And finally, I just did it to shut her up." I could see the road this was taking, and the street sign read disaster. "Okay, what happened?" "I'm not sure what she did to it before, but we had to do 2 rounds of bleach, and on the second round, some of her hair fell out. It just melted right off, leaving a big bald patch. That was when she told me she had it permed a month ago and didn't like it, so she used a hair straightener at home. Her hair was so fragile, the bleach melted it." She groaned, twirling pasta around her fork. "Uh-oh. I'd read the answer, but what did she do?" "She freaked out and didn't even let me rinse it out of her hair before storming off. She threatened to ruin my reputation. I decided to see if her regular stylist, I know who it is, was around, and sure enough, he's not on vacation. I told him what happened. Apparently, she asked him to do the bleach job, but he refused because he knew how fragile her hair was. He's the one who did the perm. He told me that he realized she had tried to straighten it. He promised to tell people it wasn't my fault, but that doesn't negate the fact that she now has it in for me." Muffy Flanagan could do a lot of damage with that nasty mouth of hers. "Can you put a binding spell on her?" "I thought about it, but I'm too upset." I licked a spot of sauce off the corner of my lip. "Do it. You need to." Binding spells were preventative spell work. They prevented people who were out to harm you in one way or another from doing so. It didn't negate the need for mundane action, but it was a powerful amplifier. I guess there's no choice. But what will I do if Muffy finds out? If Muffy finds out, she can take a flying leap. She's already threatened your livelihood, blaming her own mistake on you. You might as well do what you can to keep the rumors from spreading.
I guess you're right, Ari said, wiping her mouth. The pasta's good. So, what are you up to?
I told her about Val Slater and the asylum, filling her in on everything that had happened over the past day or so.
Vampires? I knew they were here in Moonshadow Bay.
Ari shook her head.
Be careful, please. They're so unpredictable.
Trust me, I know that, I said. We finished up the evening by sitting in the dark with just the tree lights turned on, watching an old movie and savoring a glass out of my father's best port. It was 50 years old and thick as honey. After Ari went home, I was about to go to bed when something drew me into the library. It wasn't just an office. The library was where my mother had performed a number of her spells. I knelt by the chest she had kept most of her ritual gear in. Hand-carved of cedar, the chest was old and smelled like incense. It was the size of a coffee table, about 4 feet long and 3 feet high, and it must have weighed 100 pounds, given the dense wood. It had first belonged to my grandmother, who had given it to my mother. My grandparents on my mother's side had moved back to Ireland years ago, when I was a little girl, and I had seen them twice since then. My grandfather had passed, but Granny was still alive and kicking. It occurred to me that I hadn't heard from her since I talked to her shortly after the funeral, and I needed to call her. I stared into the trunk at the tools. They had been exquisitely crafted for my mother. I slowly lifted out her athame, the ritual dagger she used to cast circles and in certain spells. It had a grip carved from holly wood, and the blade was long and curved, with a silver pommel and crossguard. It felt heavy in my hand, like it belonged to me. I brushed my fingers over the flat of the blade. My mother had kept it well polished, and it was sharp. Setting the blade to the side, I lifted out her crystal ball. She had a number of crystals scattered around the house, but this was her private one, the one she used to scry and divine with. It must have weighed 15 pounds and was about 8 inches in diameter. The quartz was filled with fractures, and rainbows sparkled through it. There were other things in her chest, too, but I finally found what I was looking for, a small wooden jewelry box that contained her ritual jewelry. There, on a velvet pad, was a black opal ring and a matching necklace. I slid the necklace over my head and slipped the ring on. "Finally," Esmara whispered. "We've been waiting for you to do this." I needed time to process being home. Doing this, claiming my mother's ritual tools, makes the fact that she's dead very real, I said. I'm taking her place, and it feels very odd and almost disrespectful. You're not taking her place. She's here with us, watching over you. But until both of you are more settled into your new lives, it's best she doesn't speak to you. Think of it as a training program for both of you. Now, take these things and create an altar." I frowned, looking around. This seemed the logical place to put together an altar. Besides the built-in bookshelves and desks for both my mother and father, there was a love seat in the library, and behind that love seat, a console table that was the perfect size for an altar. I cleared it off and moved it to the center of the room. My mother's trunk also held a black altar cloth decorated with silver stars, a Waterford goblet, and several decks of tarot cards. There were other things in the chest, but they weren't meant for display. I found her sage spray. My mother had been allergic to smoke, so she cleansed with charmed water instead. I sprayed around the table, then misted myself. The magical water immediately calmed me down. Spreading the altar cloth on the table, I then positioned the dagger and the crystal ball on it and stood back. It looked right, but I needed candles, and there were other tools I felt should go there. I suppose I'll figure that out in time, I said, waiting for Asmara to say something. But she kept quiet, and so I repacked everything else in the trunk and, carrying the cleanse spray, headed into the kitchen to turn on the dishwasher. Tired and feeling a little at loose ends, I collected the kittens from the powder room, then headed upstairs. Zai and Klaus immediately claimed the bed as theirs. As they curled up by my feet, I drifted into a vaguely troubled sleep. Chapter 21. Next morning, I once again locked the kittens in the spare bedroom and headed off for work. Demolition on the asylum was set for 10 a.m., so I fortified myself with a sausage cheese muffin and a quad mocha on the way to the office. When I arrived, Hank was poring over something on one of the monitors. "Find a new case?" I asked, breezing by him.
"Maybe," he muttered, shaking his head. "It's odd, to say the least. I'll have to look into this more before I see if it's something worth pursuing."
Caitlin waved at me. She was in the middle of taking apart one of the computers. "When does Wren get back?" I asked. "I'd like to meet her finally."
"Week after next," Tad said, from his desk where he was staring at a printout of what looked like a planet.
"Don't tell me we're going after aliens next," I said.
"Nope, but we could. We've got plenty of reports lately about UFO sightings. I'm just looking through some of the reports the Pentagon recently declassified, and boy, you wouldn't believe some of the crap these guys saw."
He paused, pushing up the glasses that had slid down his nose.
"So, ready for today?"
"I wish we could have taken care of things for good. It feels like we didn't finish anything with the asylum."
"That's the way some cases go, January. You'll get used to it."
"Yeah, well, I don't have to like it," I muttered. I hated unfinished tasks. I was one of those annoying people who thrived on checklists and planners and schedules. I finished my breakfast while I typed up all the notes I could think of from the past week, then glanced at the clock. If we're going, we'd better leave now. It was 9:40. We decided to take the van, and once again Tad drove. We arrived at the site about 10 minutes later to find the supervisor of the demolition had brought in a number of big machines, bulldozers and dump trucks. That made sense. After the building came down, they'd have to haul away all the debris. Val himself wasn't there, given, well, vampire. But a man who introduced himself as Daniel Ashante was.
"I'm Mr. Slater's administrative assistant."
There was something about him. He wasn't human, that much I could tell. I closed my eyes, trying to home in on his energy. Yup, there it was. He was a shifter, and a powerful one at that. Shifters and vampires didn't get along too well, so Slater must be paying Ashante a fortune. "How are you going to do this?" I asked. "Just start knocking it down?"
Daniel shook his head. "No, we're imploding it. The dynamite's been set, so don't go near the building. Here."
He handed us a bag containing earplugs.
"You'll need these. Also, wear these masks and goggles. The dust will be horrendous."
We gratefully tucked the earplugs into place and put on our masks and goggles, then pulled back to the other side of what had been the parking lot. I wondered what the hell the land elemental would do once we exploded its shell. Anxious, I glanced at my phone. Nearly 10. Apparently, they'd been here setting up all morning because they were ready to go on at the top of the hour. We huddled near the tree line. I really hope the workers who placed the dynamite know the difference between an implosion and an explosion, I muttered as a few snowflakes began to flutter down. I glanced up at the sky. It was starting to come down again, and everything seemed so picture-perfect when I looked at the mystic wood behind me. I felt a pull to wander into the thicket, but kept myself from doing so. That could easily be the land elemental enticing me. After all, the creature had 2 acres to prey on. When I thought about it like that, I no longer regretted talking to Val. At least we had a chance to reduce the number of victims. "Places," Daniel called out, and his work crew scattered around as though they had choreographed the action. "Here goes nothing," Tad said, watching with doubtful eyes. "I'm not sure this is the best idea, but it's out of our hands now." "There's nothing else we can do," Hank muttered. "From what January said, Rowan refused to take any other action on it. If she can't take care of something, then you know it's a problem. Let's give this a chance. We may not like dealing with a vampire, but he's the only one who stepped up." "True," I said. "And it's not like we didn't talk to the mayor about it." We continued to chat until Daniel held up his hand for silence. "Check in, safe. Wilson? Here. Dram. Yo!" He continued down a list of names until everyone in the work crew was accounted for. Then he called out, "Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detonate." There was a pause. Then a slow, low roar began to build as the building trembled. I could see explosions running up the sides, all around the visible surface. The building began to crumble in on itself as a cloud of dust rose up, billowing out toward us as the remains of the institution crumbled. The ground shook, and my jaw ached from the force of the explosion. But the wind was blowing the other direction and carried the smoke away from us. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when I felt something nearby. Something looming large and predatory, like a winged beast rising behind me. "What the hell?" I turned around. It was then that the spirit, and it was a spirit, body slammed into me, knocking me on my butt. I felt it prying at the corners of my mind, trying to find a way in. "Esmara!" As I called my guardian, I instinctively slammed my shields down, preventing whatever it was from entering my psyche. I could feel it struggling before it withdrew. Hank suddenly leapt forward, his hands clutching my throat. "Oh, crap!" The spirit hadn't been able to get through to me, so it had jumped him. "Hank!" I tried to say, but he had such a tight grip I could barely breathe. I struggled with him. I was a larger woman, but he was strong, and the spirit possessing him was even stronger. I could hear Caitlin and Tad shouting. I was seeing stars now, flashes of light as my lungs burned, trying to catch a breath. Hank's fingers pressed hard against my throat, and my head was beginning to swim with the pain. I couldn't think. But several years of self-defense courses finally took over, and the next moment, I brought my knee up hard against Hank's groin, putting as much oomph into the thrust as I could. That worked. While his soul might be possessed, his body still registered pain, and he let go, doubling over. I stumbled back. Everything was still a blur, but someone grabbed me by the arm and dragged me away from the scene, and then I heard a massive crack. Seconds later, With my nose bleeding and my throat aching, my vision began to clear. Tad was standing there, a stun gun in hand. Hank was laid out flat on the ground, and I could sense that the spirit had fled, sucked back into the elemental. "He's clear," I breathed, my throat so rough it felt like I had strep. "Are you sure?" Caitlin asked. "Hank is clean," Esmara whispered to me. "The elemental retreated. The explosion weakened it, and now it's licking its wounds, so to speak." "Yeah, Hank should be free from it," I gasped out. "But let's get out of here. We're too vulnerable, and the elemental is still around." Daniel's men helped us over to the van. With Hank out cold in the back, we headed away from the site as fast as we could. I hoped that the workmen would be okay, but they seemed to all be shifters, and shifters had less of a chance of being possessed. Plus, I had the distinct feeling Val had supplied them with some sort of magical protection. As I leaned my head against the headrest, I couldn't help but wonder, what else lived in these woods? What else prowled the shadows of Moonshadow Bay? The town seemed more sinister than it had when I was a child, but I was beginning to realize that I had just never seen the underbelly before. Tad insisted we stop at urgent care to get both Hank and me checked out. The doctor cleared us both, though Hank had done a number on my throat, but honey and lemon tea would help with that, along with a chiropractor visit. Hank came around, and the look on his face when he realized what had happened was stronger than any apology he could make. "I can't believe that happened," Hank said. "I'm so sorry." "This caps it," I squeaked out. "I can't believe all of you have been going out without proper protection. Before we even think of taking a new case, I'm making protection charms for everybody." I shook my head. "If I'm going to work with Conjure Ink, I'm going to make sure that we're beefed up on the magical side of things." Tad grinned. "I'd ask how you've enjoyed your first week on the job, but I'm afraid I might actually get an answer. You got tossed into the deep side of the pool on this one." I waggled my fingers at him. "Way to give someone the full immersion treatment. How about we take the rest of the day off? My throat's so sore I just want to go home and rest and not say anything. But hey, now I can say I know what it feels like to be strangled." Hank groaned again. "I will never be able to make this up to you. I second January's motion. Being stun-gunned isn't much fun either." Tad agreed and told us to take the next day off and to be in Wednesday morning as usual. And so we closed the case as best we could on the asylum. I just hoped it stayed in the past. Unresolved hauntings usually had a way of creeping back. But for now, I was content just to avoid the area. On Friday night, the night before the cotillion, I curled up in the glow of the tree lights. Zai was sitting on my lap, and Klaus was pouncing after a toy that Ari was teasing him with. I had sprayed the tree with a diluted solution of peppermint oil and water, and the cats apparently decided it was something to steer clear of. Megan was stretched out in front of the fireplace, gazing into the flames, and Aunt Taryn was in the kitchen, stirring a batch of homemade chicken soup. Killian sat on the other end of the sofa, giving me a foot rub. My throat was feeling better, but I was still talking hoarsely. "So, you're sticking with the job?" Ari asked. I nodded. "Yeah, I am. I like it, and I like my coworkers. The pay's good enough to live on, and I have insurance. I had business cards printed up for our business, the Magic Web, and we can start passing them out. I already have 2 tarot readings booked for Sunday." "I'm glad you came home to Moonshadow Bay," Ari said. "I've missed you.
I may not live down the street anymore, but it's good to live in the same town again. Ari had lived a few doors away when we were young, but after she left home, her parents sold the house and moved into a condo. "Same here," Taryn chimed in, carrying in a tureen of the soup. She placed it on a trivet on the coffee table. Megan darted into the kitchen, returning with the soup mugs and spoons. Taryn made one last trip for the French bread. The room smelled like chicken soup and warm bread, and I gently moved the snoring Zai to one side. As Taryn handed out mugs of soup, Killian caught my eye. He had returned on Wednesday, relieved that his sister was starting to heal up, and we had spent the evenings together. He had been furious at Hank until I convinced him that it wasn't Hank's fault at all. I turned on It's a Wonderful Life, and we gathered around, watching Jimmy Stewart learn that his life wasn't so bad after all. By the end, we were full and sleepy, but it felt like the evening had brought the five of us closer together. As Ari and Megan left, I hugged my best friend. "Don't let this one get away, Ari. I think she's good for you," I whispered. She nodded, biting her lip. "I think so, too, and that's what makes me so afraid," she said before ducking out the door. Taryn gave me a hug. "On Sunday, after you get done with giving your readings, I'll come over and we'll take a look through your mother's tools and see what you still need to find. The ladies have been pushing me the past couple days about it." "Asmara talks to me," I said. "What about you?" "Aunt Prue," Taryn said. "She was a firecracker. I'll tell you all about them on Sunday." She gave me another hug, then headed out to walk home through the snow. I turned to Killian. I had been so sore from the attack all week, and was just now feeling like myself again. He wrapped me in his arms, kissing me soundly. "So, should I get out of here too, to let you sleep?" I gazed into his eyes, and right then I knew I didn't want him to go home. "No, I want you to stay the night," I said. "I want you." He let out a faint sound that sounded like a cross between a moan and a snarl. "Oh, love, if I do, you have to know that I don't want anyone else touching you. Not like that. I'm a wolf shifter. We tend to be territorial about our mates." The word mate threw me for a moment, but then I thought about it. Ellison couldn't have cared less if anybody else looked at me, as long as he didn't have to touch me. But Killian? He wanted me. And he wanted me to himself. I had friends who were poly, and that was fine, but it wasn't my path. "As long as you never try to control me, I can't do that again," I said softly, stretching my arms out around the back of his neck. My breasts pressed against his chest, and all I could think about was that I wanted him to tear off my clothes and take me to bed. He sniffed the nape of my neck gently. "I can smell you. You're aroused." He paused, then said, "I'll never try to dominate you, not in a controlling way. Not in any way, except know that if we share a bed, you're my mate and I claim you as my woman. It's who I am, love. Can you handle that?" I leaned up and nibbled on his lip. "I've never been interested in playing the field. Not in the past and not now. So that's not a problem, my sweet." Killian kissed me, long and deep and hard. He swept me up and carried me to the sofa, and there, in the glow of the lights and tinsel, with Zai and Klaus racing around, he undressed me. Outside, the snow still fell,
and ghosts wandered through Moonshadow Bay, some lonely and haunted by their lost lives, others blissfully silent, locked in their own worlds of contemplation. Deep in the bowels of the earth, a land elemental was biding his time, angry and waiting for revenge. And partying it up in the spirit world, my ladies watched over me, my mother with them. There would be danger to come. I knew that as sure as I knew my name, and there were a lot of things I had yet to untangle. But here, now, on the night before the winter cotillion, Killian and I rode on a wave of passion, and all was right with the world. This concludes Starlight Web by Yasmine Galenorn. Narrated by Cassandra Campbell. Copyright 2020 by Yasmine Galenorn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Night Queen LLC and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.